Good evening, members of Spiritual Encrypted Encounters. I'm your host, Dave C.S. Tonight we have Wicked Lechuza Bruja experiences here on Spiritual Encrypted Encounters. For those tuning in over stream, YouTube, Facebook, and for those who follow my several TikToks under HCS895. Good evening, everybody. I was having technical difficulties all day. There was like an umbrella or something, blackout, where we couldn't use any kind of electronics dealing with connected to Wi-Fi or anything like that. So I had problems with my phone, problems with the computer. Uh, so that was most of the day. I just got power right now to be able to go live. I've been waiting and waiting. Then I was debating whether I was going to do one or not, since it's kind of a little bit late. But me, I'll be doing late night feeds. So here I am. It's always about not to let the viewers down or the subscribers of Spiritual Encryptors are down. So I'm still going for it. I said, okay, well, it's down. Let me give me some rest. And it's back up now, working. All day it's been out. How you doing, Sister Madeline? So let me share this out real quick to see who's up here on a Friday night or early morning Saturday. Here we go, brothers and sisters, all shared out, all shared out. Hope everybody is doing great. Tonight I got this shirt. It's got like I don't know, some kind of angel or something, death angel or with wings. It's got a sword in his hand. Uh, yeah, I was debating whether I was gonna do one or not, but me, I said to myself, sometimes I go out real late, later than this, so why not? My brother had asked me earlier, and I told him that the Wi-Fi was still not working right. You know, how you doing, Flat Earth Patriot? I hope you're doing great. Yeah, I think they had like something going on. I'll show you. I'll show you what they had. They had us blocked. Like, how sometimes they control the grid. Like, I remember when that winter came, did they control the grid? That we had no power, no electricity anywhere for about 6, 7 days. Well, it seemed like they were controlling the grid, uh, as in through the fiber through AT&T. The grid was being controlled. It was a big radius that was being controlled, in which nobody can use anything. My phone is not even from AT&T, and I was having problems even trying to do anything on Facebook. So something was controlling the grid, in which We couldn't use anything. I mean, our phone worked for a little bit, but everything was nothing electronic was working till maybe like 15 minutes ago. What else we got here? The Sister Edna. Hopefully, we have no more problems. But yeah, it was out all day here in Texas or where I live since like around early this morning. Well, I say like around 10 or 9 in the morning. It's been out. So hopefully, they fix the problem. Yeah, man, I don't know, but I'm just glad that I'm able to work it. I noticed that around my home, nothing was working. But if I went like a block and a half away from the house, my phone will work. Once I left that area where the radius was where it was down, my phone will work. But electronically, the Wi-Fi was out all day. Like maybe 15 minutes ago, it kicked back on. Good brother Scott Baker. Yeah, I know. Uh, if things was already weird for me all week, it got a little bit more weird with this electronics. There was an event that happened yesterday where there was a person that had a gun and he had it pointed to his head. That the cops showed up and they were telling him to put his gun down and all these things. Then this guy decided to point the gun at the cops, and when he was pointing the gun to his head, uh, he kept on telling them, uh, "Kill me, kill me." That's what he kept on saying, "Kill me." So they wouldn't. They were trying to talk to him to get his put his weapon down. And then he pointed the gun at them. When he pointed the gun at them, the all the police officers over there just lit him up. You know that right there, brothers and sisters. To me, even though the person had a gun, I know officers are trained to do certain things, but to me, I felt that this guy, like what I heard, I believe he had a negative attachment on him, probably a demon. Had control of the vessel, and when police officers are trained to, if somebody points at me, that's threatful. I mean, as far as I understand, he did not shoot a bullet at them. They unloaded on him. But I believe that an unclean spirit might have had control of that vessel, and he used that man to do that, so the vessel can be killed. That's what I take off, especially when it's saying it's telling them to kill me. Kill me. It reminds me of the man that I helped on the bridge, of the man that was the story, and I can share the story in a few, uh, of the man that I helped on the bridge in Elms Grove. You know, it reminds me of that. Especially when it's saying, but you see, he was telling them to kill him, but the man on the bridge was telling me, next time I see you, I'm going to kill you. Even though he didn't have no weapon, that by itself it's a threatful situation, right? He kept on saying, next time I see you, I'm going to kill you. The man here, he was saying, kill me, had the gun pointed to his head. They wouldn't do it. And then he pointed the gun at them, and that was a wrap on that. How you doing, sister Jael? But I mean, I'm just letting you know, brothers and sisters, the spiritual warfare is very real, and it's amongst us. It's amongst us, and I just wish that the training that this officers have is them also they should have training for spiritual warfare. Uh, they should have something implemented like that, but that's not what their job is. Just like in the military, we're trained to be soldiers, we're trained to be cops, and we're trained to handle a situation if there's a threatful manner and all this stuff. But yeah, nobody deserves to lose their lives in any kind of way, shape, or form. It's kind of sad, right? If he did have a gun in his hand, so that's a threatful situation by itself. But he was trying to shoot himself. He was trying to kill himself. But it's just crazy. I don't know if the guy was on drugs or if he had other situations wrong with him, but this happened. You know. I think I put a clip of it on SC News of what happened, of what the news says happened. And what's messed up is if I would have been there in that situation, I would have tried to intervene. But since they're there on site taking care of the situation, if I would have tried to interfere spiritually, and that was just up the street where I live, then they would consider that me as interfering and doing their job. Even though I could have saved, if I could save the man's life by tying him bind and rebuking the demons out of him, they would have said that I was interfering. So I probably would have wind up being arrested for interfering in that situation. The people talk about. I was reading some of the comments where they're saying, well, the police, they got to protect their own. They got to, it's a job. It's a risky job. They got to protect themselves from, especially if somebody got a gun. Shoot first, ask questions later. Which I understand, but I think I would have handled it a different way. I'm prior military. I done fought in the front lines, and I know how I would have handled it, right? With the Heavenly Love Foundation, that's how I would have handled it. Uh, Tried to get rid of the negative attachment that he had. And pray for him. The other two things were going to happen if put it into prayer, you put it to the spiritual test. Either two things would have happened in that case if they, which they wouldn't. All they had to do is say, "I take authority over you in Jesus Christ. I tie by the rebuke in Jesus Christ's name." Other two things would have happened. The whatever had control of him would have pulled the trigger, and that would have been the end of him, or the unclean spirits or demonic spirits would have left him, and he would be here to live another day. You know, but yeah, it's crazy. Trust me, I've been in situations that I've helped out people. I had people come at me with guns. People come at me with knives. That not acting themselves. It's just if people are not trained to handle a situation like that, and they're just trained to be a cop, and not just leave it like that, the title of a cop, and they don't know nothing about to be able to identify when somebody's being spiritually attacked by an unseen force. You're not. You see what happened? They use they use weapons, right? You know what happened? The dude went up dead. If they would have used the power of Jesus Christ, maybe their soul might have been able to be saved. But either way, they were still doing their job, and you know, a person lost their life. But what I feel is that they could have handled it a different way. But when you once you point the weapon at cops and stuff, that's what's going to happen. You're going to wind up full of bullet holes because that's what they do. That's what they train them to do, right? The little obstacle course. They train them. If somebody's got a weapon, if they got a weapon, you shoot at it, shoot at the target. All right, here we go. Yeah. There's so much drugs and stuff out here right now, man, that you just don't know. But I can tell if somebody has an unclean spirit in them, that I would able to assist that person and get rid of it. Like I said, that's what cops get trained for. Pull the trigger. Scott Baker, how you doing, brother Scott Baker? So I think I might have the thing when the news reporter was talking about what happened of that incident that happened. This happened last night. Last night or early in the morning is when this incident happened. Here in Temple. Let's see if I can find it. Sorry to hear that, Beyond the Box, that your aunt passed away. My condolences to you and to the rest of the family, all the family members. Sorry about that. So let me find this thing here. All right. She was able to upload it. I think I found it. So y'all can listen to what they were saying in the news.
And officers first arrived on scene at 9:12 p.m. Officers made contact with this subject who continued to repeatedly yell, shoot me," while holding a gun to his head. Officers didn't approach and tried to de-escalate the situation, asking him multiple times to lower the weapon or put it on the hood of the vehicle. After approximately 8 minutes of conversation, he pointed the gun in the direction of multiple officers, and multiple officers discharged their firearms, striking the subject. The subject was pronounced deceased by Justice of the Peace Roseanne Fisher, and the Texas Rangers have been called in to lead the investigation.
Megan, real quick, just tell us what happened.
Yeah, so officers were dispatched at 9:10 p.m. and officers first arrived on scene at 9:12 p.m. Officers made contact with the subject, who continued to repeatedly yell, shoot me," while holding a gun to his head. Officers didn't approach and tried to de-escalate the situation, asking him multiple times to lower the weapon or put it on the hood of the vehicle. After approximately 8 minutes of conversation, he pointed the gun in the direction of multiple officers, and multiple officers discharged their firearms, striking the subject. The subject was pronounced deceased by Justice of the Peace Roseanne Fisher.
There you go. So they said they were talking to him for 8 minutes, right? 8 minutes. That's a long time to be able to handle a situation like that, you know. And they said they're talking for 8 minutes. How were they talking? Were they talking? Uh, how were they talking to this gentleman? Is a question, you know. I mean, I wasn't there, but 8 minutes is a long time, you know. So there had to be, you know, some kind of understanding that. But 8 minutes is a very long time that you can de-escalate a situation. It depends. I feel that it depends how they were, what they were saying to this fellow. You know, if he's already in this state of mind, you know, if they're telling them drop your weapon, because that's what she said. They said drop your weapon. They probably said drop your weapon, or we're gonna shoot. Right. So if somebody's already wants to take the life, they're just gonna. When a person has nothing to live, you know, his mindset is already to take a life, and they're saying drop the weapon, we're gonna shoot. You know, it's not like I don't think he shot at him, but it's one of those situations that I think a life could have been saved if they took the proper measures. But you know, like I said, that's how they're trained, right? Shoot to kill, ask questions later. You know, if you shoot, make sure you kill the person because dead bodies don't talk. You know. It's crazy, brothers and sisters, but it's part of spiritual warfare, you know. And of course, they're doing their job, and I'm more sure they're scared. You know, they see somebody with a weapon. You know, they train for those kind of situations. I mean, I wasn't there, but I know how the officers are here in Temple, Texas, and some of them are assholes. I'll be straight up with you. They're assholes. They go for the jugular every single time for a speeding ticket, right? Because they get the badge and they think they can talk to anybody just any kind of way, even though they were called to that situation where the guy is pointing a gun in his head. You know, yeah, but you know, it is what it is. There's a lot of drugs that can affect the mind that way. You know, a lot of people here in the streets of Temple, in Killeen. Like a lot of people on the bad road, you know, you hear it all the time. You know, the spiritual openings of the pharmakia, or should I say, of drugs. That's not a good thing. And I'm not saying that to pick on anybody, because sometimes people come on here and I guess they used to do drugs at one time. I'm not picking on y'all in any kind of way, shape, or form. All I'm saying is the people that are on that, what do they do to get the high? Some people spend the whole paycheck. They forget about uh, their families. They forget about the bills. After a while, it affects them on the job that they have, and they get fired from their jobs because the people from the jobs can tell that they're on some shit, right? Then after though, it's like a spiral downfall because they stop caring about the families, stop caring about the responsibilities, and as they stop caring, they even stop caring about themselves because the only thing they care about at that time is to be on the path that they're on, to be on the drugs, uh, always trying to see what they're going to do to get the next high. So if they don't got a job, then they go to stealing, right? Willing and dealing, you know. Said I know some people sometimes they get offensive here, but I'm not trying to. I'm just saying what happens. I never say anybody's name in any kind of way, shape, or form. I'm just saying what I see. You know how people are affected by the addiction. You know, it's not a good thing. Not a good thing at all. You know, I just pray to the Heavenly Father daily because I've been in situations where I shouldn't be here, and I've had to handle situations by myself. I don't need to call no law enforcement to take care of a situation. I just take care of it accordingly. But it's people that always watching that some don't understand about the spiritual warfare that's here. So it could be something that could not have been that big, but then it becomes big because you got the guy that's got a hand in this. It's like me. If I would pull out my sword and go and walk down the highway. I already know I'm going to, that's going to attract attention. So I'm out there walking around with a sword in my hand. Eventually, somebody's going to call the cops. Next thing you know, the cops are going to come, and things are going to escalate, right? And, but that's part of that. But anyway, so much about that. Uh, you know, here we go. Who we got here? Beyond the Box, Bounty, Sister Madeline. So today is Lechuza and Bruja Friday. I see we got Scott Baker there. Yeah, I had to get some rest, brother and sisters. I said, you know what? Now that the Wi-Fi hasn't been working, I'm going to try to get me some rest. I just didn't get the rest during the day because it was hot as hell here in Texas. So I got some rest this afternoon. And like I said, not too long ago, we've been up for 29 minutes. So for about 45 minutes ago, my Wi-Fi started working again. I'm gonna do something different today. Uh, I know there was somebody here that had some stories dealing with brujas and Lechuzas. I'm just going to drop a link here to see who wants to jump on here with me so we can talk about Lechuzas and Brujas. Because I got all kinds of stories of what I've seen and what I've experienced, but I do feel that there's something happening where it's beyond Brujas and Lechuzas right now. There's a darker force working that's causing a lot of activity to happen. Right? Uh, animals know. The animals know because they can sense. They know something ain't right. They know something is happening. So if you got animals, whether it's a cat or dogs, pay attention to their demeanor, uh, and you'll see that even they know that there's something happening around us because they got very good senses, so they can tell. Uh, Spiritual warfare is very real. It felt like to me that I think last night we were talking about a lot of things, and they're like, okay, well, let's cut the grid off, so this guy won't be able to talk anymore about about the AI, so he won't talk about how to fight this the things that are amongst us through spiritual warfare. Let's put them out. Let's take them out for the whole day. If you only knew that the works that I do is at nighttime. Okay, so I'm gonna drop a link here. See who wants to jump on. I think I do got a picture of a bruja. One of them, I got a picture. One that is freaking crazy. I think I shared it last time, and it was just crazy because the way it looked. And this picture is from Elms Grove. Oh, there's Sister Brenda right there.
Hey,
Sister Brenda, my condolences to you for the loss of your aunt.
thank you. Um, I was going to say that, yeah, there's definitely something wrong. Something's going on. My animals are acting extremely strange. My sleep is really messed up. My body, my soul is not settled right now. And I pray, 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 but there's something wrong with the planet, the earth itself. And I cannot put my finger on it. It's like I feel every little move that it makes, and it's not happy. There's a lot bad going on right now.
Oh yeah, there is. I can sense it. I mean, I know I've been catching activity and stuff. That's one of the reasons I haven't gone out there and investigate. After we went last time, the picture of I don't know if you've seen it, the bruja that we caught out there.
Yeah,
But yeah, there's something in the air. So normally when I feel something in the air like that, I know somewhere something is trying to happen. When you hear incidents like what happened to the guy
yeah,
that he just got and he's pointing in his head, and then of course there's all other kind of things. I think before that, the day before that, there was a couple on a motorcycle. They got killed on the highway,
yep,
and many others. I think incidents that happened the last couple of days. I mean, we have it's been very hot, you know,
yeah.
which I think the heat is is doing things right now.
Well,
Because it's affecting a lot of people a certain way.
I was thinking earlier today, the feeling I have is almost like there's an activation of witches, and they are all doing something together. Like I can't even explain it. Whatever's happening, it is very demonic in nature, and it is everywhere. Now I do know that right now also, I don't know if you know a lot about MK Ultra, but I do know that there is some people that have been contacting other people saying they don't understand what's going on. They feel like they have been like activated. They're trying to stop themselves from doing things they don't want to do. And I think that all of this demonic stuff that's going on, there are a very, very large group of people doing this. It's got to be, you know?
Before I started this video, right, I
Mm,
went outside to take out Rebel to use the restroom in the front yard. He's acting normal, but then in the corner over here, I see like two black cars posted up in the corner that I never seen before. So I'm out there walking around, and I say, you know what? I'm just gonna let it be. I don't know who they are or whatever. So long they don't come around my property, we're good. I got got the cameras and stuff, but yeah, there's something very strange happening. But I'm not afraid. I go into prayer, pray against it. My sleep has been affected by it. Whatever's
yeah,
happening, my sleep has been affected by it. And wish, like this morning, I went to sleep at 5:30. I was up by 7:30,
yep,
wide awake all day to this afternoon. I said, you know what? I got no service. I'm just gonna go to sleep. If it comes back on, then I'll try to do a live. So yeah, like about 50 minutes ago, I finally got service. But yeah, there's definitely something happening.
yeah,
I've been feeling it all week. Matter of fact, I don't think I told anybody about this last time, but the only one that knew about it was my brother. This is like 3 days ago. Um, 3 days ago, I was asleep and I got woken up by something. It's during the day because I'm up at night. So when I'm
right,
sleeping, it's during the day. I got woken up by a man's voice saying something in a different language, like they're wishing something bad about me or something, or something of that nature, like trying to throw a hex at me. And I'm hearing the voice in my room that even my dog heard it because he was barking, when this was happening.
right.
So I got up and I said, hey, whatever's here, welcome here. I tie bind and rebuke in the name of Jesus Christ. Leave my home. But it was in my room trying to do something like a hex while I was asleep. You know.
Mm,
So yes, and I believe it has. That day I had prayed for my niece, so it could do with a lot of things. Sometimes there's things that they camouflage themselves even through voices, mimicking. Masters of camouflage, whether it's manifestations or appearances and voices, they can mimic. They can blend in that way that to
yeah,
catch you off guard, right?
yeah,
Catch you off guard. But yeah, I prayed against it. So I've been fighting spiritually all week. Like last night, I was running out of gas. Because
right.
we had the show, man. If y'all noticed, for like about 3 days that I do the shows, I'm nodding off. I'm nodding off. It's because I've been fighting spiritually all week. I got my niece in the hospital. Fought for her. Some things happened over there in the hospital while I was there. And I said, you know what? Abe, a 10-year love foundation. If somebody wants to be negative, let them be negative. Uh, don't fall in to the bait, right?
Right.
They're trying to lure you in with the negativity. Sometimes it happens here like that, right? Where people come, they want to say something negative, but
Right.
Adam and Tim Love Foundation. So that's what I'm telling everybody right now. No matter what's going on around you through the media, what you're hearing, what you're seeing, what you're sensing,
Yeah.
maintain that Heavenly Love Foundation. It's very important.
Yeah. And I don't watch the news because I know there's a lot of sneaky crap going on right now. So I definitely stay away from it. But for the last couple days, my sleep's been really, really bad. And I did the same thing. I woke up at 7 o'clock this morning, wide eyed and bushy tailed, and went to sleep real late last night, or I should say earlier in the morning. And I was up most of the day, and I laid down and tried to take a nap, and my dog was just aggravated and acting weird. And so I just pushed it aside and said, forget it. Forget it. I'll just wait till tonight and I'll go to sleep whenever I fall asleep. But
So,
it,
so your aunt, when did she pass away, sister? Was it
today, this
today?
afternoon, yeah.
Sorry to
Yeah.
hear that.
Thank you.
Scott and White,
No, she was in California.
California.
Yep. And it was sudden. So nobody's heard yet why. Nobody understands why. Um, but it's been, I mean, with the way I've been feeling the last couple days, it doesn't really surprise me. I'm sad that that happened, but I just know that there's just so much going on right now, and it's almost like being bombarded with everything. And I'm not afraid for me. I'm afraid for everybody else that's not seeing what is going on.
I'm
Because
thinking they're sending signals through the towers, sister.
yeah,
I think this is what they were doing today because I could feel a certain way.
mm-hmm,
And then when I seen a picture or something, I'll show you the picture that I seen because we have AT&T fiber. What is
yeah.
it called? Fiber something. I want to show you something. I got the picture that I took. Let me see how I can post it. There's definitely something happening.
Yeah. And it just it feels dark. Like no matter what kind of sunlight when you go outside, it just feels dark, different.
Well, I want to show you something because I think uh, they might be messing like the way this thing that I'm going to show you right now looks like a circle. The radius like a circle, and it's black, so kind of like a portal.
Oh,
I'm gonna show you. Let me show you what I'm talking about. I just need to get back on Facebook here. Yeah, and this is that I'm viewing it from what they sent through AT&T. It's I'll show you. So this was all day, from early this morning to late tonight. I was feeling a certain way. I was feeling like with no energy. I wanted, just like I wanted to get some rest and stuff. But I think they're doing something with frequencies.
I don't doubt that at all because I've been getting different rings in my ears, different
Yeah,
tones ringing in my ears. Um, just off the wall. Wow.
there you go.
Oh wow.
That's what I'm saying. It's in the radius, right?
Yeah.
A big circle, which we know what circles can represent. If if they say that things can travel through the computer, right, through
Yep.
the web, well, if all this area is they've been messing with it all day, or they have something open there, yeah, frequencies, the ears. I know my dogs were acting crazy all day,
Yep.
looking like somebody's there, but there's nobody there, and things like that in that nature. So there's like all day thing. So the other question I'm going to ask you: do you think that this frequencies that they've been messing with, do you think it's possible that the frequencies can affect people a certain way in which it
Yes.
could make them become suicidal?
They can, yes, because the problem with it is if we're not on our natural frequencies and we're given lower frequencies and they're lowering that, it can make people do just the craziest things. Oh, geez. It's it can make people just do crazy things. And I the guy that got shot in Temple, I've been waiting to see if they know why. I mean, why was he acting like that?
They
What
haven't said.
happened? No, I haven't seen anything on it. I mean, was it a breakup? Was it, you know, I just don't understand why. I mean, a lot of times something makes them do that, you know. They're upset about something. But yeah, these frequencies are bad.
It
And
could be also the towers, the 5G
yes,
towers that is sending frequencies,
yep,
or a government test. You might never know, but at the same time, you always got to remember you can leave the spiritual aspect of things because, the DDN was just waiting for those openings to attack.
yeah. And I'm going to tell you, um, how many years did we have cell phones and they were ran by satellite or underground stuff? We've never had to have 5G towers. We never
No,
had to have towers for any G. So why are they putting those up there? And
the
they're bad. The birds don't even like them.
the 5G towers got put in place when we were in lockdown
Mm-hmm.
during the I ain't gonna say it, during the pandemic. That's when they placed the 5G towers all throughout the United States when they had everybody on lockdown.
Yeah, I mean it's uh I don't know, but it's tiring. That's what it is. It is tiring. It has dragged me. I feel like I have been out running 10,000 miles in one day, and I just feel completely drained. My whole entire body, you know.
Somebody says here in the chat they are targeting the chosen ones.
That I don't doubt. I do not doubt that at all. But no, I don't.
I know I have to be prepared spiritually and physically
Yeah,
just in case because I got to protect my vessel. So if I want to continue to do this work, then I got to do what I got to do. Also, if something comes at me in a threatful manner, I have to protect myself.
right. Yep.
And if I have to be like the cops, the only difference between the cops is they have a badge. I don't.
Well,
It's like this. Something happens. They got that saying where they say, if you shoot, make sure you kill them
yep.
because
And
then
and if
they can talk.
and if they fall outside of your house, you better go drag them back in.
So in that case, something comes my way and they're working for the government or whatever, then I got to do what I got to do, and they're just gonna disappear completely from the face of the earth.
Right?
I'm just being honest. You got to protect yourself.
I'll have to drag them out to Susie's and get a backhoe.
Ooh, well, wait up. Am I feeling a disturbance in the force?
Uh-oh.
Is the computer warriors the working for these places that are causing the disturbance? Did you just
Could be.
jump in your seat because of what I said? That's what I feel. I'm gonna spill your coffee out of your hands. Get the
Right?
donut out of your mouth. Hey man, it's all good, right?
We're in
We learn,
Texas.
but
We have that
you gotta do
standard
what you
ground
gotta
law.
do.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we have that standard ground law here,
I remember one time when in Elms Grove, I got this guy that come over to my house, and he says, "Are you the man of the house?" This is in my son was small still. It was like in 2004, 2005.
Wow.
He come up to my house and he tells me that I was the man of the house. I says, "Yeah, it was a younger guy, pretty big guy." And he said, "My boss sent me over here. I'm from Belton. My boss told me to come and tell you that you got 24 hours to leave. If you don't leave within 24 hours, then I got to take care of you." That's what he said. He said, "Take care of me?" So what do you mean, take care of me? And he said, "You got 24 hours to leave." And then I look at my son. My son's playing with his little dinosaurs in the front yard. And I say, "Hey, mijo, I'll be right back, son." I go around and get in his vehicle. And he's like, "What are you doing?" And I told him, "I want you to do me a favor. A favor. I want you to breathe in, breathe out, breathe in, breathe out." I was like, "Come on, breathe in, breathe out." And he's looking at me like I'm crazy, right? And he's like, "Why do you want me to do that?" I said, "Because that's going to be the last breath that you take in this world." I said, "You said that I got 24 hours to leave. I'm not going nowhere." I said, "What we're going to do right now, we're going to take care of business. You say you're going to take care of me, right?" I said, "I know a perfect spot over here. We're going to go there. And whatever happens, happens. But I know one thing, that I'm coming back to my son." Man, that dude got so freaking scared. Told me get off his vehicle. I got out of his vehicle. He freaking peeled out of there, freaking like a bat out of hell. I never seen him again.
Went and told his boss, "You want him out? You go get him."
Oh yeah, I told him too. I said, "Tell your boss to grow a pair of balls and come talk to me like a man.
Right?
Tell him to grow a pair of balls. Talk to me like a man." He wants me that bad. I'm out. At least give me a reason why you want me out of here, right?
Right. Yeah. Just tell him you got 24 hours to get out. Over
Yeah, he
what?
freaked out when I sat in his vehicle. I said, "Let's go. I know a perfect spot." I knew I was gonna make it back to my son. I've run into people like that, but and that's what. Just like there's assholes like that, that
Yep.
they're gangsters or whatever. There's assholes within the police system too, like that. I remember when I I gave the grid coordinates to that truck in the woods, and I waited there for about 4 hours in the sun in the parking lot by Mayborn. Cops never showed up. I make it home. They call me like around 7:30 if I could give them the coordinates to that location, and I give them the coordinates. Then Monday morning comes. I heard that they found the truck, that they found a body out there, and all this stuff. So then I go because I recorded, right? It's from my live. I went to the police station and I asked them if they needed my video as evidence of any kind of sort, right?
Right.
The guy goes over there and is talking to somebody. Then this is what the asshole says that he's talking to. He says, "We should arrest him for tampering with evidence."
Oh. Oh.
That's what he said. Arrest him for tampering with evidence. If you look in the video, I never touched anything. I was just happened to find a truck out there.
Right.
And it's like, maybe it's deeper than maybe it's deeper than just a truck being found out there and a body being found there. Maybe it has to do with the police, because why would he get mad if I'm trying to help, right?
Yeah.
Why would he get mad that somebody's been missing for 2.5 months? What's fun out there? Why would he? That investigator or whoever the hell he was, I really don't give a shit. Why would he get pissed off like a and say that?
I mean, he shouldn't get mad. He should sit down, talk to you, find out what
The,
you
the
know,
only
know
reason
if you would
somebody's
have
gonna get
seen
mad to
anything.
of what I witnessed
Yeah.
is because it was deeper than that. That's how I
Yeah.
feel. And they never said the whole freaking story. They never said nothing about the guy. When they said they found him. They didn't say how he died or anything like that.
And there's been a lot of that going around lately, or they've been drowning, one of the two.
Oh yeah, the lake.
Yeah.
Some person, I think that had a picture where they found a body in the lake in Belton Lake.
Wow. Uh-uh.
Yeah, there's a lot of activity.
A lot of weird things going on right now.
Yeah,
And
you
then,
just talking about it. My hair just stood up on both arms.
I know. I don't know. It's just, it's almost like you can feel like dense air around you. Can you feel like dense air around you? Like everything is so heavy and so dark.
Yeah, yesterday that my brother was here, came by and visit. Yeah, all his hair stood up in his arms. He's like, "Do you feel that?" I said, "I see the full moon out there. The only thing I needed to do is start howling like a werewolf,
There you go.
like the dog man." I mean, what was weird yesterday, or what I witnessed, was a big red sun setting. It was going down. And then we drove like 4 or 5 blocks. Me and my wife, we had got something to eat. The sun hadn't gone down. Then we're seeing the white moon, a big moon,
Yeah.
but the sun was like 4 or 5 times bigger than the moon.
Wow.
Like if the sun was very close to Earth. Was it the sun, or was it an illusion?
Right.
Because
Ne-
I've never seen the sun that big here in Texas.
yeah. You never can tell. I mean, we get lied to constantly. Who knows? Who knows what's real and what's not real anymore? It's sickening.
Yeah, it's just a Cynthia, like those kind of individuals. The guy that came, uh, normally they're affiliated with something. I just don't know who the hell he was, why he came at me, but I was ready to handle business. That's one thing is at that time. I was going through what I was going through, but I don't take to a threat to indirect threats kindly. You know, 'Cause I could have probably done something completely different to him, but man, how you gonna do something crazy to him if you're in a mobile home park? It's just he
Right?
didn't want to handle business. I never seen him again. I don't know what happened to him. Hopefully, he told his job that, "Hey, I don't want to do this job no more. Find somebody else."
Yeah. That's what I would be saying. You don't pay me enough, man. It's crazy. Yeah. So I've been wondering what happened with that guy. And he was outside the police department.
Nearby there somewhere downtown.
I mean,
Uh, Sister Neva's angel said he was threatening you. I said, "Yeah, Sister Neva. He said to me at my home, in front of my home, that I had 24 hours to leave. If I did not leave, that something was going to happen to me. That he was going to take care of me." But is he gonna pay? Give me a monthly check or something to relocate? Is he gonna pay for my new apartment or new home where I relocate? No, he was telling me I need to leave or else.
Yeah.
What does that mean, Sister Brenda? Tell him, Texas dog. You used to be a policeman.
What does that mean? That means, are you physically going to remove me? I want to see that. You better get
They
off
said,
my property or
yeah,
you're going to go home looking like Swiss cheese. Yeah, you
that,
know, you,
that's what
yeah.
it means, or else something bad's gonna happen to you.
I know that yesterday the constables were knocking on my neighbor's door. So, he doesn't even say, you know, here's your paperwork, get out. You got 24 hours to leave. Even they don't do that. So, who did this guy think he was?
He was a bigger than me, but I wasn't afraid of him because I've handled bigger before. So
Mm-mm.
yeah,
I would have
he said he was like a dumb criminal. I mean, he's telling me, you know, that he's coming from Belton, so he's already telling me that wherever he said he's working for is from Belton.
been. You're like,
And
you
I
got
know I know what
paperwork
I
on
was going to do
this?
to this guy. I'm not going to lie, I know what I was going to do to the fella. I said he's going to get a beat down to tell me who sent him.
Yeah. I mean, usually they come with paperwork. I could understand, here's a
If it was a
3-day
cop or
pay or
something,
quit.
yeah.
Now, you got to have a reason to tell somebody they got to leave.
Yeah, it was at that time. Me and my son were the only. It was just me and my son. I was raising my son.
I mean, even an eviction takes 3 months. You can't.
Yeah, this was even dealing with anything like that. It was just a. I understand he was a person from the where I lived from the office. It wasn't even a person from the office. This was a
Oh, he
complete stranger.
he probably
Complete
had the
stranger.
wrong house.
No, he didn't. He just said that his boss sent him and that I had 24 hours to leave. And if I didn't leave, something was going to happen to me.
So, what happened the next day?
Not a damn thing. He never came back.
And neither did his boss.
Neither did his boss. I tell you, when I told him to breathe in and breathe out, he kind of freaked out with that. Especially when I told him that was going to be the last breath that he takes in this earth.
Wow.
He never came back.
He was like, no, thank you. I think I just resigned.
I was waiting.
A lot of people are like that, though. You call their bluff and they like go backwards into a little box and hide.
That's what it reminds me of. Some of the people that come up against us, where they always have something negative to say, is that this how I imagine them. It's like a dog with his ass in between his legs,
Yeah.
scraping his ass on the ground. When it gets spit on the butt or something, and go. "Arr." When I was growing up, I would see a lot of dog fights, and that's what it reminds me of. Some of these people.
Yep. They just run away.
They run away.
Yeah.
Uh, you know,
So,
I've always been able to handle myself. Uh, I've been, like I said, fighting spiritually for a very long time. I did have a cop from Killeen one time did something shady like that too. He was off duty and he used to live in the mobile home park, or he claims he said he was a cop. I don't know. I never really seen him in a squad car or anything like that. But he
right.
said he was a cop. And then one day I'm with my nephew and niece inside my truck, and I'm going down towards my house, and I stopped because you know I thought he was my friend, and we had been talking and stuff. And then he looked at me and he said, "Guess what? I'm pointing at you." That's what he says.
Okay.
And he said, "I'm holding it here by the door. He said he's pointing something at me, right? So that's telling me he had already told me he had a gun, right?
Right.
So freaking said, well, if you're gonna use it, man, let me let my nephew and niece get out, and I let him get out. If you're gonna use it, use it. And then he started laughing, right? And he took off. So I go in the house, and I'm not scared because I've been in the front lines, So somebody can put a weapon out at me. They can shoot a freaking rounds in the air. I don't give a shit because I've been in actual combat, right?
Right.
So I'm in the house and he's got my number, right? Because, like I said, I thought he was my friend. He gives me a call, and this is what he tells me: "Hey, guess who I have in the vehicle with me? I seen him. I've seen him over here, and he was walking from school. He had one of my nephews in the vehicle with him. That he was gonna give him a ride home.
Yep.
But to me, I seen it differently. He already told me he had a gun pointing at me. So basically, he's telling me that he can take me out and take out my family especially when he had my nephew in the vehicle. So it's all right. So one day I seen him in the pool with his family, and he told the children to get in the vehicle. And I said, "Hey man," I call him over to the park bench. I said, "Can I talk to you over here?" He goes up to me, "Hey, what's up, man?" I said, "Do you remember the day that you pointed the gun at me with my nephew and niece in the vehicle, and then you picked up my nephew and had him in the vehicle?" I said, "Yeah." I said, "Well, I know you used to be in the military and you have all this training from being a police officer. I just want to find out how bad you really are. Like right now, hand to hand combat, since you don't got your weapon with you right now. I just want to see what you're about. You come at me however you want to come at me, and I'll show you what I'm about." You know what the guy did? He pussed out.
Yep.
He pussed out. He didn't want to. They don't want to see me that way. There is some people that the only time they'll grow a pair of balls if they have some kind of weapon on them.
Right.
And we see a lot of that in the here where some of the trolls that been trolling us for a while. I was talking about their weapons and all this shit, but you're not going to have your weapon all the time around you.
No.
There's always openings where you can be caught off guard.
Yep.
I'm just giving you all a hint and a warning.
I mean,
Uh, be
it's habit
careful.
to me.
Be careful what you seek for.
Yeah. I mean, it's habit to me. I don't leave home without it. I never. And I got two of them that sit on my stand right next to the bed. So, I may run out of bullets in one, but then I have my other one, and then I've got clips. But when I leave this house, I'm always armed. Whether you see it or not, I'm always armed the minute I walk out this door. It's habit forming. I've had that habit for years. Oh,
But yeah, man, I've run into some weird characters. You know, it's just there was a flat Earth patriot says the phone call with your family in his car, offering a ride in absolute confirmation that it's your enemy. Yeah, but I wasn't afraid of him. I was ready to handle the situation.
yeah.
It's one thing when you're in a situation that is you should have no fear. Because that's the only way you're gonna be able to overcome the situation with no fear. I've been in many situations like that. Man, for some reason, Elms Grove is a hot spot. Do you think, Sister Brenda, that because I've heard stories, I've heard of the KKK hanging people, and
Oh,
then I've heard of witches, cults in that area
yeah. Now
back
that
in the
I've
day.
heard, that I have definitely heard that.
You have?
Yes, I have.
I
And
met this old, I met this old man that lived up the hill. There was one day he was walking, and I seen him fall to the ground, holding his chest. Ran up to him, picked him up, helped him up, and put all his weight on my shoulders. And he lived up there on the very top of the hill. Uh, he he had a brother that was sick, that had cancer. His brother passed away, and he remained. What I witnessed was the DDN, or the unseen forces that are there at Elms Grove, attacked this man, and he failed and stumbled. So I picked him up. He's already old, and I took him to his home, and we started talking. He told me that all this land that's uh, where we were staying at, and even Harker Heights, he said that him and his brother could have bought that land, but they bought land in Florence and Salado,
yeah,
right? So this man had money, but then he started telling me, he had told me thank you for helping him. Then he started telling me about the KKK, how he ran crazy in all those areas back in the day, which there was lynching. And then he also told me about the cults, the brujas in
yeah,
that area. But before that, you had the freaking Tonka ones running crazy there on the land, because a lot of those land there's native Indian burial ground.
yeah.
So
I think
I could
so.
see how all that land is fucked.
Yep.
Excuse my French, of innocent blood being spilled, human sacrifices.
Right.
That's why that land is hot and heavy
Yep.
with paranormal activity.
Yeah. There, there's a lot of it there. It's just a very eerie place, and a lot of people that live there, they're not open to spiritual world, so they don't. It don't matter to them. They fall down their stairs when they're going inside or outside, and they just think they're clumsy and they tripped. You know, could be something else. It's
Yeah,
it's just a
but
bad place.
that man told me about all that. I mean, he got nothing to live no more. He done lived his life. He was just telling me. Uh, spoke to his son, and I told him, look, and I told him some crazy activity here. I suggest you come pick up your dad and take him with you, because by then all the other elderly people that were living there had already died in their sleep.
Right.
So they were being spiritually attacked, and he came for his son. I mean, for his father, and took him. Not to make the mobile home lose any business, but I mean, what's more valuable, your home or your life?
Right. You can always get another home. You can't get another life.
And that's why Elms Grove I dislike Elms Grove. If they know this activity is there, how come they can't tell? But like you said, maybe some people are not open to the spiritual things in life.
Wow. Right now, my cat is walking around in circles in my kitchen.
Uh, uh, there was a lot of lynching of blacks and Mexicans in Texas. I believe so. I've heard of the story of the man that happened here in Texas, where somebody here uh, raped a girl or something, and they blame uh, two African men, and one of them got hung, and as they were gonna hang the other one, that there was a voice from the heavens that said, told them to leave him alone. That the people that they were hanging them, they all got scared and left them alone. I don't know if you heard the story. I think they made a little show of it, of that incident. I know that there was when they call the Minutemen, the
Oh,
ones that guard the borders,
yeah, yeah.
they were doing a lot of that back in the day. I heard story. My grandfather told me a story of this Minutemen. That's what they call themselves, but we know them as, you know, lynch mobs, KKK or whatever.
Right.
But I've heard some stories how they would do the Mexicans dirty over there. There were along the borders. That this story that my grandfather told me. He said that they had captured some of them, right, and they told them this: if you can run this 100 meters and make it to the 100 meters, you're more welcome to stay. But while they're running the 100 meters, they're being shot at. So he said that he seen one of his best friends die, get his head blown off. I guess he must have. My grandfather must have been fast, right? But you hear all kinds of stories like that. Things like that have happened. Lynch mobs,
Yeah. I mean,
rituals, rituals of human sacrifices.
in a lot of places, I mean, you've got all your stuff that has happened like that in places like uh, where Georgia, um, Arkansas, just people are just people are
Well,
just so
you remember
evil.
you remember those signs, Sister Brenda, that said no ends, no wetbacks, only dogs allowed. Don't get caught after sunrise or something like or sunset.
Oh yeah. Well, when I was in California, I used to go over to Tijuana, and they used to tell us that we had to be out of Tijuana by sunset. It's like, well, what if I want to stay here and have dinner? You know? So yeah, I
I
mean, they have
remember
that
coming
everywhere.
from Arkansas, and they had in Texas. This is in Texas. Uh, when we entered Texas, we stopped to put some gas, and the lady didn't want to give us gas. It was 7 o'clock, and we already had seen those signs, So the lady was looking. She was looking. And she was, a white lady. She's looking, and she's like, "I'm gonna get in trouble for this." And she's seen us all, the family in there, and she's like, hurry up, put gas, put gas." She was like looking and looking and looking, and then we put the gas and we took off. But you could tell she was scared. Like
Yeah.
I guess she will see what happens. Well, people, I'm more sure they done kill people after sunset.
Mm,
She was scared. You could see the fear in her face.
pretty
It
bad.
was a matter of fact. It was an Exxon where we're putting gas. We had already been at this. It was a barbecue place, and on the tree it said, "No ends, no Mexicans, only dogs allowed." On the tree.
Wow.
And
Hey,
when we
Josh.
tried to go try to get gas, she didn't want to give us gas, but she gave it to us.
Josh said, put a link in the chat.
I'm just sharing the stories of what I've seen and what I've witnessed.
Yeah, I'm kind of wondering how Josh has been feeling lately. If he's been feeling like us,
Yeah,
not
he's been
not
feeling he's been feeling sick. I think for about all
yeah,
week too.
and not sleeping good. And when you do sleep, you feel like you didn't sleep, and
Yeah.
it's horrible. Well, whatever's going on, it needs to hurry up and burst, or just leave us all alone. This is driving me crazy.
There you go. That's Wolf. How you doing, brother Wolf?
We are
Yeah,
here.
Brother Josh Turner in the house. I think his brother Josh Turner in the house. Recognize the emblem, but nowadays anybody can create an emblem.
We can't hear you.
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Oh,
Oh,
there
there
you
he
are.
is.
Okay. So I figured I better jump on since I said something about it, because I don't want people to misconstrue my words. I wanted to speak on this subject. I'm not one of those people that shies away from any controversies. I just say what I believe and I say what I know. And I'm definitely a student of history, in particular Texas history. Now I understand, Nevia, you said your grandfather was a sheriff or whatever. Yeah, but he's telling you from a perspective of like one whatever. I mean, I've spent time all over Texas, and I can tell you, racial. Yeah, I grew up in a small town. It was racially divided for sure. I was called all kinds of shit, man. And I've said this before on my show. I got treated worse by the Mexicans than I did by the white people, but the white people weren't kind either. I got a lot of bullying and shit. And, I was born in the 70s, and still a lot of racial crap, from everybody. Now, there was a time when the black people were treated not correct. But in Texas, and I can say this with all 100%, there were never more white people really than there were all the other people here, because the natives, the Comanches in particular, were so violent and so aggressive that most of the 1800s, I'd say up until the early 1900s, the efforts when it came to fighting and warfare and mistreatment and whatever, it was mostly focused on the natives, because Texas was one of the last states for these natives to be subdued. And the Comanches, which I'm a quarter, they were really, really violent. I mean, really, really bad. Like, they did some horrible things. They treated the Mexicans like slaves. I mean, and they murdered the blacks for their hair. They were very savage. Like, in the words of like, hey, oh, they're a savage. They were a savage tribe. They killed red-haired people and scalped them because they liked their red hair. They killed the Chinese railroad workers. There was a slaughter near Anson, Texas, that goes unlooked. They killed like 70-something railroad workers because they wanted their quay, the way that the Chinese wore their Mongolian-style hair. And the Texas Rangers caught up with a couple of them, and they figured out they were the ones that did it. They were really rough. They're really bad. So after the Civil War, a lot of people, like outlaws from the South, they went like guerrillas that were still fighting, especially in Missouri and Kansas. They were bushwhackers. They ended up in Texas, but most of them ended up dying. If you look at the official records, 10 times as many whites were lynched and killed and burned as Hispanics or blacks. Now, at the time that Texas became its own country in the 1830s, there were less than 5,000 Mexicans in the state of Texas, and that was predominantly because of the Comanches and the Apaches. Those native tribes were so warlike and so aggressive and so brutal that people couldn't live here. They couldn't sustain it. There's no whatever. It just wasn't in the cards. So if you came to Texas, you were probably looking for some kind of refuge as an outlaw or a bushwhacker. And if you look at the official records, and the Texas Rangers have a museum in Waco, and I went there as a kid like 3 or 4 times on field trips, and it'll show you the records of how many people were lynched and killed. Now, unofficially, there were a lot of military bases here, especially down in Brownsville. A really dark chapter in the history of the Rio Grande Valley. There were these 2 black soldiers that got drunk because the black soldiers, they called them the Buffalo Soldiers. And the United States government, after the Civil War, they enlisted a lot of black people to go and fight the natives. They were like, hey, we need people to go fight the natives. In particular, the Lakota and Dakota, and the Comanches and the Cheyenne. They were like these warlike tribes. They were not going to give up. They were just going to kill And I'll be honest, it's tit for tat. I mean, they were killing people that had nothing to do with anything. It wasn't like people try to make it out like it's real cut and dry. Like, yeah, evil honkies are out there just killing black people in Mexico. That is not the way it was. I promise you. And believe me, I was I ended up being a victim of racial prejudice from many different groups. I was targeted, mistreated, and whatever. So I don't have a dog in that fight, but I can tell you the truth of what I know to be true. It's real in vogue right now to just blame Whitey for everything, but that's not the way it is. I don't agree with that at all. I don't think that black people should be marginalized or mistreated in any way, but I don't think that white people are getting a fair shake right now. And I think that what it is
where does the KKK come in place with all this?
Yeah, the KKK, at the height of the KKK in the entire country, at the height of the KKK, they never killed more than 100 people in the entire country. So that's a myth. That's a myth. What happened was the Democrat Party created the KKK in response to the Republicans giving the blacks the right to vote. And they were, like I said, in the entire country, there was never more than 100 lynchings. And so it doesn't really hold water what they say, like, oh, they were out there just rampaging along and doing all this crazy shit. And the KKK is pretty much non-existent at this point. Most of the KKK has been infiltrated by a bunch of federal agents, and it's an artificial boogeyman that they've used to like divide and fuck people up. Now, Abe and I both can attest to the fact that there are some shitty ass white dudes out there. Look at the dickhead from Oklahoma. And as far as I'm concerned, white trash people can be some of the worst people on the fucking planet, especially when you add booze and meth and their pretend penchant to be native or whatever the hell it is that they got playing along in the cosplay world. But like I said, don't really have a dog in the fight. I'm just telling you because, like, I'm mixed. I'm a mixed person, But the truth is the truth. And so historically, the numbers have been skewed for whatever political reason. Whoever was in office to try to become the president, they were like, oh, all this stuff's going on. No, it's not. It's like right now they're trying to say everybody's a Nazi. I wish you could find one for me. Go bring him to me. I want to see a real live Nazi. I haven't seen one. I don't really believe in all that bullshit. I think it's an artificial boogeyman that the left keeps on toting out there so they can try to say, oh, look, they're out here just beating up liberals. And shit. No, they're not. That's not happening. It's just bullshit.
Right.
Now, people like Ike up there in Oklahoma, they do keep the racial hate alive because there's some dumbass rednecks. This is the freaking truth, man.
I agree.
Yeah. I mean, they do all kinds of evil shit. They do witchcraft and everything you could possibly imagine.
They got meth head crack pipes that say KKK on them.
What?
I've never seen that before. Have you seen it? You've seen it
on the pipe.
Who did that?
I'm saying this would probably have a meth head crack pipe that says KKK on it.
Yeah, he probably does.
Probably has one.
Looking at shit.
That probably puts the word work on there and puts an X over it.
Yeah.
No, he's got a crack pipe that says I'm with Dick. I'm with Dick. Dick Richards. He's in the lobby. How you doing, Dick?
Oh God.
No, Nevia, I just want you to know, Nevia, you're a sweetheart, and I think you're a good person, and I don't have a problem with you. I just think that you got to be careful. For some of this is all propaganda, and they say a lot of crazy shit. Like at one time, they were trying to say that there was all this crap going on in my hometown. I lived there, and I dealt with a lot of crap, and I didn't see any of the crap that they were claiming.
Right.
They did a show on ABC News, about our hometown and how fucked up it was, and everybody was on drugs, and they took a picture of a couple of bums and said, "Oh, look at how bad it is in small town Texas." I'm like, no, it's not. They tried to say that Temple, Texas was like. And that's where Abe lives right now. I remember they were trying to say my hometown and Temple, and they were trying to say all these towns. They were just completely overrun with Satanism. Now, there were satanic people, but these people were mostly like teenagers going around drawing pentagrams on shit and, listening to Slayer. I mean, the real witchcraft was being done where Abe was from, like down in the Rio Grande Valley. When I was down there, man, you could throw a rock and hit a witch, dude. I'm not even joking. When Abe talks about that, he's being honest. Like, that's really where it was at. And they tried to make it out like it was just all over the place. And Texas has been targeted by a lot of people for a lot of different reasons, just to try to take our freedom. And I really believe that.
Yeah.
I mean, they make this fake history for us, The racism that Abe experienced when he was in the military, a lot of it came from the black people. You know, I experienced some racial hate from black people, but
Black
you know,
Panthers.
yeah, I mean, there's a whole bunch. There's gangs in the military, dude. Like,
Yeah.
fuck, man. Yeah, I was on that base a lot, dude, and I remember like just people being like, you know, oh, there's gangs, you got to be careful, blah blah blah. It's just really bad. But
Used to
you know,
be gang
I don't.
fights. Literally on Saturdays, it's like, hey, we'll go behind the mess hall tonight at 10 o'clock. I said, why? I said, because there's gonna be a big ass gang fight. I was
Yeah,
like, man, ain't gonna be no gang fight. We're all in the military. Man, I went out there, motherfuckers. I got knives and pipes and chains and
yeah.
fighting each other like freaking animals back there. Like, what the
That's how
fuck?
it was on the ships too. You go to Westpac and the ships are like that. I tell
On
you,
Fort Hood.
Fort Hood's awful, dude. Like, you know, in my hometown, the blacks and the Mexicans were always at war. I mean, they were just always fighting each other. It was like constant warfare, dude. And I when I got into high school, and about my junior year, I was playing ball, and I got along with most of the black dudes, man. I fought a bunch of them before that, but after we just, you know, we started playing football together, we just kind of like clicked and didn't have any more problems. I ran around with mostly Mexican dudes because, you know, my mom's family's Mexican. I lived in the barrio. And then going to high school, like in baseball, I played baseball with Hispanic and white dudes. I played football with white and black dudes. And so I had to learn to just kind of get along. Beans, quit. Beans, quit. You're scratching me, my dog. So I had to kind of learn to get along with people, dude, and just not judge people for, you know, whatever. But that stuff about like all these lynchings and stuff, most of that went on in the South, like in Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi. It wasn't a whole lot of it in Texas. Texas, like I said, they didn't get the war with the Comanches over until the 1890s. So you're looking at like a century-long war, well, longer than that. But like there was no like peace at all until the Comanches were dealt with. And it really didn't matter what you were. You could be Chinese, you could be black, you could be red-haired white guy. You were targeted by the Comanche or the Nermina because you were in their land and they didn't want you there. So everybody, they didn't really have a lot of time to fight and kill each other. It was really the enemy was all around you in the bush, and it was the Comanches. Beans, stop.
That
Okay?
old man that I spoke to, he said that they did do a lot of hangings, but you know,
Ow.
in that land, so no,
Mm.
wherever they buried the bodies, I don't know, but there were hanging people.
Yeah, I mean, that shit went on. We don't know exactly to what extent. I know that in private land, you know, I remember when I was young, my dad had a friend, his name was Nacho, and he lived down near the valley. And they were really mean to the Mexicans from Mexico that would come across. I mean, these were Mexican people. I mean, they were Tejano people, you know. And he like literally told my dad one time, I remember it scared the shit out of me. I was 12 years old. And I remember them telling my dad in front of me that they had shot a mojado and they thought it was a deer. And he was like, yeah, we shot this guy and we buried him. And like, he was going to show us where the body was. I was a little kid, you know, my dad's like, oh no, we're good. You know? Like, what the fuck, man? Like, you know, it scared the fuck out of me, man. I was a little kid, dude. And I just remember that. And, you know, I just remember like how the people from Mexico, when they would come over, they wouldn't associate with the Tejanos and vice versa. The Tejanos didn't like the mojados, and it was always a problem.
Yep.
It's not until recently, you know, in the last, you know, 10, 20 years that people started like, hey, let's quit fighting one another and be, you know, cordial. But it was always like that, dude. I mean, you know, but it was warfare from everybody, especially in the 1900s, once the Comanches were out of the way. You know, unlike the other states where people were focusing black versus white, there really wasn't a whole lot of native warfare anymore. And it was just white versus black. There weren't Hispanic people, there wasn't anything. In the Southwest, it was different, especially in Texas. And until the 1900s, the Comanches were the main problem. I mean, that was just the way it was. They were real bad. I mean, people don't realize what they would do. Like, they would capture somebody and they would stick like mesquite thorns into their eardrums and then poke out their eyes and then make them wander around the desert, cut their tongue off. Yep. And then they had this thing they called the bat blanket, where they would hang you upside down in a moist blanket, and they'd light a fire underneath you, and you would literally cook in the blanket, and your flesh would start to fall off, but you would still be alive. See, this is the kind of shit that they had the time to think of. These tortures were just
And then the
Absolutely
whole
Oh man, they were
unholy.
bad.
they
Josh,
would
you know
tie them
about the
by
white settlers?
on the
The
red
white
ants.
settlers, what they did to the white settlers?
That was stick them
Man,
Oh,
by
they
the
did
red
some
ants.
horrible things. Yeah, the red ants.
horrible, man.
A lot of people don't remember red ants, because the fire ants took them out back in the 80s and 90s. They were destroyed by the. We used to have army ants that were black, and we used to have red ants. And then the fire ants came from south of the border. Down in South America. They came up and they just started like wiping out all the other ants, and now all you have are fire ants, dude. These little red and black bastards. They're horrible, dude, and they will you up, dude. Like literally, my aunt got stung damn near to death by it. And most recently, Nellie, we were at the ranch, and those ants just stung her foot so bad, her little foot just swelled up, man. And I was just like, holy shit, man! I had to sit there and be like, oh, should we go to the hospital? Luckily, she wasn't allergic, and she was okay. But dude, those things are terrible, dude. They're terrible ants. So those red ants, though, their sting was a lot worse than a fire ant, but there wasn't as many of them. But
It should make you hallucinate, man.
oh yeah, they're horrible out in West Texas, especially. They were awful out there, and that was another torture that the natives would do. They would take each other, and they would take the whites, the blacks, whoever they'd get a hold of, and they'd put them on a bed of ants, and just like let them sting you to
Or trade
death,
them.
And they
They
would
trade
do all
them too,
kinds of
Josh.
shit, man.
They
Do
trade
what?
them, man. They trade them for commerce. They trade them for goods. Also,
Yeah, the Comancheros, which were predominantly Hispanic, they had a healthy trade with the Comanches, and they would capture, in particular, women. Horses and women is what they wanted, and they would trade them to the Comanches, and then the Comanches would take captives and trade them back and forth. The Mexicans were a prime target of the Comanches, and in fact, this is really fucked up. But the Comanches word. Yeah, the Comanche had a word for the Mexicans, and it was a Spanish word, and it was panocha, which is really because it means pussy in Spanish.
Yeah,
But because they looked at the Mexicans as weak, because the Mexicans were
Uh-huh.
out there vulnerable in their own, they didn't really have these huge communities because they were terrified. And the only reason the Mexicans were here at that time was because Santa Anna, he wanted to colonize Texas because they had defeated the Spanish and drove them out. Whatever. Spain had kind of given up on Texas because there was no gold here. So all they knew was that there was this black tar-like substance everywhere, and if you light it on fire, it would burn forever. Oil.
Yeah.
But they had no use for it back then. So the Spanish were like, "There's nothing to be gained by having anything here in Texas. The Comanches are never going to convert. Neither are the Lipan. So let's just leave Texas to itself." And then they abandoned it, and then they fought briefly, and they gave it up and gave it to the Mexicans. And then the Mexicans tried to colonize it, but every time they stuck, families up here, they would get killed, looted, burned, or whatever by the Comanches. And so eventually it just was so bad, Santa Anna invited the Texans to come, predominantly from Kentucky and Tennessee and Louisiana. That's where the Texans originally came from, like the white people, the first wave. They were settled everywhere. I went to Austin's colony. We used to do security there. It was one of the first settlements in Texas. And it was Stephen F. Austin. He was the founder of Texas, which is now the capital, Austin. And the Comanches, everywhere you go in this area, you'll find places where the Comanches killed and raided and did things horrible to the white people, the Mexican people.
It's true, man. Josh, there's books 4 inches thick, man, on the history of the Comanches doing dastardly things to the white settlers, man.
Oh yeah, that's horrible.
History books just on the Comanche, how they rape, pillage, and everything under the sun, man. I mean,
the Comanches were brutal people. I've been around some of these white liberals. Well, they were great horsemen.
They could fight on a horse, man. Yeah.
So let me tell you, I've been around some of these people. Like they're like white liberals, and when you tell them they're like, "Oh, what are you?" I'm like, "Well, I'm Hispanic and white, whatever." And then they're like, they look at you and they're like, "Well, you look like you might have some native or whatever," because they're always looking for that, like it's some kind of amazing thing. And I'll tell them, I'm a quarter Comanche. Oh, how noble and beautiful. And I'm like, you have no fucking idea, lady. Like you have how fucked up those people were. Now I'm not gonna, I'm not Comanche myself, but I'm gonna be honest, dude. Like those people, they were warriors, but they were brutal, dude. If you lost, you were fucked.
Yeah, they were beyond fucking honor. They were beyond that. It was like you weren't just gonna get a clean death, man. They were gonna make you sure you fucking
They take your
suffered,
heart
man.
and eat it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
They wanted you to suffer. Yeah, they wanted you to suffer. And the thing is, they wanted people to see their handiwork so that would terrorize. They were literally like terrorists, dude. I mean, when you look at what they did and the tortures they came up with, later people use those same torture methods, to like do all kinds of shit, like interrogations and shit. Some of that shit was invented by them. And you got to like why they did this to the extremes that they did. Well, if you go back into their history, it was done to them by the other tribes, which they called the Apache, which is really a Comanche word that means enemy. And those Apaches just brutalized them. So the Comanches did it in turn. And when it was their turn to be the abuser, they were just off the freaking chain. Great. I mean, really, but they weren't cannibals. That's a myth too. They weren't cannibals. They didn't eat people. The cannibals were the Karankawa and the Tonkawa. They were the cannibals. Yeah.
See, I didn't know that.
No, they wouldn't. They were disgusted by that. They were buffalo hunters, antelope eaters. They didn't.
Those are the skinwalkers right there, man.
Yeah.
Championship skinwalkers, Wendigos is the Tonka ones, and what was the other one? But those are the ones that migrated to Oklahoma, and then sent it back to Texas, and then went to Arizona, New Mexico.
That area is that just east of Belton. That was the Kiowa's land right there. It went from the Brazos up to the Trinity. So everybody knew that part of Northeast Texas, that was literally the Kiowa's land right there. They were so violent. The Comanches, they were the only tribe in Texas that the Comanches were friends with. Now, they would make the journey up to right above Kansas. What's that? Not Missouri. The state right above it. North Dakota, South Dakota, that area up there. They would up to the plains. They would go up there periodically, and they would trade with, or they would come down the Lakota. They were friends with the Lakota, and they were friends with the Cheyenne because they were all horse traders, and so they would trade with them and do powwows with them and stuff. But they weren't in direct conflict with them, so they didn't have a problem with them. But they definitely, their only ally in Texas was the Kiowa. The Kiowa were the only ones that had any real ceremony. They had totems and things like that. The Comanches didn't, man. The Comanches didn't have medicine men. They didn't have any of that shit. It was really not their thing. They were nomadic. They followed the buffaloes and the antelope, and that's what they did. I mean, they were just really brutal, though. 400 square miles of empty land, and if you were caught on it, you were dead. That's pretty much it, or you'd be a prisoner. Now, they weren't above taking people that were warrior stock, and letting them be one of them. You could be a Comanche if you chose a warrior's initiation, which a lot of times would be like a branding or, enduring like intense pain and, and stuff like that. It would just, a lot of people couldn't take it, but you could be one. Just like the Cossacks, they were called the Cossacks of the Plains. And my dad's mother's side was Cossack. And when they did their initiation, it was very similar. The Cossacks, you had to be a Christian. And if you lived in that region where they were at, you were subject to them. Nobody could defeat them. They destroyed army after army after army sent by Russia, Poland, Ukraine, and Turkey. And they were really brutal to the Muslims. They didn't like them. They tortured them, killed them, took everything they could. And eventually they sacked Istanbul and just left it as smoking ruins. But they didn't hold it. They were Black Sea pirates. So they just got on their ships and sailed back to the Caucasian mountains. And then, the Sultan was left with his harem looted, and the women were taken and sold to the, whatever. Just really brutal people, man. I mean, that's, and if you have that blood in you, you're going to be the way you are. I mean, you're going to be a violent, angry person. I look at genetics as a very important, thing that we need to look at as ourselves and try to rise above it. You need to rise above whatever your mentality is. I do believe that stereotypes are there. They're there for a reason. They're not all correct, but they do come into play. And the way to do that and to defeat that is to spiritually look at yourself and try to be a better person, you know. And I think, Abe, what you talk about with the Love Foundation, it's been helping me, man, to always just kind of remember and maintain that, because we are all subject to our genes, man.
Yeah, I think Abe could have. I think Abe had a lot of reasons to be. He could have been mean, you know, just outright mean for the way, you know, he's been through. But I'm not saying that's, you know, his fault, but or, you know, that's an excuse. But Abe could control himself, you know. I mean, I think life could make you mean, Josh. You know,
Yeah.
life
I
could
think
make you mean.
everybody, you know, that you know, you have to look at like spirit, mind, body connection, and I think that that's very important. And I think one of the things that people do, they look at like there's like an attack right now in this society on alpha males. And you have people like that Andrew Tate douchebag is always like, talks real fast and thinks he's so sure of himself, and he says all this horrible shit about women, you know, but he's not the norm. He's not you know, that's not normal. A stable alpha male is there to lead, teach, and be a tool for people to further their, you know, education in our society and in our civilization to get better. But in order to have that, you have to have a mind, spirit, body connection. And people
A
don't
balance.
balance. What they look at is these horrible alpha males that were like, you know, dictators do. They look at like Stalin, Mao, you know, Hitler, and they look at all like really bad people like Saddam Hussein and shit. I mean, those are horrible people. Those are not good examples of alpha males. And almost all of them are atheistic because they're really intelligent, but they don't have a spiritual or a physical connection. You notice their bodies too. They're always like out of shape because those people, and they tend to gravitate toward atheism, which is like the intellectual, you know, whatever. So they philosophize and they gravitate toward Nietzsche and Voltaire and all these different, you know, theories and stuff, Karl Marx. And then they go back and they spout it off, and then they get others to fall into it, and they create a cult of personality, and then they go and they invade and they do all kinds of horrible shit.
Yeah, look at the tyrants through history, Josh. They look at the death they bring, man. The destruction. They just wipe people out, man, with no conscience, no you know, like a beast.
Yeah, and that goes to the like to people's mind, the mindset, which is polluted by the people who run everything, you know, and they say, well, you know, alpha males are bad. Abe is an alpha male. I'm an alpha male. And when alpha males get together, they can work together and get along unless there's one that has to be domineering and whatever. Those people tend to be, like I said, spiritual atheists, and they're usually not the physical kind of people. Like if you meet people who are very, very into fitness and things like that, they get their like strength from the physical side, which is unfortunate because if they could get a balance, you know, between the mind, body, and the spirit, you would be a more complete person, you know. And it is our responsibility to overcome our proclivities from our genes. We are being told in our society that it doesn't matter what your genes are, that you're not, you know, and if you go along with that, you're into some sort of eugenics, you know, you're some kind of Nazi or some kind of weirdo or whatever. That's not the case, man, because you really have to figure out like what your genetics are, because your genetics will tell you what you're prone to and what diseases and things are not good, you know, what can happen to you, what kind of foods you shouldn't eat and stay away from. People that are of Hispanic heritage, native in particular, because a lot of Hispanics have a lot of native blood, sugar is not good for them. They can't eat a lot of sugar. They typically can't process it very well. Black people have a problem with salt because they can't eat salt or sugar because their bodies can't process it. You know, they weren't used to eating that kind of stuff. White people came and said, "Oh, look at this flour. Eat this salt, eat this sugar," and it's not good for people that are native. You know, it's not good for Black people. Those people tend to be lactose intolerant, and you know, there's so you can't just put a brush stroke and say, "Oh, everybody's like this." You know, it's just not the case. And you have to figure out genetic markers, and a lot of people are mixed now. So you have to figure out like what, you know, like my body doesn't process salt very good. I tend to try to stay away from salt and sugar as much as I can, dude. But a lot of people don't do that. You know, they don't look at labels. They don't read. They don't care. And when your body is polluted, your mind is going to be warped. And when your mind is warped, your spirit is just blind. And people don't do it correctly. They start with the physical and then go up. You should start with the spiritual and go down. Spirit, mind, and body. Because the body will be subject to the mind. The mind is subject to the spirit. Get in touch with who you really are as a spiritual being, and you'll figure out what your path really is. Don't overthink things. Thinking is good, but when you follow that mental whatever, your mind will never be as sharp as your spirit. Because once you hone the spirit, the mind is going to follow suit, and then the body will follow the mind. So you can put things into existence, will things to be, and the spirit is going to tell you like where you need to go. A lot of these people are really smart people, and they fall into the trap of becoming like too smart for their own good, and they think, "Oh, there is no God. I'm God, and I'm so smart, and people should do this." And when that happens, they've lost their way. And one of the big traps is with these dictatorial, pontificating people, if they would recognize that God is there, that there is a God, and that he's in charge, and they would give their lives to Christ, they wouldn't have these problems. But how many dictators do you know that are really Christian? None of them, because they wouldn't be doing what they are doing if they were Christian. And most of these politicians literally are oligarchs that have made themselves into a demagogue. I don't mean demigod, which is like their own church. They're a church unto themselves. And that's a problem, because when you have set yourself up like that, you're basically saying like you supersede everything. And when you get enough idiots behind you, then you can literally supersede everything.
And they'll lie to us too, to stay and to maintain their narcissism. You know, the spirit will teach you a lot of things, Josh. I mean, I agree with that. Your spirit could teach you a lot of things. The spiritual could teach you a lot of wisdom, and then make you, if you can understand, you say, "Wait a minute, this is the way I should live." You know,
I think you're like echoing.
it's good to be a good human being. You know,
I think you're echoing, Jaime.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
I hear an
Let me
echo.
see.
I
Yeah.
don't know where it's coming from.
I think okay. My hand was over the. Okay. Let me adjust this right here. Can you hear me now, Abe?
Yeah, I
Okay.
can hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, it just sounded like an echo going on.
Yeah. Yeah. It's my service. I don't got I've had problems. I've been having problems with the internet. So I'm still connected right now. Okay. I don't want to be too loud. Let me see. Okay. There we go. I'll lower a little bit. Yeah. Like you were saying, Josh. Yeah, man. The spiritual. That's why it's good to meditate on that, because we got to have a balance, man. I mean, sometimes everybody's guilty of losing our way. You know, we don't understand it, and you don't understand it when you're young. Sometimes you don't understand when you're young, because sometimes you're just too young to understand these things. And when you get older, then you finally stop and think, wait a minute, spiritual is important, and it's like, I wish you would have known it earlier. Sometimes but anyways, I digress. Go ahead, Abe. Go ahead. You were going to say something?
Oh, I was just listening to y'all, the brother Josh Turner talking.
Yeah, I didn't mean to get too long-winded there. I was just,
No, Josh, that was good, man. I hear you, man. That was good.
I'm just listening, man.
Yeah, that was good.
Debating whether I was going to do a live or not, because they had the damn thing blocking everything, blocking the computers, blocking the cell phone. So I had to drive away from the radius, and I was able to get service. But then when I get back into the radius that they were blocking, I had no service on my phone. So I was like, man, I guess I must have heard my my podcast from last night, and they said, we're not going to let you talk today. But they forget that I do my shows at nighttime. So here we are. Not saying that it's the government, but hey, they're always listening.
They're definitely what you guys were talking. I was doing the patrol earlier, so I couldn't comment when I was driving. But what you guys were saying about something demonic, and it's like a large number of people, I'm in agreement with that. I can tell you right now, I agree with that. That's what's happening. There's people.
Oh, I mentioned to Abe Josh, on earlier, I mentioned to him on the chat that there's a guy on the YouTube. He's a Bigfoot boots on the ground type. But this guy had a Bigfoot demonic experience, and Abe, I just told him, you got to hear this, man. And this just like validates a lot what he's talking about. I mean, Abe got to hear it. It's called Proof Bigfoot is Demonic. It's on YouTube. Punch it in, you'll find it, Abe. It's gonna. I mean, it's just like when I saw that, I watched it all. I was like, whoa, the guy is really. It really got emotional of what he experienced, because he's been boots on the ground for so long, and then something bad happened to him and his partner. And you got to check it out, Abe, for yourself. That when you see it, you'll know what I mean. So I just want to mention that. You got me.
What I was saying earlier too, guys, about like the powers that be, the people who are in charge, they have a vested interest. If you watch something in the media and they're pushing the narrative, then they're up to something, and it's not good. And I know that recently the narrative has been, anti-white people and shit. And so it just kind of made me wonder. I'm like, why are they doing that? I started noticing a lot of that when I was younger, and it's just gotten worse and worse and worse to the point where, you got people punching white people in the face up there in Cincinnati, and it's like, it's gotten so bad, and everything is so racially charged. And coming from a town like I did, where everybody's was it was racially divided, but we managed to make it work. I know that it can be done. You don't have to be hating people and picking out people's sins from the past or whatever, because here in Texas, I can tell there's been a lot of it from every side. I mean, there's been this group did this, and then there was reprisals to it, and then this group did that. And it really brought to me when I was 12 years old, and my dad's friend down in the valley. My dad grew up with that guy, man, and he just like nonchalantly talked about. He's a Mexican. He's Mexicano. He's Tejano, right? His grandparents were from originally. And my dad pointed that out to him. He was like, well, you were originally from Mexico yourself. He goes, yeah, but I'm not a wetbag. I'm not from that, And they thought nothing of just killing a guy and just, oh, well, if we had to call the police, it would have been a big deal, But it was something that happened when he was a teenager. He was like already in his, I guess he was like in his early 30s or something. He was like my dad's age. But you're sitting there going like, damn, dude, like they just buried that guy like it was nothing. And then he didn't care because he knew how it was down there, The other Hispanics that ran that area, they weren't going to do anything to him, and nobody was going to care about some guy from Mexico that trespassed and got shot in the head.
Yeah.
So it just that trip all the way back from Weslaco or he was in Edinburgh, and we're coming back, and I just told my dad, I was like, we were like somewhere near like Carn City or something. I think we'd stopped to use the restroom. There was a Pizza Hut there that we stopped at sometimes, and there was nothing there, in that area on the way back until you got to Corpus area, whatever. And my dad was just like, yeah, well, nothing we could do about it. That's how people are, son. Shit happens. And he goes, Nacho's been my friend for a long time. I'm not going to not be his friend because of something he did when he was a teenager. But it wasn't him that killed him. It was his uncle, but he was there. And it was just me thinking like how nonchalant they were about it. But I remember hanging out down there in Harlingen and in Fresno City and all the different places. That shit was rough, man. I remember going into those places, man, hanging out in Stilettos and McAllen and the Jaguar Club in Harlingen. And I watched a guy, I mean, that happened in the street too. I watched a guy get his throat cut, but this dude was on the ground, man. And I watched these dudes just stab the shit out of this dude, up and bleeding out of his neck and shit. And it wasn't my fight. It wasn't my thing, But these people were brutal. They would throw down and fight. And, I watched the guy's head get run over one time at a club in McAllen. And you're just like, these guys, they were in gangs and they would do this shit. They would do this shit to each other, man. It was like same thing the natives did to each other. It was tribal warfare. Like, okay, this group over here doesn't like this group over here. Brutally murder and kill. And then these people get together and they're like, well, it's not really us. It's these other people that are oppressing us. And really and truly, there's been one group of people who've been in charge at the top for a very, very long time. And they're very vampiric in nature. And we're not even really allowed to talk about them other than in hushed tones. And if you do, you could be canceled or fucked up, And so you got to be real careful. But It's like
They'll find
an
you.
open secret. But they're in charge, and
You
so
don't want to be
everybody
on the
can point the
radar.
finger at this person.
Yeah.
There's a reason those particular people now want white people gone. There's got to be a reason. You know what I mean? So you got to
Yeah.
wonder like what the agenda is. Well, I think it's very simple. I think the white people are unpredictable, and they don't all come from one type of stock. They are the only group of people who have a difference in hair color and eye color, and if you got to realize like that is a huge like white people are not just white people. Like, you got green hair, or green eyes, blue eyes, dark hair, dark eyes, blonde hair, red hair. And they're the only race of people that have those genetic differences, literally. So if you're wanting homogenization, you're going to want to get rid of that. You don't want that unpredictability. You want to know, even if the people are brutal and mean, you at least want to know what you're going to get from them. And you want people that are more controllable. Well, white people have proven that they're very intelligent, and that they can overcome a lot of shit. So I think that that's why they're trying to wipe them out, man. I really do. Nobody is going to tell you that. They're too scared to say anything because these overlords don't want you saying that. And then you have the dumbasses like this guy from Oklahoma and this dumbass, the one that used to be a cop here in Texas, that make white people look the way that they want them to look, like a bunch of evil ass redneck trash. So you dump a bunch of drugs into the black community, you make them all fucked up, you ruin their mindset, you destroy their ability to do anything, and then you do it to the Hispanic people, you do it to the white people. Eventually, and they use the white people to do it to the other people. They use the Hispanic people to do it to these Hispanic people. So once they divide and conquer and they get everybody divided by race, gender, politics, religion, the big four, eventually everybody is so, beat down and fatigued with it that they fold and become, homogenized. But you don't want those genes, that unpredictability popping back up. So you drown it out. You breed it out of existence. You strangulate it. You make the women go, oh, I don't want to be with a white guy because they're evil, bad people who did bad things. And then you do the same thing to the black people, the black community. They don't stay with their women. They don't want to be with them. I mean, it's horrible and nobody's going to talk about this. It's something people don't talk about. Me, I don't give a fuck. I tell the truth always, whatever it is, even if it means you die, I tell the truth. And this is what they're doing. And they're doing it with religion too. Like, oh, don't be a Christian, go be a Muslim or whatever, go convert to some other religion. Put all the religions together and make them all one world religion. That's what they do. And it's a divisive thing. They're using it to take us away from our heritage, take us away from Christ, and teaching these kids. How is it that some of these celebrities can have 3 sons and all of them are gay? All of them are wanting to be females. This is not normal, folks. I'm telling you, none of this shit is correct. None of it. It is horrible. And I'm telling you, dude, it's all part of a plan, dude. Somebody makes a billboard ad and says this girl has good genes, and these liberals, these leftist herds, man, they're all a bunch of big fat white women, dude, and they're all that's her. Oh my god, she's a piece of shit, and nobody wants to fuck them because they look like Cartman in a dress, dude. So obviously, yeah, it's going to be a problem. I mean, they're going to screech and howl and say all kinds of crazy shit, but they don't have any culture left. So they go and they put a fucking nose ring in their nose and paint their hair blue, and act like fucking retards and vote for Kamala. I mean, it's just where we're at, man. It's just where we're at, and nobody wants to talk about it, man. Nobody. And they say, oh, well, we're not going to watch your show anymore. I don't give a fuck off. Don't watch my show. Who cares? There'll be real people that I know are real people, and they'll watch it because they want to know what's really going on. They want real shit. They don't want this AI generated fake crap. It's just a bunch of stupid shit. Yeah, and it's hard. It's a lot of work, man. It's hard fucking work. But that's what makes it worth it, dude. You put out a good product and you tell people what's really happening. That's what you do too, Abe. I mean, it's like we're all in this together. And we tell the truth. They don't like it when you talk about war or whatever. These people have an idealized version of war. They think that war is some bullshit on television that they see, and it's like all heroic and shit. No, man, this shit's fucking brutal. It's quick and dead, and it's just fuck. That's it. There's no It's random death, dude. And these people would never survive in that shit. So they go and they don't realize that up until the 1940s, we really did not idealize war like we do now. The people that would come back from these engagements would tell everybody it's fucked. It's completely off the chain horrible. But these people, war through television, the people that make all this money off of it, the same people that run society, they're like, oh, go to war, man. It's like awesome, dude. You go in there, it's like Top Gun, it's like fucking, Full Metal Jacket, and it's something to be praised. Yeah, you might get shot and blown to pieces, but probably not. You'll come back and you'll just be a hero, whatever. They don't tell the horrible side of it about how fucked up you are from coming back from it, how it permanently scars you mentally, physically, and spiritually. And you have to work through all of that. And it takes some of the best people that we have to offer, because you can't have gimps running around fighting a war. So you have to have the people who are physically, mentally, and spiritually strong. You know what I mean? Are you there?
I just had to block somebody here started talking about women body parts and stuff, so I booted them out. Probably one of those idiots with a fake account.
Yeah. Can you hear me, Abe?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, okay. Because the chat disappeared for me, but no. So it takes the best and brightest of our society, and it just puts them into a meat grinder, and it f's them up, dude. Sorry for the cussing. I just got carried away, but
that's fine.
Yeah, it just f's you up, dude. And I mean, like, look at you, Abe. Like, you're a rock. You're a rock. You're a solid dude. But war almost took you away from all of us. You wouldn't be able to teach us anything if you had been destroyed in that conflict. And it's something I know a lot about. And I can tell you this: it's a horrible, horrible thing to witness. And people, they don't understand. Like my Uncle Frank, he was one of the greatest guys ever, man. But Vietnam just destroyed his mentality, dude. Like, it took him. Some days you couldn't even leave the house, dude. It was just so bad. And for years, he struggled with all kinds of shit. And he finally just got his shit together, got a good job, worked as a prison guard for like 25 years or something like that, 30 years, retired, and just lived his life. And he was a very strong warrior type guy. And, Ward, though, it really took a lot out of him. He was a very intelligent guy. And I think he could have been a different person, if he hadn't gone through the meat grinder, and fighting the wars. And that's what they do, man. And they make everybody believe that it's some idealized thing, like they idealize it and normalize it in TV and in movies. And it's not normal, but they make the abnormal normal. And that's a horrible, horrible thing, dude. Just like being a thug or a gangster, man, dude, it's horrible, dude. Like, you're not supposed to have to witness all that kind of shit. But you do, and then you're warped, like it fucks you up, and then you have to work your way through it and bring yourself back. And what are you going to do? Go to therapy? I mean, come on, dude. You're a man, right? So you don't just, I need a psychiatrist to work through all the pain. No, dude. I mean, you just have to deal with it, because as a man, that's what you do. And it's really hard for men to talk to other men about this shit, I mean, so you get your wife and you tell your wife whatever, because guys are terrible about opening up about the shit that they hold inside. And so that's another way that they get us. They suppress us. And, if you talk about it, well, you're not supposed to talk about your feelings. You're not supposed to talk about how you feel about it or whatever, because that's for women. And then the alpha male, once again, is stigmatized. And then you got all these people who are like, well, I'm not a beta male, even though that's not a bad thing to be following somebody who's a stronger alpha. You have to do it throughout your life. You have to follow other alphas, even though you're an alpha yourself. But you're categorized as this beta male cuck because you don't conform, you know what I mean? Like, so you're like, oh, well, I don't conform, so I'm a sigma. So they start this new name for people who are basically don't want to conform to anything, and they don't care, and they don't want to follow any rules or instructions, and they want to be like basically like a typically atheist too, but they want to be a pseudo intellectual, follow pseudoscience, make up their own rules, make up their own story, and then basically not conform to anything at all, and be their own man, go their own way, whatever you want to call that. They don't ever achieve. They don't do anything. They don't ever get anywhere, because if you don't get in with the group somewhere, to help each other out, you won't achieve shit. These so-called Sigma males, they don't ever achieve. They are always below the median, always. And they don't even see it themselves. They think that they're living their best life. No, dude, you've bought into the system of we don't be a beta, because if you're a beta, you're a follower of somebody. But I'm a follower of certain people, right? So even though I'm an alpha male, I still follow other people, you know? There's still people that you're going to look at, male and female, that you're like, oh, I look up to those people, I admire those people, and I hope that they achieve and whatever, and I throw my lot in with them, right? But we're taught as men in this country, especially, and in the West, don't do that, because then you're just beta male cuck. And if you do that, then you're, so let's make up a new name and let's just not conform to anything and not care. The biggest problem is men in this society, they don't care. They don't care about their family. They don't care about their history, their heritage, even their freaking gender. They don't care about religion. They don't care about politics. They just totally drop out. And when those people are the weakest people in society, because they're not counted. I always tell people, stand to be counted. Pick a side and go with it. If that's, if you have to. Don't sit there and watch everything and be like, oh, I'm just going to watch all this shit, man. Yeah, okay. What is that? That's basically like saying you're Count Saint Germain, the wandering Jew. You watched Jesus be executed and you did nothing. You just sat there and spectated. So you were cursed to be a spectator. And you did not care. You did not care about the people that suffered or whatever. Now, if you can't do nothing about it, I've been in that position. I understand. But there are people who literally will watch others suffer. They'll take out their damn cell phone and they'll video it, dude. And that's become a new trend. And those are those Sigmas that I'm talking about. They're like, oh, I'm going to just not participate in society, but I'm going to do it my way. And there's no reason. Like, they don't have a real reason to not participate. They're just doing it because literally they're mentally lazy. And then they don't want to be thought of as some cuck that follows somebody. So, it's a very rap music oriented mentality. It used to be the heavy metal music. Now it's rap music. And they use these tools to literally hamstring people and make them drop out of society. I mean, that's just, to go on my soapbox, but that's pretty much what it is. And when you observe it in real time, you're going like, what the freaking hell? And some of the worst people come out of that. We know, because that guy from Oklahoma, he's like that. He's convinced everybody to follow him, that he's this weird ass, the new way to be. Now people have caught on and they figured it out, but he had a little thing going for a while until
in the military, we used to say he's ate the fuck up.
Yeah.
He's a dipshit, man. That dude, man, I done figured it on him a long time ago. I'm telling you, if he was in the front lines with me, I would have done whooped his ass. I would have taken him to the wood lines and just taught him a lesson of a lifetime.
Somebody would have fragged his ass.
Everybody's figuring him out. That he's a con artist, a liar. They done figured him out. Doesn't matter what kind of content he puts out there. Everybody done figured him out. Okay, let's see what we got here. Let's see. Then when he say he's boots on the ground, that's boots on the ground is a military term. When you go land somewhere where there's you go on a mission or go to a combat environment, and your boots are the first thing to touch on the ground. That's what we call it, boots on the ground. So you got this guy that's bent out of shape, calling himself boots in the ground, in which he's never served the military, to call himself boots in the ground. It's more like belly in the ground. I mean, it's bent out of shape. Wants to copy what everybody's talking about. He wants to mimic what everybody's doing. If he's acting up, boot him out, sister. I already booted him up from the Restream chat. If he's acting up on the YouTube channel, boot him out. Because I'm not seeing him here. Yeah, he's probably drunk. Like last time. But yeah, just put him up. Put him up. Let me drop the link again here. There we go. Let me go check that other site. There's a link right there. There he is.
Sorry about
Alright.
that. The thing dropped off. I don't know what happened.
Yeah. Yeah, he's probably the guy from Australia. He's probably drunk off his ass again. I done told him don't be coming in here drunk talking. He's just talking about female.
What is that? Who is this guy?
Some guy from Australia.
Because somebody said fairy sprite.
Yeah, he's probably talking about his blow up doll and shit.
I don't know what to focus with.
No, but I told him to put him up. Good Joel, oh man, he's making all kinds of noise. He's just talking about female.
Who is this guy?
Wait one. Oh, he's echoing. Can you hear me, Wolf?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, brother Joel, he was echoing pretty bad. There you go. I'm looking. Let's see, who is this? Simon still here?
Yeah, I'm here, Abe.
Oh, okay.
I'm
There
here.
you go.
I should be. I get cut out.
Bear with me because all the connection from earlier. I mean, it seems like it's working, but what's the name was echoing real bad. What's the name? He's not there
Bounty
anymore.
says he drank the bubbles.
I'm here.
He did. He drank something, I guess.
Oh man, he was drinking last time and smoking some stuff, and I told him, hey, man, he came back sober the following day, and then he's drunk again. It's like talking about woman body parts and stuff.
Yeah, the only thing I heard was he didn't like me. I was like, I don't even know this guy, and I don't give a shit.
Oh, I think that was that guy that was on your show, Josh, the one time.
He was on my show.
I think it was. Well, I don't know if it's the same guy. No, I don't know. Maybe it
I
was.
don't think so.
No, it wasn't him. No, it was another
I've never
guy.
had any disrespectful Aussies. I've had Aussies on there. They were always respectful. I don't know who this guy is.
No, he was Irish. Oh, Irish. I think. Was he Irish?
Oh, that guy. Yeah, that guy. That with the big old beard, long-haired guy.
Yeah. Yeah,
he's Irish.
You gave him a mean. Yeah, you got a mean on him. I mean, you let him know what was that you read him the right act. I mean, I remember, man.
Yeah, he's in there talking all this shit. Obama is a very respectful man. He's a very good guy. Like, shut up, dude. Obama's gay and his wife is a dude. Shut up, dude.
Oh man, he's in the shit right now too because I don't even want to start on that. I don't even want to open that can, man. That's
freaking snake.
Yeah, he
didn't do anything for black people, but he did a bunch of shit for gay people.
Mm-hmm.
Gay marriage, man. He gave them gay marriage, dude.
They want us to accept their shit. Like, you're a man. You want me to accept you as a fucking woman that are forcing us? Fuck that shit. Get put in the law, make it in laws. They have a right, because you're confused. We have to, because that's not our problem.
The thing is, if you're that way, be that way, but you don't have the right to push it on us and push it on children. Why do you need drag queens reading to children? Right?
Oh, that's fucking evil, man. That is freaking evil. That is straight fucking evil. That's freaking evil. Parents should just take their kids out of school. You know what? I don't want my kid in this school. I don't want my kid getting taught by that, weirdo. wingnuts, man.
Call it what it is, dude. That's what they are. They're pinche cortos, man. I mean, that's what
Yeah,
they are.
cortos.
Then they want to push all this shit on us, man. I mean, bunch of mentiras. I'm a woman, dude. You have a dingling. You're a man. Okay, there is no 487 genders. There's 2. That's it.
And you were born that way. That's the way you're. Don't matter if you cut it off, man. You're still a fucking dude. You're shit. Fuck that shit, dude.
I mean, these people that go along with this crap, dude, and then they want to neuter people, dude. Like they want everybody to be a neutered little cocker spaniel, dude. Dude, my nickname is Wolf, dude. I'm not gonna go down and be some kind of little bitch because they want me to be, tone it down. No, I'm not going to do that. We need men right now to stand up and take charge. The people in Europe are being eaten alive by illegal immigration, dude. It is a nightmare right now.
Oh yeah,
what is happening?
Oh hell yeah. Even Spain, Wolf.
Spain is. They're all being brought to their knees in the West. This was orchestrated. That's why they created the European Union and that Angela Merkel, that fathead bitch. She's a communist piece of shit. She came in and brought them all to their knees, and flooded it with immigration, and they're just drowning in it now. 13% of the Belgian people below the age of 18 are actually Belgian. Think about that. 13%. That's it. Germany's, I think, like 24% or something. It's horrible, dude. They're being bred out of existence. They are being destroyed. Yeah. They're being completely destroyed. And then their governments are so evil, dude. They won't let them fight back against this invasion. When they try to fight back, the government goes and attacks them and goes and kicks their doors in. And then I hear people going, well, my uncle's a cop, my cousin's a cop, or whatever. Over there in Europe, I hear it all the time. And I'm like, then why are they going along with it? Why are they they are citizens of those countries? Why are they going and kicking in people's doors and taking them out for fighting back against an invasion? These police over there in all these different countries, Belgium, France, Italy, Germany, Spain, they need to stand up and go, we're not going to sit here and attack our own citizens for some fuckhead from, whatever butthole country they come from. I mean, dude, give me a fucking break. Dude, literally these people that are coming from these countries, like, Somalia, a lot of them are from these countries that we went to war with because they were so horrible. I mean, dude, I'm telling you, it's horrible, dude. These people, they don't come with good intentions, and they're all males, and I know why they're bringing them in, because they want them to assimilate with the women and breed with the women and breed the European men out of existence. This is what they are doing, and they're doing it, not just doing it there, they're doing it in Hispanic countries too. Mexico has its own immigration problems right now. It's unfucking real. They are moving all these different people from the third world into second and first world countries, and they are literally destroying these places, dude. They shit all in the streets. They do all kinds of crap. I'm going to tell you something. Canada is now India. It's fucking India, dude.
Oh, shit.
Where's Dick Richards at? Where's Dick?
Oh.
Yeah. Dick Richard was talking about that the other night, no?
Yeah.
He's from Canada, too.
Fuck that shit.
There he is, Dick Richards.
Yeah. Yeah. Richards. Man, I think Poland is the only European country that man up. Get man up, man. Poland put a block on that shit. She goes, no, you're not coming in here. Poland, I think, is the only European country that fucking manned up. They manned
Bulgaria, up. No, it's Poland, Bulgaria, and the Baltic countries, the Balkan countries, and then Hungary, and I think not the Czech Republic. They're being fucked up too.
Damn.
No, what's it called? Right next door to Czech Republic. Used to be Czechoslovakia. Slovakia's another one. They're not taking their shit. They won't take in the immigrants like they're telling a mandate. Oh, if you want to be part of the European Union, fuck the European Union. Why do you want to be part of the beast? Don't be part of it. And then England needs to get rid of those fucking leftists in there, just turning it into Londanistan. I mean, dude, it is fucking ridiculous. But there is a group of people at the top that are doing this. You gotta, dude. Jesus tells us who they are. Go look it up, dude. reckon the number of the beast. The 666. There is a certain symbol on a certain flag, and it is the 666. That's what it comes out to. And when you read Revelation 2:9 and 3:9, you'll know who I'm talking about.
And all this shit's
that
gonna
is
lead up to that,
exactly who
Josh.
they are.
Slowly, this is all this is gonna lead up to that, man. That slowly by
It is.
all this turmoil. Yeah, and that's part of it. That's part of it. You know.
Yeah.
Then he's gonna show up and make everything nice. You know, okay, I'm gonna take care of everything. You know, that's him. But it's gonna be a lie. It's gonna be him and the false prophet. That's when they're gonna show up. After all kinds of shit happens, Josh. Then we're gonna, oh man, we need help, man. Nobody, you know, who's gonna help us? I mean, we don't have a leader. We're really down in the whole world, and everybody's gonna be. We need somebody, and we don't believe in Jesus, but we need somebody to help us. You know, our economy and our wars and everything, and in the middle, everything and more. You know, then he shows up. That's.
Hey, look at that stupid bitch that's the mayor of Toronto. Like, you look at her, that Asian lady, dude. She's Chinese. Obviously, she's a Chinese communist. She supports anything and everything that's bad. They want to put a tax on everything. They made a rain tax, folks. A rain tax. So you're getting taxed by the fucking weather that they induced. Canada is now California, but like an entire country that's California. And it is now so fucked. And every time she gets up there and talks, I want to puke. I mean, like, I've watched some videos of her, and there's a comedian, Ben Bankus, who makes fun of her. And you dog like that, and said one of my eye is drooping from the jaw of the COVID vaccine. And I think everybody should go and get another vaccine. Get 20 of the Buddha, and then pay a rain tax. Pay the tax because you need to be a communist. Fuck you, bitch. I mean, this is ridiculous.
We got spies over here, man. We got freaking Chinese spies over here.
Yeah, they're everywhere. They're all over the place. We basically have China and India right at our doorstep, like right in our countries, dude. Everywhere you look at the tiny man trying to look at you.
Chinese police, Josh, in New York, man. They busted a fucking.
They have their own. You have Islamic bases here, dude. You have Chinese communist bases here.
Yeah.
Canada is completely overrun. Why? Because nobody paid attention to Trudeau. Trudeau is actually, he was a communist. His dad was Fidel Castro. Look at him. Look at the guy. I promise you, if that fucker ever was forced to take a DNA test, the beard in Cuba would be his dad. And his mother admitted to having an affair with Castro. She admitted it. I mean, like, yeah, that's her son. Look at Angela Merkel, dude. She looks like Hitler, dude. I'm not even joking. When you look at Aleister Crowley, George Bush's wife, Aleister Crowley. I mean, they do this shit in plain fucking sight, dude. Michelle Obama, dude. How many videos are there of her wiener flopping around? And they said, "Oh, that's AI." This was long before AI, bro. Long before AI.
Then I hear Obama getting freaky with the fucking bus, the fucking the guy who drives him around, his butler or his cook. You hear about? Remember that shit, man? This is fucking. You can't make up this shit, man. I mean, you know what I'm saying? I mean, man, this shit gets deep. This fucking rabbit hole was. And right now, all kinds of crap is going down. Right now, the fucking senators, Democrats left fucking Texas. They took off, man, because they don't want to be reseated. Hey, you got me? You hear me? Anybody?
Yeah.
Anybody there? Okay. Yeah. Oh man.
Yeah, they're gonna get rid of him though. What's his face? Governor Abbott's gonna put him in jail. He's already arrested two of them.
You know, screw him, man.
So what is going to happen when they put him in jail? They're going to lose their job?
Fuck no. No, what they're going to do is they're going to use their power and their influence, and they're going to get out, and they're going to bail out, and then they're going to go back to Congress, and they're going to be forced to sit there. But they're not going to get in any trouble. Promise you they won't. None of them get in trouble. They're all pedos, dude. They're pedos. They drink blood. They use adrenochrome to stay alive forever. Okay.
Oh yeah,
Look
I heard
at
about that
Jacob
shit.
Rothschild. That motherfucker was over 100 years old. Eli Rothschild over 100 years old. Why are these people so old and their elongated, weird ass skulls from their reptilian ass bloodline? These people are vampires, dude. They live
That's why they're
forever. They're
trafficking
evil.
kids, man. Josh, you hear about that? That's why they're trafficking kids. They take their adrenochrome and terrorizing these children, all these children for their adrenochrome. I mean, it gets fucking crazy, man. I mean, you can't make this shit up. They're getting adrenochrome. I heard about that from the children. Off of the trafficking people, man. It's fucking
And look
insane.
at all
If
the
it's
trans people. Look at all these trans people that are like Madeline. I think Madeline just posted in there in the chat that
I'll be right back,
Macron,
guys. I'll be right back.
the prime minister of France, his wife is a fucking dude, man. It's a fucking dude, man. I'm telling you, man. And they came out flat out and they were just like, yep, it's a dude. Because they were trying to sue for defamation and then they got thrown out because it's actually a dude. I mean, it's crazy, dude, what's going on here. I mean, you can't even, like I said, you can't even make this shit up, man. It's so bizarre, dude. You don't need fiction when you have all of this shit, man. That's why I don't really care about fiction.
Yeah.
Because there's crazy, weird shit that's real, dude.
yeah, man. Right
Dick
now, man.
Richards, I believe
Texas,
that.
the capital.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Or Josh, can you hear?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, okay, Josh. I thought
You look,
I think we
look at
lost
how many
Dave.
women are supposedly in
Is Richards
Hollywood,
on?
dude. Can you hear me?
Oh, that's another freak show. Yeah, jobs unless they sleep with the fucking, unless they're giving up their man. I mean, that's you heard shit, man. That's
males,
like
yeah.
that deep bullshit.
Yeah.
And that one actor, he gave it up, man. He gave up the news. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
They're all
crazy,
perverts,
dude.
man. They're
It's nuts.
perverted. These
These
fucking
people,
producers.
they're evil, dude.
They're perverted, man. These producers. And you want to roll? Yeah, you're gonna have to ride the white pony.
Yeah, Robert here. His name is what is his name? I can't read that, dude. Anyway, he says, yeah, good is bad and bad is good. Yeah, they've turned everything. They've inverted everything, dude. Everything.
Mm-hmm.
They call evil good and good evil, and it's so twisted, dude. It's so twisted. Yeah. And people wonder why there's all these people seeing all these demons and shadow people. I saw a shadow person tonight when I was driving doing my patrol. Saw a shadow person right there on somebody's. I thought it was a bush, I mean. I thought it was a freaking bush, and I was with my wife, and I go, look, there's a freaking, that thing is moving. It was a shadow person, dude. I was sitting there talking, and we were talking about these witches and their witchcraft and what they're doing, and then I see a freaking bush. There's a shadow.
Yeah, I mean, Texas, Josh, I'm not knocking Texas. I'm from there, man. My roots are there. And there's some crazy, there's evil shit there, man. Josh, I believe it. Look what Abe's been through. And then I believe you. You say you saw a fucking shadow person. I believe it, man. I mean, Texas is, it has a fucking dark side. I'm not knocking it. I'm from there, man. My relatives.
No. This is a battleground, bro. This is a battleground state. I'm telling you, they're trying to take it and make it evil, dude. They want it to be evil.
Yeah, they're trying. I mean, completely take over. I mean, like I said, the woods there, and like the forest, they're fucking loaded, man. I wouldn't want to go camping in any of the forest there, man. Because
no.
You know what I mean? I wouldn't want to camp in any of the forest.
All you got to do, Jaime, is listen to Juan Arturo Mata, who was on my show talking about what happened to him at Pedernales State Park. That kind of shit happens all the freaking time. I've heard people talk about it in McKinney Falls. I've heard people talk about it in David Crockett National Park or State Park, whatever. I've heard all of these people, like different places, all these different state parks, Inks Lake Park, all these different places. I've heard so many different stories. Big Bend. They have tons and tons of stories from these places, man.
The Big Thicket. Yeah,
the Big Thicket,
they find headless people out there with no head.
Yeah, there's a lot of crazy stuff going on. When you look at these people seeing these cryptids and all this shit, that's why. We're living in this time period right now where the veil is thinning and everybody's, freaking out because this shit's becoming more prevalent.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I just think a few years ago, like you never heard of a dog man. What the hell's a dog man? A werewolf? And I first saw this like werewolves. Really? Werewolves? Who's seen fucking werewolves? I kept following that subject, and I'm like, what the hell? And there's hundreds of people that have sightings. Josh,
Yeah,
hundreds.
I saw one when I was 15 in my hometown.
Yeah, I'm like, I thought it was a movie, man. I thought this was a Hammer movie, not reality.
Yeah.
I thought it was just Hammer movies and myths. But then you go in history and you find out like what the flip? It's just real, man. I mean, it's just and there's so many people seeing these things. So you don't think they're crazy? No, I don't think they're crazy. No, man. There's too many people. Not everybody's crazy. They can't all be crazy, man. No way. Something's going on, and it's diabolical. I don't want to get deep into it, but yeah, man, it's this shit is fucking scary, man. And Texas, I mean, I understand, man. I wouldn't want to camp in any of those woods, man. Hell no. Or even go for a fucking hike. No way, man. Unless I got a bunch of people with me and I'm armed to the teeth. But other than that, hell no.
So we still got Brother Wolf here.
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, okay.
Hello.
I'm just here
Hey.
watching the chat.
Oh,
Listening to you.
okay. Yeah. Man, man. I'm like, shit, man. Texas. Was it the Daniel Boone Forest?
Josh? Said you seen
Hello?
a shadow figure tonight?
Sorry, I can't hear you. What?
Wait up. You seen the shadow figure? There you go. You seen the shadow figure tonight?
Yeah, earlier.
Can you hear me? Test.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Saying, did you seen a shadow figure tonight? Did we lost time, man?
Oh, I'm here. Hey.
Yeah, I'm here too.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you say you ran into a shadow figure tonight?
Yeah, I did. When I was driving, like I was in Round Rock, and I look over to the left, and there was this thing. I don't know what the hell. It looked like a bush, and I was like, "Oh, that's weird. That bush is." And I felt pretty stupid because I was like, "That bush is moving." I was like, "That's a freaking shadow man, dude." Yeah, I was like, I told my wife, I was like, "Look!" When she missed it, I mean, she was sitting next to me in the vehicle, but she was looking at her phone. She was watching your show.
Oh man.
Y'all were talking about witchcraft, and I started talking about it, and then right after that, I saw that shit, man. Like I was like, "Well, that's crazy."
Yeah, they're around in Central Texas. Well, all over Texas. Was this shadow figure? Did it have a corn on the cob?
Thankfully, not. No.
Yeah,
just
man,
lean
they're
back.
everywhere. And they won't hide from you either. They'll show themselves.
Yeah. Yeah, that reminds me, Abe, when I told you about my brother. He told me, he goes, "Hey man, someone pulled my leg, man. Almost pulled him out of bed. Remember I told you, Abe?" And then he got up. He goes, "What the heck?" He gets up, turns the light on,
I'm gonna mute my microphone for a minute. I'll be back.
Okay.
Already.
He sees a shadow figure, Abe. Something pulled his leg, man. His foot. Le jaló la pata, like, and he got up. He told me, "What? Are you freaking serious?" Yeah. And he gets up, he turns the light on, and he goes in the living room, and he sees a fucking shadow, Abe, like a cloaked shadow. And well, we hooked up my brother with something, some spiritual, some, we got our own little things, we hooked him up so he could be protected. But me and my friend, we hooked him up, and man, I'm just like, what the hell now? What? And I think it's probably came from his ex-girlfriend, his crazy girlfriend he had. And I remember I told you, Abe, she got killed, man. She got ran over by a car. I mean, this chick was so fucking out of her mind, man, screaming. I mean, she was crazy, man. I mean, loca. And she was hauling ass down the road on a bike, and then the fucking car hit her and took her out. I'm like, well, I don't wish nobody the death, nobody,
Yeah.
but you know what I mean? And I just have, man, because she probably was cargada,
Yeah, you
She
can
would have
share a
to be-
story, brother, if you like. It's Bruja Lechuza, so you got some stories to share with the audience. Go ahead.
Mhm.
I'll let you have the floor for a little bit here.
Okay,
Uh,
who else is here? Who's here, Abe? Who else? Me and
just me, you, and Josh, but he's taking a little break.
oh, okay.
But I'll
Um,
let you share. I'll let you shop. I'm doing something real quick, and I'll be right back.
yeah, okay.
Lechuza and Bruja's stories, if you got any.
Okay, well, okay. Let
I
me
know you
think.
got some because you've seen some stuff.
Uh-huh. Yeah, my brother.
Uh,
Yeah, yeah, Josh. My brother, man. He one day, man. He told us, hey, man, something pulled my leg in bed. I was in bed, and they almost yanked him out of his bed, and he gets up and he turns the light on. There's a shadow, a form of a man, you know, and I was like, what? And then something else happened. He was watching TV in his living room, and he sees a figure of a person, a form of a human, walk right by him and sit next to him. You know how the Predator, the movie Predator. Remember it was in that translucent state. How it was like, how that cloaked cloak form. The alien in Predator, the movie, the first one. It looks something like that. You could see the outline. He could see this thing with arms and legs just walking. It walked right past him and sat next to him. But it didn't harm him, or he didn't hear no voices. He didn't get attacked or anything. It just sat next to him, and then he tells his friend, "Hey, man, you didn't see that? You didn't see that?" He goes, "No." He just seen the guy. He asked his friend, "Hey, you didn't see that walk by me and sit next to you?" Or he goes, "No." And I'm like, "What?" I'm like, "Well, okay. Well, what's this about?" Um, it's just. I mean, I've had a few spiritual situations, my personal self, but they were they were like liberating. I got something out of the house. It finally, left by prayers, Josh. But this is the only dark story I have about my brother. He's okay now. He's fine. He don't have no more problems. And I tell him, if you do have any problems, you got to do something. You just can't ignore it. You got to deal with it. Hello, Josh.
He's taking a break.
Oh, that's right. That's right, huh? Okay, sorry. Let me see. ¿Qué más? ¿Qué más? Let me see.
Tell him the story about what your mom said about the.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, my mother told me this when she since we're from Texas, Brownsville. My mother, when she was a young lady, I guess she was assisting a curandera in that town. And my mother was with her one day. They were out real late in the morning. I think about three or four in the morning, and they see this lechuza passing over this, above them flying. But this owl, it was an owl. It had a lamp in its talons, and my mom and the curandera, the lady, they're watching this thing, this huge owl with a lamp, a oil lamp, flying above them. And the curandera, she knew right away what it was. It was a witch. And my mom was young, and she was tripping. She was looking at this, and then the curandera starts praying, praying, and she's just looking up at her fly above them, and she's praying. And when the owl passed above them, she witnessed the owl go down, man. She hit the ground. She went down. She crashed, man. She hit the ground. And then they walked up there. She was far, maybe like 50 yards. She said, I think it was around 50 yards away when the owl hit the ground. And when they finally got up to her, when they finally got close to her, there's a woman sitting on the ground, and this was an owl. They witnessed an owl. It was an owl. And then when she got close to her, this woman, and she was a witch, she told the curandera, please don't kill me. Please let me go. Let me go. Don't kill me. Please don't kill me. And she scolded her. I guess my mother told me that she scolded her. She scolded this witch. She was a young woman. She said she was a young woman. And I don't know. I don't know if she walked away or she turned back into an owl or she flew away. But she had a witness with her own eyes an owl witch, a witch in the form of an owl, flying in the air, man. At night, they could see this light, and they could see her. There was still some. I guess they could still see her with I don't know if there was neon light. There was still any light present, but she could see her flying over her. And you don't see an owl carrying lamps. That's crazy, man. You never see that. They might be carrying a mouse or a rabbit or something, but not a lamp. Well, when the owl hit the ground, it was a woman. Instantly, it was a woman, not a girl, not an owl. It was a woman. And I'll never forget that. My mom told me the story, and I was like, what, Mom? Is that true? Oh, that's crazy. You go, see, mijo, yo estaba ahí. She was there. And you know what? I think if this is the same curandera, my mother told me about her. This curandera would do exorcisms. I remember she used to perform exorcisms. And there was always a ruckus. My mom would assist her. And sometimes my mother would stay out, because it was really crazy, man. She said it really got crazy. There was a ruckus, screaming and yelling, like your basic exorcisms. There would be a lot of yelling. Her husband would help her. This curandera had a husband, he would help her in these exorcisms. People would come. This is what I heard about it. My mom told me that people would come from out of state to get healed, to get liberated from this curandera. And I remember her name. She told me her name. I'll mention it in a minute. This lady, she would heal people with curses, and some people were possessed. My mother told me that some of them had demons, and this lady would heal them. And she goes, Elida. She told us my mother's name. She would tell her, don't be afraid. I'm going to be in the room with my husband, and we're going to heal this lady. Don't be afraid. You're going to hear a lot of ruckus. You're going to hear a lot of sound. Don't be afraid. It's just going to be, the demons are going to be coming out, and they're going to make a lot of noise, and it's going to get, don't be afraid of what you hear. And this lady would do actual exorcisms herself. She would take curses off people. And people would come from out of state. I remember she told me out of state. They would drive from other states to see her because she had a reputation of healing people. And there's this one funny thing she said that some of the people that were so grateful, they would give her cars, automobiles. They would give her gifts after the exorcism or the curse was taken off them. They were so great. Some people were so grateful. They gave her a couple of cars, man. Some people would give her an automobile. That's a trip. Some people would give her gifts because they were so grateful of what she did, the liberation. They healed them, And that's one thing my mom meant. She goes, yeah, mijo, le dieron carros a la señora. They would give her a car, man. Like, here, this car's for you. Thank you very much. Thank you. God bless you for helping my wife or my husband. They would give her a car, man. Some people would give her gifts because of the gratitude, and that was a trip. And I was like, what? I go, yeah, mijo. That was true. And this is her name. I know her name. I don't know if I should name her. I give her a name, but I don't know if she's still alive. And I don't know.
Somebody has a question. Says, why did the bruja need an oil in the lamp?
What did she? What? Oh, well, she's a woman, and it's night. You need this. You can't see. You're in the night sky. You need to see. Doesn't that make sense? I mean, I don't know why.
The Lechuza wasn't a young Lechuza. I mean, a young bruja. She might have
Mm.
manifested to look young, but maybe she might have been old because they can manifest to look
Yeah.
different. Like what
Yeah.
happened to
Well,
my brother, that he
it's
would see
possible.
the bruja young, and now will see her
Hmm.
old.
Yeah. Well, it's possible, Abe. That's possible. But all I know is that there was a woman when she hit the ground, and the lamp, I guess, so that she could see at night. It's like you're carrying a flashlight. Like us. Like it was like now, like if you walk in at night, you need a flashlight to see, and maybe it was
Mhm.
just she needed the lamp to see at night, Abe. You know, but that's what she mentioned that. I even wrote it down. I even wrote the whole story down on paper, man. About 10 years ago, I got it written down because it was so amazing, so strange. I'm gonna write this down. I don't want to forget, and yeah, that's one thing she mentioned. She had a lampara, man, just a regular oil lamp, that you could, the kind of kerosene, I guess, and just to see in la noche, you know. And other than that, I mean, that's the only reason why I think she had it, Just like us, we need a flashlight to go outside, in the evening when it's dark. That's all I could say. I mean, that's all I could deduce from that. But and did you hear the other part about the curandera, about her healing people with curses and
Yeah.
exorcisms? Abe? Yeah, yeah. She also did. I think it's the same one. I don't think it was. I'm not sure if it's two. I think it was the same one, the same curandera. She would heal people. She would take
Where
curses
was
off
she
them.
from?
Well, my mom was. We're from Brownsville, but I don't know exactly which town she was from. I can't remember, Abe. Um, does this, you know, her name? Do you know? Do you know? The curandera that you were dealing with, right? Her name, Abe. You know her name, right? You know her name, kiddo?
She's from.
Did you do? I Okay.
Uh, I was young, man. I just remember
Yeah.
how she looked.
Oh,
But
okay.
she
You
was
don't
real
remember her name?
old. She was real
Uh
old.
huh. Okay. You don't
It's
remember her name?
probably
Oh,
not the same one because she was real old when I
uh
was
huh.
3. She was already up there in age.
Okay. Okay. You know what? My mom was young. Okay. This is her name. I'm gonna tell you her name. I don't know if you could remember or recognize. Her name was her name was Juanita Sotelo. Does that ring a bell? Does that ring a bell?
Uh,
That was her name, Juanita Sotelo. That was my mom telling me that was her name. I go, come on, Juanita Sotelo. And
I know
people
some
would,
Sotelos, some people Sotelos, but uh, I don't remember the name of the curandera on top of my head,
uh-huh.
man. It was a long time ago. I was
Yeah,
3 years old, and
okay,
she had a patch in her. She was old. She had a patch in her eye, and
uh-huh,
she had the limp where she had a bullet in her hip, I guess, or an injury.
yeah,
But she wore the white and the bullets, like Panchovilla
yeah,
times.
uh-huh.
But
You
yeah,
know what,
she was
Abe? There's
very
more than one. You know
young
that?
age. Yeah,
Abe, there's probably more than one. I mean, there was various, not a whole. I mean, I believe there was more than one curandera in those times.
mhm.
You know what I'm saying? Younger ones. I think there was. Yeah, I'm definitely sure there was more than one. Abe, she was you know, the one is probably, she was older, yeah. And I'm pretty sure there's more than one, Abe. That were doing that work, that kind of work. Um, but that was La Señora's name. She mentioned my mom said they would give her gifts, man, after she would heal them. I don't know if she asked for them, but they would give her gifts, and some people would give her cars. You know,
Somebody said
they would give her
the whole
in
purpose
those
of
days.
using
You know how
animals
expensive
is
that was,
to use their
huh?
abilities. I also have excellent night vision.
Hmm.
Since they messed up their spell, or she got a question mark on that.
Uh huh. The spell broke when the lady when the curandera was praying, Abe. It made her hit the ground. It brought her down, and her prayers, it broke it. The power she had to, in the when she was in the owl form. And that's what I have. My mom. That's what she told me. That's exactly what she shared with me. About that. And I was like, wow, and I go, this is true. Yeah. Yes. She told me it was true. You seen this, mom, with your own eyes? Yeah, I seen it.
It
I
said my
seen. I was
brother's
there.
right there. Let me see who wants to jump on. He says no, it wasn't her. He said my brother said it. Said they will call her Tia something. So I don't know if she was related. She might have been
Uh,
related. I don't know.
oh, did he recognize the name, Meg? Oh, Okay.
No. He said that we used to. Yeah, they used to call her Tia something.
Uh-huh.
I don't
Okay,
know.
I don't know about that. You know, it's you know, I don't know if it's the same woman or not, but yeah, this is a lady. My mom would assist her. My mom wasn't practicing coronel or nothing, but my mom would. She knew her. I don't know how she knew her, but she would assist her sometimes. You know, ayudarle. She would help her with, whatever she was doing. But she wasn't like, oh, she's one, two. You know, my mom. No, my mom was like, she would help her out. I guess she was really a good lady. She was a good person, and my mom would help her out, and sometimes, and she knew her personally, and but that was it. I remember she told me that she shared that with me. Hold on, Abe. Excuse me, hold on. Yeah. Okay. Here, let me. That cat's just. You see, it's crying. Give me some food. Okay, Abe, can you hear me? I'm
Yeah.
sorry, man. I had to get something for my.
What's up, bro?
What's up, bro? What's up, Jaime?
Hey, Jack. How you doing, man?
Yeah,
How you doing, bro?
we've heard those stories over there in the little small towns. Our
Yeah.
relatives that lived in those small towns will tell us that they would see the lechuzas with a lamp. That if you see a lamp in the sky, that it's a lechuza.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Hey, are you
La
serious,
bruja.
bro? Are you
a bruja.
serious,
Yeah,
Jack?
yeah.
No shit.
You know, they
Neta.
all those little towns. They would tell us, "Don't get. You gotta leave before it gets dark." They would tell us, "You don't want to be here." They'll come for
Uh-huh.
you.
Virgil.
Oh shit. Hey,
Margil and La
that's
Zapa.
amazing,
Yeah.
Jack. You. Oh wow. That's amazing, bro. Because you validated that, man. You know about that, the lamps. Orale. Wow. Hey, that's amazing, Jack. That is, man. My mom's telling me the truth, bro. You know, and you know about that. You know about the lamparas when they would carry a lampara. Wow, wow.
Yeah.
That
Uh,
that's a trip.
that was
Yeah, go
Angel. I
ahead.
don't see Buddha Cafe nowhere in the lobby. I don't know what lobby she's on, but she's not in this lobby because I don't see her in here. There's only 3 people here. Let me refresh the link. Let me refresh the link
Wow, Jack.
real quick.
Orale. Jack, how? I mean, you heard exactly the same thing. You knew about that, Jack, right? Man, that's a trip, bro. Because it's
Yeah.
amazing because I'm hearing it from a third party, from you. Because I know about everything else. Well, Abe shared with us, but specifically this story about the what my mom told me, and now you're another person, man, that validated, bro, and that's amazing to me, man. I'm like, damn, that's a trip, and it's amazing because I know not for sure it's true. It's true, man. Wow, wow, because it's a strange story, bro. I remember when she told me, it was like, amazing. I was like, that's strange.
Well, you hear all kinds of
Really?
stories of that of the light. You hear stories of
Uh-huh.
the money, the light, the blue light that bounces on the ground, and it bounces to
Hmm.
where there's money. It stops where the money's at. So
Hmm.
people will try to dig and look for the money, but it's like a blue light that
Hmm.
bounces on the ground,
It depends
like an orb
what color the light is to what kind of treasure
treasure.
be there. Yeah.
Hmm. Hmm. Wow. See, like that, I didn't hear. I didn't hear about that. I didn't know about that. Wow. Wow, man.
As a matter of fact, don't you remember, bro, when we were kids, you saw the light and it was right beside the house, and it
Yeah,
the
I
day
was I was
you told
I
me,
was chasing it
and we started digging, and it was just like they told us that it was gonna be.
just by we chased it to the because I could see see the things and it stopped right there by the
Boy, be
we had
quiet.
a for the faucet. It stopped right there. And didn't you start digging, bro?
Yeah, I started digging, and it was just like they told us in the stories that it wasn't meant for me. It was meant for you. You were the one that was supposed to dig. If somebody else digs, that it's not meant for them. The person who sees the light is supposed to dig, and they're the ones that can get the treasure. I
Mhm.
found a brick, and then a brick, and a root. I didn't ever get no treasure. It was
Mm.
he was the one who saw it, not me.
Mhm. Okay,
Yeah.
You
man.
see what
You would imagine if Abe would have found some coin,
anybody know Buddha Cafe?
some
This person,
monedas, some.
first time I ever see this person here. They said they got a story. All right, I'll put them on. How you doing, Buddha?
Hey, good evening, gentlemen. How you guys doing, and ladies?
Hello.
All right.
Hey, thank you for having me.
Hello.
Seriously, thank you guys.
All right, man.
Can you
You
guys
got
hear
it,
me
man.
well, by the way?
Yeah, I can.
Yeah.
Hey.
Listen, I do have a story, but I don't want to cut in on your dance on your story, man. It sounds really powerful, and I don't. I can tell you're not done with your story.
No, I
Or
was
maybe I
just
should
talking.
reserve.
I'm done. Yeah, I'm done. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, like listen, I just wanted to tell you about my experience about what happened to me a while back. This is in regards to UFOs. So this is might change gears and change complete topic. So
Mm.
is this a good time to do that?
We're trying to keep it to the topic of the Lechuza and Bruja. Today is Lechuza
Okay.
Bruja Friday, but
Um,
I believe it's all connected. UFOs and all that is connected to the
Well, what inspired
demons.
what inspired me about for me to even to sign on is I I do believe in the stories because my uncle he ran into it so bad with the Bruja stories that he
Where are
has
you from,
PT.
brother?
I'm from California, Southern California, but
Southern California,
my family's from Michoacan.
Michoacán. Oh, really?
oh,
Yeah.
you got some stories in, bro. I believe. Yeah,
Yeah,
go
I get a
for it.
lot of stories, bro. So like when you're telling me, I'm like, oh man, I gotta jump in there because if what he's saying right now, it's like, man, and everything that I heard. I'm 50 years old, so you know what I mean. Like I've been around, and
Mhm.
and I go visit my family
Yeah.
over there, Christmas and all that stuff. But you know how to do it.
So we're
And
around the same.
Mm. Yeah.
I'm up 56, so we're around the
Mm.
same time era
oh,
of
right on.
Yeah, I'm up there.
this activity.
Hey, you're 56,
I'm
bro.
in the
You don't even
same
have a
part.
single gray hair on your face. No, hey, you're looking good, bro. Hey, you got good genes. Give you that.
I gotta take care
Yeah.
of myself, man.
You should see me,
Uh,
bro. I'm not.
Maintaining the love foundation is the
I got the
key.
salt and pepper. Salt and pepper hair.
Salt and pepper.
Yeah, I got it
Well,
Yeah,
too,
I
man.
yeah.
did have some salt, but getting on my fade because it's hot as hell here in Texas. But yeah,
Yeah.
up on here, I think my brother's running the salt and pepper too. No,
My
bro.
my brother's good to go. I'm jealous of my brother. He has like all black hair and he's older than me. He's like 55 and he's like fucking all black hair. Like and he's in prison. So he's like, well, he's not
Hmm.
coloring his hair, you know? I'm like, damn, man, I'm jealous.
So go
You
ahead,
know,
bro.
bro,
Share your story.
I heard
You
Guerrero has
got a
a lot of stories. Yeah.
from Michoacan. Was it Michoacan? You said
Yeah,
Yeah.
Michoacan from Cualcuman.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. I heard, man, I hear all kinds of stuff about.
some crazy ass stories over there. And it even it spills over to Jalisco, southern Jalisco. This
Mhm.
I know
these
someone from
stories.
Jalisco also.
Yeah, like Zapultetic and Ciudad Guzman. And I have an he's still alive by the way, but he's pretty jacked up. And we took him to Salvador, to help him out to
Mhm.
try to
Okay,
cure him. But he sees some pretty bad shit, similar to what you guys are
hold
talking
on.
about right
Excuse me.
now. Yeah, go ahead.
What? Go ahead. All right. Go for it, bro. Go for it. Yeah, man. I heard Guerrero, man, has a lot of scary, crazy stories too. I heard, man, they got a lot of stories over there. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
No, I just wanted to,
Did I cut out? I think
confirm
I'm.
that
Hello, Abe. Can you hear me?
Confirm that.
Yeah, go ahead.
Who's
I think there's a time delay.
yeah, you need to log off YouTube, man.
Yeah,
If you're on
okay.
YouTube,
Oh, shit.
Oh,
if you got a device logged on YouTube, you need to log off on YouTube. That's where you're hearing the delay.
I just closed out all my YouTube windows. Let me log out and back in. Abe?
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, but you make sure you shut up your YouTube connection and jump on the screen.
All right. I'll be right back.
I'll drop the link again because you're echoing because you got the YouTube on. Somebody's echoing. You there, bro?
Yeah, I'm here.
I'm here. Abe.
I'm here.
Hey, I don't think it's me, bro.
Oh man, I hope it's not mine.
Yeah, I think you might be echoing, baby. Let me
Oh man,
shut you off for a little
should I
bit
just
and then
redo
so we
it?
can hear the story. Go ahead, brother. Listen.
Microphone check.
Yeah, check. We
Check.
good?
Yeah, look, it sounds normal now to me.
Yeah. The La Bruja was interrupting Jaime's live feed. Oh man, go ahead, man. You can share that story you wanted to share. You said you're talking about a UFO.
Yeah, you want me to go with the UFO?
Yeah, go ahead, man.
I'll be happy to, man. Listen, like, this happened a while back, and I've been wanting to get this off my chest, and I coincidentally, ironically, I just ran into you guys' channel. This is not the first time I saw you guys' channel earlier, but I was hesitant and wanted to come in and talk to you guys. But it's a Friday night, it's a late hour, so I'm like, I'm gonna go ahead and talk to you guys. But the UFO thing, look, man, I'm telling you guys something right now. Like, what I saw is 100% legit, and I don't share it with my friends and family anymore. After a while, when I started sharing it too much, they started thinking that I'm a little cuckoo. But it is what it is. This happened back in February 19th, 2011, and it's at 9:45. And I'll tell you why I say 9:45. Why I know it was 9:45. But I live in Southern California, and I went out on a date, and I had to go pick her up. It was about an hour to get to my date, and I went out to Downey, California. And so I drove down. I took the 5 freeway, if you guys are familiar with that area. And I went over there, and she couldn't make it. She couldn't go out on the date because her father's kids did not want to take the kids, whatever. So we just canceled it. And it was on a rainy day. It was on a rainy day, but at that particular time, it wasn't raining, but it was just like a light drizzle, really light drizzle. So we called it off, and I said, don't worry about it, don't trip. So I decided to just go back home. So I got back on the freeway. As soon as I hop on the freeway, man, and I started driving northbound, back home, northbound on the 5, and again, it's a light drizzle. I'm going about 55 miles an hour, and the traffic was kind of heavy, but it was still going 55. And there was a light right in front of me at a far distance. Okay, and this light was just a straight line. It was a solid white straight line, and I'm like, "What the fuck is that?" And it kept getting closer, and it was tilted a little bit, like a little tilt. And it kept getting closer and closer, and then it got brighter. And keep in mind that I have to be careful because I'm driving in the rain. I don't want to slip and slide, and I want to focus on that light, but at the same time make sure that I'm not you know, I'm watching where I'm driving on the freeway, and the light got closer, and as it got brighter and brighter, it started dimming back down, dimming back down, dimming back down, and then it turned into a fucking full blown rotating object. Now I didn't make it as a. It was spinning in such a way that I couldn't make out on a horizontal level, and I couldn't make out what it was. But then it got closer, closer. It got so close that now I see what it is. It was a saucer. It was a full blown saucer. I kid you not. And it was a black saucer with uh, non-transparent windows. In other words, you can't see through them. These windows, uh, it was rotating counterclockwise, and these windows were yellow, red, blue, and green. Yellow, red, blue, and green. And at the bottom of the saucer, it had a red light at the bottom of the belly, and it was blinking on and off. But it wasn't blinking in such a way where it was like a airplane. It was more like breathing on, off, on, off. And then it kept getting closer, and I'm like, holy shit. And I wanted to roll down my window and tell just to tell the drivers that are right next to me, are you fucking seeing this shit? But their windows are covered in a wash of the rain, so you can't see through them. And it's nighttime too, by the way. So I'm like, what the fuck is this? And I'm driving on the freeway, and we were going straight, and it got so close, and it was passing me up, but then it slowed down. It kept on, but it went right to my left side, and it matched my speed of my car. Literally matched the speed of my car. And so I pulled out my phone, and this is back in the day when, there was no smartphones, or the smartphones are barely beginning to come out. And this UFO was about half the size of a football field. And the height was probably about the height of a two-story house. And it's literally right there. And it was like going at the same speed as me. And I was tripping out. I'm like, this is fucking great. This is fucking amazing. They're here. I was like, holy shit. I'm going to be in the news because I'm going to talk to the reporters on the news. I mean, after all, everybody's looking at the same thing I'm looking at. And listen, I don't do drugs. I don't do none of that shit. I'm a retired United States Marine. Okay. And, so I'm seeing this fucking object, and I'm desperate. And the one thing that I regret to this day is that I didn't pull out my phone and fucking record the thing, because the first thing that came to my mind was the water on my windshield and everywhere else would distort my ability to want to record it. It was rotating, and then the freeway was turning, swerving a little bit to the right, like a curve. So the UFO started making its way downtown in that direction, straight to the top, to downtown. If you guys don't believe me, you guys can call, because this is public records. And I was on T-Mobile at the time. This is public records. I called 911. And I told them exactly what I'm telling you guys right now of what I saw. And word for word, I said, you guys are not going to believe me. And I gave him the spew, just like I'm telling you guys right now. And I was like, holy shit. I was so excited because I thought I was going to be like, I'm going to tell them exactly what I saw. And I'm not going to be the only one, because there's like a million people here on the freeway right now that just saw the exact same thing that I saw. And by the way, the UFO came down about 6 stories. Just imagine 6 stories high on a building. That's how low it came down. It was right there. And it had a buzzing sound because I rolled down my window. It had like it had that kind of sound. I don't know, that's the best I can do. But and it was fucking crazy. It fucking blew my mind. And look, I called 911, and the girl was, when I was telling her, the girl that took my call, the operator was like, okay, and where are you seeing this right now? And I'm like, and I told her exactly, and I told her what Passover, I'm passing on the freeway right now where I'm seeing it, and so it tripped me out. Now, so that happened, and the next day I woke up and there was nothing. There was nothing on the news. Nobody was talking about it, and I'm like, this is utter total fucking bullshit. I saw what I saw. I'm a completely sane man, and I'm not even tripping. And so it got I shared it with too many people in such a way that people were thinking like, man, this guy this guy's not all there. So I eventually just shut down. I started sharing what happened. But then I started one day I heard about, are you familiar, Abe, are you familiar with this guy by the name of Michael Herrera who saw a UFO in Asia?
No.
Michael, if you make note of this, his name is Michael Herrera. I think I can send you. Can I send you messages here on this studio?
Yeah, you can probably send it through this link.
Oh, I see private chat.
I
There's a
don't
private chat
know
link. Yeah, I see it.
how
I
that
could do
works.
that. So before I'm done, before I call it a night here, I'll send it to you. So Michael Herrera is also a retired Marine,
Yeah.
and I was supposed that because he was a retired Marine just like me, that inspired me to want to speak out. So he had this the exact same story, only the description of his UFO is different from mine. But what inspired me was that he said that the windows on that particular UFO was the exact same colors. It was a pattern of red, yellow, red, green, blue, and I was like, "Holy shit, I'm not alone." So I'll send you that link. So I decided to reach out to anybody and everybody. So I reached out to.
You couldn't take a picture of it, man, while you were watching it, or it happened so fast.
The thing is that I was not able to take the picture because I'm too stupid enough. I was. If you were there, you'd be like, I was still in shock. I was in shock into what I'm seeing, and I regret to this day to not have the ability to pull out my phone and just record it, and just simply record it. I don't know why. I started going on to like UFO channels and starting to make my peace and try to explain to them what I saw, because those are really the only guys that would want to listen to this conversation.
So you had
And
no problems with your vehicle or nothing, like no energy being drained from your battery, or that the vehicle shut off, because that's what people say when it sometimes happens to the vehicle. Kind of like
yeah,
when you go in do a
well,
paranormal
here's the
investigation, you start having problems with your
where we were going. We were going.
camera, your whatever you're using, EVPs recording, because it drains the energy.
Well, here's what I did to myself is that because I failed to record, what I did is that I talked to myself so I don't forget exactly the description so that I can speak about it later. And we were going 55 miles an hour, and it was like somewhat bumper to bumper, in that the freeway was very wet, and it was a light drizzle. And if you go faster, the water hits your windshield a little bit faster, the drizzle. So I regret not recording, but eventually, after I got off the 911 call, I was so excited. I called my friend. I told him, "You're not going to believe what I saw. I can't wait to talk to you when I get back home." This is back in the day when I was an online gamer. So, I had some really close friends that I was going to talk to as soon as I get back home. I power up my computer. But this thing is
Black Ops 2?
incredible.
Used to play Black Ops 2.
Back in the day, in those years, I played Star Wars Galaxies.
Oh, Star Wars Galaxy.
Yeah, it's a MMO. But I did play Battlefield Bad Company 2. If you're familiar with that.
Mm-hmm.
And Battlefield 3. That's what was alive back in the day, give or take. But yeah, man, and so I reached out to multiple channels, and one of the I reached out to George Knapp, if you're familiar with George Knapp, Leslie Keene, and Jeremy Corbell, and also the guys from Third Phase of Moon, if you're familiar with them.
No, man, this something completely different to me, that UFO and stuff like that. I mean, I witnessed things being in the United I was in the Army, United States Army.
Yeah.
I did see something like that. What you're describing in Fort Orange, California, over there
Yeah.
in the mountains where we train in NTC. When it's something like that, where you're describing, it's just we're out there training in the desert. It's dark and stuff, and I was a tanker. I'm a tanker on tanks. Let's see if I got my cap here. I got a couple of caps up here. My veteran cap. Let me see if I can find that one. Oh, here it is. My tanker hat.
Oh, there you
I
go.
was, I was in the military 10 years, so we were training out there, and that's why I can relate to what you're saying, because we were training and we had our night vision on. It's nighttime, and we see this thing that's just standing right there, like in the sky, and it's changing colors. It's got the green, the red. It's got green, red, and blue, and you can see where the colors just continue to change over and over. We're looking at it and we're like, "What is that?" And we're seeing it, and then it starts doing a figure eight. It starts moving like this, and the colors are going off on it, and it starts moving real fast, but it's doing the number 8 in the sky,
Yeah.
and it's moving like this. Then it goes straight up into back into the I guess into space, because it moves so fast. The crazy thing about it is when it moved that ways, we didn't hear no sonic boom or nothing. You figure something that's moving that high of a velocity, but I guess a sonic boom is when you travel this ways, because it went straight up.
Right.
But we didn't hear like a sonic boom. We just seen the lights go back into I guess to the past. I mean, it moved so fast that it just went straight up in the air. And I was a gunner, and my TC, we're looking at each other, and then we're like, "Did you see that, man?" So, yep, I seen that. What do you think that is? And he's like, "Well, it's not for us to know what it is. We don't know if it's something from space, or we don't know if it's the government testing out their equipment." So we just left it at that.
Yeah.
We didn't tell nobody about it or anything, because, like you said, if you tell somebody about it, then they're going to think you're crazy. So they're going to try to
Yeah,
replace
that's exactly what happened to me.
they're going to try to replace it for your job. I mean, I was a gunner, he was a TC. So we just kept it to us. There's things that we witnessed that we keep to ourselves. But I've seen that one with a different kind of lights that you're mentioning.
Yeah,
It was in a distance from me. It wasn't close up, but I was able to see it.
For me it was literally like about good 50 to 60 yards away, on right in front of me. I'm literally staring at it right now, and I had this warm feeling of excitement just looking at it right now, saying, "Man, they're here. They're here."
So what
It was right
happened
there.
after you witnessed it? What did it do? Just
Well,
disappeared, or
well,
did it go back?
let me add some more description on this UFO, because this UFO, do you remember those old school Christmas giant light bulb Christmas lights that everybody puts around their houses? Those giant
Yep.
light bulbs, and you can't. They're not transparent. What's the opposite of transparent? Translucent? Oh no, whatever. It, like, you can't see through them. You know what I mean? That's the shape of the lights, and they were oval. They were
Oval.
oval. Every window was oval shaped, and it was rotating. And the light bulb at the bottom, the bulb at the bottom looked like your typical, if you're on a Navy ship or if you're on a submarine, it looks. I'll give you an example. It looked like a tit, like a nipple. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
Like a half of a pill, and it was right there, and it was completely black besides the lights, and the light, and the red light at the bottom blinking, and but the body of itself was like, have you ever heard, there's a word for it, and I forget it, and I'm not gonna nail it right now, but there's a special kind of paint that they've made right now. I think it's outlawed in many states. Uh, it's like a black paint. I think BMW was the one to introduce that type of paint, where light cannot go through it. Does that ring a bell in any way?
Uh, talking about
There's
like
a
a
word
tent.
for it. Yeah, if you look up like BMW special black paint, you'll see it. It's outlawed in many states because the car uh, light cannot pass through it. It's a very special paint. It's very outlawed, but it's very popular, very known. Um, but it's a BMW that introduced that paint. Um, maybe I can Google it myself. Vanta Black. Vanta Black paint. That
Venta
it
Black.
Vanta Black is the black paint. Yeah, thanks, Law. It you can't. It's like you cannot. You make out the shape because it got low enough for the city lights to illuminate on it, but you can only illuminate on it in such a way that you can see the shape of the UFO because of the lights. But the body itself was Vanta Black. That's the best. That's the closest I can get to it. Now, remember I said Michael Herrera, the Marine that said that story. He said the exact same thing, but his story was that he went out on a because he was a forward ops. Like he was on a 4-man team. I don't think he was special op, but he just went out to do he went out to survey, and he wasn't supposed to go back for, him and his team was ordered to go out there for a certain period of time, not supposed to come back until a certain period of time. But when he went out there, long story short, because I'm going to share the video with you later, and I don't want it to be about his story, but he went out there and him and his team saw the UFO, and they got close enough that there was a team of guys that came at them, and these are guys that came at them, and they were dressed in all black uniforms with no insignias, nothing. They had black hats. The hats were shaped like baseball caps, so they weren't like a military. But the bottom from neck down, it was all like military style. In that they were equipped properly. They looked like professionals, but they were not, with the boots and everything. And they swooped up on them, and they got hemmed up. They were literally told to pull their weapons down, and he was thinking that this is the end of my life right now. These guys are about to shoot me. And this is all happening while he's literally staring at the UFO that was literally 100 yards away from him. And they were telling him, "You're not supposed to be here. What the hell are you doing here? You're not supposed to be here. We can kill you right now. We can drop you off a helicopter if we wanted to, and you're going to disappear anytime you want." And long story short, on his side of the story, and I'm going to share that link with you, Abe, so you can look at it. And then this is what inspired me to even want to talk about this. But they let them go, but they kept all their some of their shit. They let them keep their clips with the ammunition in it, but they put it upside down inside of their back in their patches, and so keep walking and don't look back, walk away. And this, so they went back. Okay, I'm not going to spoil that story for you because I want you to watch the video. But he went back to his unit, and he was met up by a commanding officer. I think it was a colonel or some commanding officer from the Air Force, and they gathered every single one of those Marines up, and they made them sign a special document to say that you have to keep their mouth shut.
So basically, it might not have been a UFO. Since it was a government, it could have been a government project.
That's the caveat for me. That's the thing that I've been fighting with myself for the longest time. So how am I gonna
If the government got involved, that means that it's the UFO is not really something from out there, something that they created, the government created.
Well, the way that he described it was much more generic in that the UFO that he described sounded like more humanly built. By the way, the UFO that he described wasn't magenta black. It was like more. It had sections to it, like it was more man-made, and it was gray. His description was gray, almost as if it was reversed engineered from what I saw. What I
Yeah.
saw. Now I do have a video. I have to look for it. I should have, like I said, I just ran into you guys tonight. But I do have a video of these guys from East LA. They were just some gang members that were recording some shit. And it was on a specific day, on 9:45, on a specific day, they recorded the UFO. But you cannot make out the UFO because again, iPhone back in the day, you cannot zoom in beautifully. But they were like, hey, look, that's a fucking you. And by the way, they're on the East LA hills, and from the East LA hills, if you're familiar with LA, you're like really in high ground, and you can make out from the 5 freeway from Downey. If the UFO was going in the direction towards downtown, that's where these guys were recording from the East LA hills, and they were like, fucking UFO, dog. And the other guy was like, yup, that's a fucking UFO. Crazy. That's a fucking UFO, dog. And I messaged it. I sent him a message like, did you guys see this at 9:45 on this day? Blah blah blah. But they never responded back. I didn't expect them to respond back anyways. But I was just like investigating like a motherfucker back then. Oh, dude, I was just going crazy, dude. But they saw the exact same thing, and they even described it. And I'm like, oh man, I'm not alone. I thought it was like, for a minute there, I thought that the UFO only wanted me to see it. Like, it was only meant for me to see it. But yeah,
You'll be surprised man, how advanced. You'll be surprised how advanced the government truly is and the equipment that they have. They always have new technology that they're experimenting on and stuff like that. So when we see it, we're like, "Oh, what is that?" But it's already they use it. They train it to do like secret missions just to see. Uh, Normally, when they test out stuff like that, they do it like in certain locations, where there's hardly any people, so then we'll see their technology. But it's there's a lot of technology our government has that's you could say advanced. They created or whatever. So when the public eye sees it, they're like, "Oh, there's a UFO," because they said this or that. But the government, I'm telling you, they got that. Then got I used to see the black choppers that will fly around the at nighttime. I've seen them where they come with this dark SUVs and all that. But yeah, they've been testing out equipment for a while. I mean, we do have laser capabilities. You laze at the target. As a gunner, you laze at the target, and once you lazed on it, they tell you to fire, and you fire at the target. But yeah, we got laser technology. It could be a lot of things, a lot of things. It just.
Here's another thing that
you're in a Marine, so you've seen things.
Oh yeah, I'm a vet. I'm a combat veteran, but I'm sane, so I don't want you to read too much into my speaking.
Yeah, I'm just saying that there's a lot of things that the government has. I'm not even going to say his name. Well, all I can tell you is I do have people in higher places, and he shows me some of the stuff that they got. Most of the wars that they want to fight now, they want to fight them through drone-like things. Like they're making, like they have a tank that's light, and it can still shoot main gun rounds, and they can go airborne with it and drop it in a certain location. To go and acquire the targets, and it's how should I say it? Like automated. Is that you don't even need a crew to operate it because it does everything by itself. So yeah, we have some advanced technology. they can cause confusion when you're seeing something.
Yeah.
But yeah, with flying and stuff like that.
There's another
Makes
Marine that
makes
Michael
me
Herrera caught up
wonder.
with.
Makes me wonder, since you were a Marine at the time, that if maybe they're like, hey, so and so is gonna go on a date, and they're tracking you, whatever, and they're like, let's go fuck with them. Let's show this, but
I can't help to think that, because
the government, I'm telling you, they're
do you want to know
you know,
where
you sure know one thing about the government, that we're all just what's the saying to say? We're expendable, we're replaceable.
yeah.
So I remember one time I was driving in Fort Hood, and I went to go visit my sister in the country down a stagecoach, and as I was driving back to Killeen, this freaking spotlight hit me out of nowhere. Like, it's all around me, real bright. It's blinding the shit out of me. You know, it's like, oh shit, what we got here? Like UFO, you know? So I'm looking, I'm seeing the light hitting my vehicle. And then I look, and I see what's going to be a hovering aircraft, where it's hovering in the air. It's all like pitch black, but you're able to see when it takes off. It's like on stealth mode, because it's not even making a noise or nothing. It's got those hovering, where it's hovering, so it's staying light, and then just
Right.
takes the light off of me, and it moves real slowly, which that right there could be mistaken for a UFO, but it didn't have the other lights that makes it blink. But you hear it when they hit you with the light. People thinking that it's taking them up, but it didn't take me up. I just did the sign of the cross and stuff, and I pray against it. But yeah, the government to do that. They have a lot of
Oh yeah, absolutely.
high tech equipment, man.
So and here's another thing. So I was inspired to want to open up my voice and speak out a little bit more because of Michael Herrera. I'm like, man, if this guy has balls, this guy really has balls. And by the way, his 4-man team, or 4, I forget.
4
Uh,
or 5, yeah.
They didn't want to. When he started speaking out, they didn't want to be part of it. They stay true to the document that they signed, and they're not going to say
I
anything.
mean, yeah,
But it's Michael
because
Herrera. He's
they
like,
can
fuck that. I'm speaking, and
they
he
can
did. He spoke out. He's like, fuck it. I think he's single with no kids. I could be wrong. So perhaps he has nothing to lose. But later on, he ran into another guy who did reach out to the same people that I just spoke out to you. And this is another Marine. And this Marine joined the Marine Corps right around the same time that I did, like back in 1993. But in his incident, it was around 1997, because he was stationed out in Peru. And his name is Jonathan Wegnat. And his story is different from Michael, but what his story was that he was going out on patrols. I don't know what the fuck he was doing over there, because there's no cartel over there. Maybe, I don't know. He didn't actually say it because he wanted to keep hush on that part. But there was a Marine base over there, but his unit. Long story short, he was with a team of like 6 people that went out for a patrol, and he was radioed in. He was radioed in to go take a look at something that came down off the sky. So when he went over there, he was tripping out that the UFO. I'm ahead of myself. He was tripping out that the brush of what came down from the sky was like it burned through the trees like a perfect hole. And then when he got to the location, he saw. Have you ever seen that movie Flight of the Intruder? Remember that old school 1980s movie Flight of the Intruder? It's like it looks like it was a ship. What he saw was a
Flight of the
ship,
Intruder, wasn't it like dealing with a reptilian?
or no, not Flight of the Intruder, Flight of the Navigator, I think it's called. Little kid that got picked up by a UFO, and they went on like a little fun ride. That was the whole story of the movie. Of I forget what it was called. Anyways, that's that. Anyways, I was trying to describe the shape of the UFO. What he saw, that was crashed into the side of the wall, and but the UFO itself, what he saw, was not what me and Michael saw. What he saw was a UFO stuck into the side of the mountain with a humming sound, the exact same humming sound that I was trying to make earlier. And but this UFO had a color that looked like more like a cartoon. Like there was no light was passing through it, but it was different colors, like rainbow colors, and it was the colors were moving around like they were live. They were just like moving around like they were live, and it was damaged. It had like holes all over it, punctured, and it was damaged, and it was leaking. It was leaking like an oil, and the oil itself also had the colors inside of it rotate. Picture like you know when you change the oil in your car and the oil reaches the water, it kind of, you know what I mean, like the oil when you're changing your oil in your car, the oil on oozing down the river, it looks like change of colors. You know what I'm saying? When the sun shines down on it, like that's what he was describing, and he was saying that he got close enough, and some of it got even on his clothes because he was the only one that had balls to go over there while everybody else did not. But he got close enough, and he said that there was one big gush inside that ship that was about half, like maybe like, what did he say? He said it was like 30 feet long, and it looked like a peanut. And the hole, in that hole, he said he couldn't see through it, but he saw a hand sticking out of it, and it was a green hand with 3 fingers, long ass fingers. And he said he had a sensation like everything's gonna be okay, like something's telling him everything's gonna be okay. He had this crazy ass sensation. All right, so but then it didn't even, that party didn't even last too long because there was a bunch of guys that came in with white suits, and they came after him, and they grabbed him, and they cuffed him up, and they took him away, literally carried his ass and took him away, and they went off on him too. And he described the exact same uniforms that Michael Herrera said when he was over there in fucking Asia, black uniforms, caps, and everything. And they were telling him, "We'll fucking kill you right now if you get the fuck you think. What the fuck are you doing here?" Same shit. And he said, and they held him for 14 days, and his unit didn't even know where the fuck he was at. They were telling him that he's MIA, and they were trying to find him. Same shit. And I got a video for that to share with you if you'd like for me to share with you.
Yeah. I've heard a lot of stories, a lot of things, man. It's just, sometimes you got to get that proof, man. The only thing we got is our memories of what we witnessed and stuff like that. But I know one thing, that what I call the DDN, they can manifest just about into anything, because I've seen different manifestations of different things: shapeshifter, skinwalkers, wendigos, shadow figures, this lycanthrope, or what people call dogman. They also have the ability to change into orbs, to look like orbs. They can use the elements. Uh, when you see those lights in there, and then he just disappears, makes you wonder where this source is coming from.
Yeah, what
Lucifer is called the angel of light. So he would specialize in lights, right? Like an orb. Then you got UFOs, lights. I mean, it's like they can manifest to look. It's a temporary manifestation, but once it's gone, it's gone. But then you have the question mark in your mind: was it real what I seen, or is it my mind playing game on me? Right? That's what they say. But and if it's the enemy, pretending to be a UFO or an alien.
Yeah.
Uh,
Well, what gets me,
freaking,
Abe.
and then it tries to find like a spiritual opening to attack you because that's why it's showing itself to you because it wants you to believe in it. Once you believe it's real, then it can attack you spiritually. So my question to you would be: after you witnessed what you witnessed, did you have anything strange happen to you afterwards?
Yes, absolutely, I did. Um,
Like
I
what?
did. I'm kind of funny with myself to want to share it, and that's the only reason why is because that's my demons. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm trying to resolve it. I'm trying to make peace. Of what the
Yes.
hell's going on? That's beyond me as a human being. But so if you don't mind me not sharing it so much, but yeah, I have
I mean, you can
episodes.
share. I'm just asking a simple question. Was there activity afterwards, like supernatural activity, where you're like seeing things, hearing things, like it's trying to manifest to show itself more to you?
Well, I'll tell you what
Or
what I'm okay with sharing with you is that I live right next to the beach, not too far away. So when I do go get a tan, I go out with my family and friends and stuff like that. And I'm laying down and I'm thinking about this kind of stuff. And when I do think about it, there's little dots up in the sky, orbs, but they're way the fuck up there, way the fuck up there. And I even told my friends, "You see them?" I'm like, "Yeah, we see them," and they saw them too. And I'm like, Told you." And they're like, "Yeah, but they're just fucking balloons, dude. Relax." Like, so I'll just say that much.
yeah, but you gotta remember the demons can manifest to look like anything.
Yeah. You know what's
That's why
crazy is that
the cryptic community is being attacked big time. All the people out there. What do you think the Bigfoot's knocking threes?
yeah.
How many times have you heard three knocking sounds, or you've heard? I seen you had three lights or three. It was three UFOs. It's because that's demons making fun of the Holy Trinity, right?
Yeah.
The demons, the mark in threes.
I wouldn't be
You
surprised if
wake up with scratches, with three scratches, three tapping sounds, three knocking sounds. You know, three band. Maybe if you're spiritually gifted, whatever the reason. Were you okay? Another question: Were you upset uh, when you found out that you couldn't go on the date? Were you upset because you feel like stood up?
oh God, I never talked to her again. Oh, actually, no, strike that. I did talk to her again, but I never brought it up to her attention because I
But,
didn't think she
but
was.
were you upset when you drove away when she said she couldn't go on the date?
All right, that's actually a good question. So she
I'm
she she has her
unsure.
own place. She has her own place, and I've been there before, one time, and I told her I'm gonna come over and pick you up, and I'm like, okay. And when I went over there, and she told me she came outside of the house, but she lives by herself. But there was like 6 cars parked in front of her house, and I'm like, what the fuck, dude? I'm not gonna go in there and introduce myself to every fucking fam. Is there family there? The fuck, dude? Like, I just met her. I'm about to like, I'm still working with her. Like, if all these if she wants me to knock on the door and be like, hi, here's primo, prima, uncle, tío, Jose Luis, and my dad and my mom. Who the fuck is in there? I'm like, I can't do that. So I told her,
Those are trying
you
to make
come
you part of the
outside.
family, bro.
Like, you come outside. Maybe she was excited. I don't know. Anyways, I just that was kind of trippy. That's the way she rolled. But she came outside and she told me I'm not gonna be able to make it this night. But I really like you. Blah blah blah. I'm like, okay, no, don't even trip. Yeah, no, no, yeah. I just told him, no problem. So I called it off. I made the call and I called it off, and I got back on the freeway, and that's when that happened. But I'm not gonna make much into that. I think it was just a Mexican family that wanted to meet me. That's just the way they rolled. But listen, like back when 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 like I was telling you earlier, when this guy Michael Herrera and the other Marine Jonathan Wignott, they met up on a podcast and they were talking about the exact same thing, and they were coaching each other, saying, "I would advise any of your friends not to go back to over there. don't tell anybody on Google Earth about Google Earth and where you think that location might be. Don't go back. Also, Mike Wignot, when he got pulled back and he got arrested and he got detained, he said on his way back into detainment while he was working it back there was he saw Chinese and Europeans all like literally all there. They were all right there in this special facility that was like underground, but it was well decorated and well funded. You could tell that's what he said is that it's well funded. Who knows who funded it, but it was like well maintained. And then Michael Herrera later on, he got contacted by some other people, and he was told that, and this coincides with what you were talking about right now, Abe, that Michael Herrera was saying that the operation that was happening right there is literally deliberate for reverse engineering. What they would do is they would hire psychics that can communicate with the interdimensional world. Call it what you want, but those are the words that he used. And these psychics would pray down these beings to appear above the sky, and then the military would launch missiles up in the sky to take them down. And they would take them down, and they would do that once a week, and crash those saucers, UFOs, whatever you want to call them, down, and then they would do whatever the fuck they want to do with them. Those are his words, and like I said, I can share the videos with you, but that's ahead of my knowledge. I can only speak about what my encounter experience and what these guys inspired me to even want to speak. I suppose that a lot of it has to do with the fact that they were Marines, and I feel comfortable even like I just feel much better knowing that I'm not tripping, that I'm not alone.
Yeah, I'm sure everybody's done seen some things all throughout their lives. I mean, we witnessed things when we was growing up. I seen one that looked like a triangle. When I was looking at the clouds, it was real cloudy. Living in South Texas, and it was real cloudy that day. And I seen something that passed. It looked like, because we used to play video games. We used to play. Well, my brother was the one that was a video game addict. Freaking Defender and Stargate. The ship. But I seen something like that one evening. My brother he was already living somewhere else, and I see something pass, and I was like, "What the hell was that?" It looked like a spaceship, and I was like, "It's just my imagination or whatever." Next thing you know, freaking something starts breaking the sound barrier. Boom, boom, and the sound barrier is getting broken in the sky. And we're looking, and we're just seeing something moving real fast, and the sound barrier keeps on breaking and breaking, like boom. For a good 10 minutes, that's all you're hearing. Boom, boom, boom. The newspaper, the only thing it said is that possible UFO or whatever in the sky, but it kept on breaking the sound barrier. That's how fast it was moving. Boom, boom, boom. Now, was it a UFO? Was it a Air Force or an experiment? For some reason they like picking little locations to go fuck with. The government does. Okay, let's go fuck with this sector here. Let's go hit them with some. I mean, I'm talking about messing with us as in trying to experiment. Like they're trying to do something to affect the grid, right? We've heard it happen. Like, for example, pesticides could have been experimental. The thing that they spray for the mosquitoes, that caused a lot of things to happen with people. But yeah, they experiment in certain sectors, let's go put it to the test over here. Whatever they're working on, they'll go put it to the test in a certain location. Whether maybe you were in that location where they were putting something to test. But yeah, I've seen things in nature. You just, whether people are going to believe you or not, only you know, only you're going to know because you went through it. But I remember seeing something you describing when I was in the military. We train daytime and nighttime. I'm more sure you did the same thing. Uh, what was your MOS? I mean, what did you do?
311.
311,
I was
which is
infantry.
infantry.
I was rifleman.
Rifleman. Yeah, my nephew was infantry in the army. Uh, Another infantry would always come to us to stay warm because we had the tanks, and return of the tanks, they'll drop their sleeping bags and stuff, their equipment, with the heat coming out from the VPAC because they'll be wet and stuff. So yeah, that's a hard job right there, man. Infantryman. Thank
It
you
is a hard job, and
for your service, bro.
oh, likewise, brother. It is a hard job, and I don't think the civilians wouldn't understand that when you got it didn't happen to me, but I'm just thinking about the guys that did see something, and especially sailors, because they're always out in the sea and they see the craziest shit, in my opinion.
Oh yeah.
But when they have to sign a document, man, they don't just like sign a document and they're told, "Have a nice day. Thanks for signing the document."
Oh, I know
Please
what
keep your
document
mouth
you're
shut."
talking about because they
You know,
made me.
they're literally told you. Not only are they told to sign the document, but they're told what's going to happen if you do speak up, and
Yep.
they're like, "Oh shit, I do not want to know what's going to happen to me if I do speak up." Like they are told, like they if you can
The
imagine, like
government, yeah, the government, man. That's what happened to us. Something happened to our tank, and we witnessed something. Just put it that way. And they told me that they sat us down. These people came. We waited for about 2 hours. These people came in the vehicle in civilian clothes, and they told us how much did we see, and we told them we told them what we see. They took the stuff that we saw, and somebody somebody saw what we saw. We told them what we seen. They told us to sign this document, and they told us if you ever speak to anybody about what you saw, we will come for you. That's what they said.
Did you ever hear
Yes,
about the cryptid called El Diablo? The cryptid called El Diablo. It was a giant serpent in the Amazon, and there were two army privates witnessed it with their team leader, and they told them the same thing. Like, if you ever admit anything that happened here about that snake to anybody, we're coming after you and your family. So it's not just like the
oh yeah, they
spiritual
even
world.
and then when they do that, they'll revisit you again and say, "Do you remember?" Like
Nope.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
Chato, what you're talking about was in El Salvador.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there was a giant
Something
snake.
they
Yeah, it
call
was
Diablo.
humongous. Yeah, El Diablo. It was eating a cow.
Yep.
Yeah.
It looked like a rat in the mouth of a boa
Like a regular
constrictor.
snake. Yeah, it was crazy. It was an
Right.
anaconda.
Hey guys, I have something I got to share with you guys. So hey guys,
Somebody's
like a couple months ago, I got hit up by like El Brujo Mayor de Catemaco. He's a warlock in Mexico. He's like the most powerful warlock in Mexico, in Veracruz, Mexico. And he's like, "Hey man, I'm right here. If you need to make any petition and blah blah blah." And I was like, "Hey, I don't need any of that, you know." Like, at first, I thought it was a scammer because there's like a lot of people with like mock accounts. So I left it alone. And then a couple days ago, I was trying to get rid of some books of power. And I know I called you, Josh, and I was like, "Do you know anybody?" And you said you didn't. And so I was like, who can I call that knows more about this stuff? Because I went to a Christian church and they didn't even know who King Solomon was. They didn't even know anything. They said that the only thing they studied there was the Bible, which I don't. Now I'm not saying it's anything bad, but they didn't have any knowledge on the subject. And so I was like, hey, well, I'm just gonna, well, like that guy, I was like, what if it's not a lie? What if that he's the real deal? So I hit him up. I can take some screenshots and send them to somebody, one of you guys, like Abe or Josh. But yeah, it was like in the middle of the day, and I was like, hey man, I got these books, and this is how I came across them. And then I told him, I revealed personal details, not about myself or where I live or anything like that, but like about certain things that are going on in my life. And he's like, hey man, well, that's very interesting. Let me reach you through my personal, he's like, he's like, déjame te contacto por mi número personal. Let me contact you through my personal number. And I was like, all right, well, like I got kind of nervous. This dude's a big deal. He's like, he's famous in Mexico. Like you know how it is, how the world runs. And he gets hit up by like politicians and like probably the president and all that shit. And I was just waiting for his phone call. And because he said personal number, and next thing you know, I'm standing in my dining area and I was like, hey, like test the spirits, and I was like, hey, is it true that you guys can leave your bodies? Like, can you guys like do that type of thing? And I was standing in my dining room, and then I just felt like the gravity underneath my feet, like it got heavier. And then I'm not kidding you, I heard somebody, like a voice go, no, like something fell, and I like lost my balance. And then like underneath like in between my feet, somebody knocked, like from underneath the floor, like dun 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 dun, like 5 times. It wasn't 3 times. It was like somebody like, hey, like I'm right here. And then I started having like a full blown like telepathic conversation with this guy. It wasn't anything inappropriate. We didn't make a petition or a deal or anything, but we were talking about spirituality. And then shortly after that, like I ended conversation with him, and I was doing chores around my house talking to this guy. Like if it was a phone, it was just I mean, ever since I was a teenager, I studied telepathy, and I experimented telepathy with one of my pet cats. Like I didn't know he was under the bed, and like it's another story. But like I knew that it worked, but I never had like a full blown telepathic conversation with somebody who lives in Veracruz, Mexico. Like at the very like it was just insane. And I was like, you know what, man? Like, even though we're on both sides of the spectrum, like we're still brothers under Jesus. And I'm gonna pray for you and your kids and your wife. And it doesn't matter, man. Like I love you. And the Lord just wants us to come home. And I don't care like what happens. Like I'm going to pray for you and your wife and your kids, for you guys to have safety and so that you may dwell in the halls of the Lord. But yeah, and ever since then, like for 3 days, I've been praying for this guy. But yeah, dude, it's wild. This shit's real, man. Like a lot of people think it's a hobby or like a little pastime, or that you're just listening to like your little scary stories, but this shit ain't a fucking game, bro. Like this is like top notch. Like what we're dealing with here, spreading the truth. This is like end game stuff, guys. Like
you freak out with him just talking to you, or did you make contact?
No, I'm not freaked out. I'm not freaked out, man. Like saying, Jesus Christ revealed to me like another life that I had before this.
Contact with the other forces, man. Did they come at you because they see that you're doing work?
Yes, brother. But after that, so like I didn't finish the story. So I was in my living room after I cut communication. And then I felt like I was being watched, like from every angle and like whispers. And then I just knelt down in my living room, and then I turned on gospel. Like I sent it to Wolf, It's like it tells it's like this little clip that tells a bunch. It like it just it's like a loop where it tells psalms and prayers and stuff. So I put that on, and then I listened to it so much that I was able to like regurgitate it vocally, and then after that I closed my eyes, and then I could just see it through my third eye in the corner of my living room. It was a giant being made of light sitting on a throne, and then he just repelled. It was like a blast, just like boom, and it just repelled everything like that was in the area. So also, like, be not afraid of the gifts that the Lord authorizes for you, so that you may reach even those who are in the deepest corners,
So
the deepest,
this
darkest
works
corners, brother.
that you're saying, is it through Jesus Christ that you're doing it, or is it you're opening
Yes,
yourself
sir.
up?
Sir, I was called to the battle.
No, I'm saying when you make contact, so you were called to battle him.
No, sir, I was called to the battle by Jesus. Yes, sir. I had a heart attack
Oh,
like 2 years ago in January, and I've had like maybe 5 or 6 like near-death experiences already. But with that
sorry to
last
hear that,
one,
brother.
like before I had the heart attack, I heard a
So,
voice.
so you feel that you're being targeted by
Always, man. Oh, man, it's always, dude. It's how it is, spiritual
yeah,
warfare. You've
yes,
been at it. I
spiritual
heard your
warfare.
story
But I'm saying,
on
who
yes, sir.
who do you feel is targeting you?
Well, the enemy, man. Like when I was a child, before I was even born, they
No,
told my
but
mother.
the guy that you
They
make
told my
contact
mother.
with, do you
Yes,
think
sir.
he
But
was on the other side of the balance?
well, he definitely is, man. He's like the Brujo Mayor de Catemaco. He's like the
Well,
head
you know what
warlock in
we're gonna do
Mexico.
for you, brother?
But I don't think he's like holy. I don't feel like he was like wholly evil. There's
So
no
we're gonna
such thing as somebody who's fully dark and fully light. For somebody to say that there are such way is a hypocrite,
well
because there's a balance. And
let's pray, bro.
even though you
You want to
might lean
pray?
more towards the dark or the light, like there's still some light or some dark
We can
within
still
you.
pray because I feel he has done something. That's what I'm seeing. So we're gonna pray against him. What's his name
Yes, sir.
again?
My
Does
name's
he?
Alan Garcia. Yeah,
No,
yeah.
did
You
the
guys,
person
I
give?
welcome all
Did he
prayers.
give you
Yes,
a
sir.
name?
I am. I welcome all prayers. I am a Christian, sir.
Yeah, but did he give you a name?
Did I give him my name?
No, yeah, the man that came up against you because I'm just saying that
He seeked me first, brother. He's all like, "Hey, what's up?" Like out of nowhere.
oh, okay.
So like, yeah, my name's on my Facebook, but no weapon formed against me shall prosper. Even though they form, they shall not.
All right.
You should not
So
succeed.
we're gonna pray against the guy. Say it again. His name. The name the
Well,
title.
we don't know. I asked him for his name so that I could pray for him, and he didn't tell
Well, I
me it.
already
But
know. I think I might have a
his
location.
nickname, but his nickname is
Uh,
Unicornio Negro. So we should
So
all just pray
we're
for
gonna
him.
pray against.
We should all just pray for him, brother. Like, and for myself too, if you wish.
How about we
But
pray for you first, bro? Because Chato, like you survived so many heart attacks, man. Like listen, that God told you, Jesus told you that it's not your time, and He's got a plan for you.
yeah,
He's got a
dude,
plan
I
for
was
you,
already.
and
Yeah, let me
yes,
tell you. But let me tell you that part. Like, I was in a hospital bed. Like, I was locked in the tunnel, and
Hey,
I
hey,
had
Chato, hold on. Hey, Chato, hold on. Before we go any further, these gentlemen are saying that let's pray. Okay, let's pray for you. Let's do that. Let's get that done, and then we'll move forward with the stories.
I
All right,
agree.
Okay, let's do that.
comprende? All right,
Sí, señor.
all right.
Uh,
Okay.
Abe, you want to lead us in the prayer?
yes. Because I'm seeing a location of this person he's talking about, how he looks and everything. Heavenly Father, at this time, I would like to pray against, what was the name of the person again?
Unicornio
Chato.
Negro.
Well, we'd like to pray against this individual that dabbles in the dark arts. Um, Whatever he tried to do to to our brother here, we're placing heavenly spiritual crosses on him right here, We're placing here heavenly spiritual crosses on that individual that did something while he communicated with them. Uh, we place a heavenly spiritual cross on both of them from head to toe. Uh, if there's any witchcraft, necromancy, or other forces that were behind the connection right there, Heavenly Father, we tie, bind, and rebuke it in Jesus Christ's name. If there's any negative attachments on our brother here that has had numerous heart attacks, you're not welcome. Leave him alone. We're taking authority over you as he is. At this time, brother, tell them they're not welcome in your vessel. They're not welcome in your body. This attachments, this negative attachments. If you
Yes,
can,
things in Jesus' name, please cover us all in your holy blood.
Amen.
uh, he doesn't want the negative attachments, Heavenly Father. So we're telling the negative attachments that he has, whatever was dealt upon him, to go back to the sender. You have no, he's taking authority. He don't want you around his vessel, don't want you around him. We tie, bind, and rebuke you in the name of Jesus Christ. Go back to the sender, wherever Delta, go back to them and remain with him, because he doesn't want that negativity upon him to affect him nor his family members. Send your heavenly angels of protection, saying and send the Holy Spirit to do a clean sweep uh, of him, of his household, as we place heavenly spiritual crosses on the windows and the doorways, and for those negative ties to be broken in the blood in the name of Jesus Christ. This we pray in Jesus Christ's name. Amen.
Thank you, Father.
Amen.
Amen.
And if there is no wrongdoing there, Father, on behind of Unicornio Negro, on his behalf, please redirect that energy towards protecting him and his family, his wife and his children. Please, Lord, let them be redeemed. Show them grace and mercy as you show us grace and mercy, Lord, because you just want all of us to return home. Thank you, Father.
Chato, I have a question for you.
What's up, man?
You were in the Marine Corps, right?
No. As an
No,
army.
that's me. I'm
Army,
Buddha.
that's right. Oh, okay. So you were in the Army. You had that weird experience with the vampire people and all. Like, you've had some weird stuff happen to you. All of this stuff came on the heels of whenever you had the heart attack.
No. That was like the heart attack was like last January.
How did it
January
happen?
11th. I was really upset. It was because of women.
A woman
Ex-baby
gave you a heart
mama.
attack?
Man, I'm telling you, I just went over to my yeah, my left arm was going numb that whole day, and then like the just them throwing me over the edge, just kind of, yeah, but also, yeah, I was like, the way that I was like healing at the time because I suffer from like TBI and all this stuff in my brain, like PTSD.
Mm-hmm.
So I was like taking mushrooms and stuff. I took 2 grams when I normally take like 4 grams. But yeah. And I was also watching like that Cat Williams Club Shay Shay episode when I had my revelation. And Cat Williams like was saying that he didn't do it, and like it's all these bad people. And then God revealed to me that he was doing it too, and like everybody was doing it. And then he's like scroll through YouTube, and like I was scrolling through, and like it just everything looked demonic. And after that, I calmed down. I was like, all right, whatever, dude. I started watching a movie. Like I was almost, like it wasn't even that much to like I wasn't really like tripping hard, And then it was like at the back end of the trip when I remembered why why I decided to take the trip to calm down, like why I was upset. And that kind of like sent me over because I got so upset that I started like having cramps behind, like on my hamstrings and like my stomach. I felt nauseous and all these weird symptoms that I'd never experienced before. So I called 911, and then yeah, they asked me those 7 questions. You know how they ask you like all these questions? I was like, hey, my left arm is numb, my vision's blurry, I can't breathe. And then they ask you all these questions. It's like a screening. Well, I answered yes to like everything. And they're like, I guess you understand, you know what this means, right? And I was like, yeah, I'm having a heart attack. And they're like, yeah, please try to remain calm. And then I was like, well, how do I, like totally not remaining calm. And yeah, they came and got me.
If you don't mind me saying, Chado, would you, did the doctors at any time say that it might be an anxiety attack?
No. I mean, the paramedics came and they hooked me up to the EKG, but I couldn't move. I had tunnel vision. I couldn't breathe. I felt like I was pinned between 2 giant stones, and I could barely turn my neck. But when they hooked me up to the EKG, it was showing like everything was normal, which I did not feel normal. I rarely even take like cough syrup or like any medication when I'm sick. But like that time, I was like, you know what? I need to call, 911 because this is.
You good on medication today? You taking your meds and?
No, I don't take any medication at all. I've never took medication. I've always been in really good shape.
Well, at the least, get yourself a little machine that can check your vitals. The blood pressure.
Nah, I don't do any of that stuff. I probably should.
No, that's.
But I don't feel. I work all day, man. I move around a lot.
$15 at the store, bro. Get yourself a little machine and just check your vitals and.
Yeah.
Anyway, just make sure you're okay because tomorrow might not be okay.
Yeah.
Nah, you got to get rid of that machismo, man. That puro mecano, man. I could tell. You just un trabajo is
no, but I'm saying, bro, like bro, all the machismo left me when I couldn't fucking breathe, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Well, that's what you got to get that stuff done, though, bro.
Yeah, you got to get done, bro, because they're not gonna be around to talk about it anymore.
That's right.
Nah, I made like so. What happened? Okay, let me keep going. So like, all right, so they came to hook me up to the machine, and they're like, all right, well, it says you're normal here, so we're just gonna leave. And I was like, don't fucking leave, bro. Like I'm gonna die. And they're like, well, we can't force you to like stay here. Like if you feel like you need like to be hospitalized, we can't say otherwise. Like, do you want to come with us? And I was like, yes. So they strapped me up. And I was like, I felt like I had to faint the entire time. And I was like, all right, once they get me in the ambulance, I'm just going to faint. But once they put me in the ambulance, I was like, all right, bro, like something told me like, if you faint right now, like if you go away right now, dude, like you're not going to come back.
Do you know your right now? Well, not right now, but like, do you know your average blood pressure levels?
Yeah. I'm actually like 60, 80. But like, yeah, when I was in the army, I was like 40 beats per minute, bro.
Well, the army will take care of it. The army will look at you like this.
Yeah, no, but like, when I tried out for special forces, they're like, we need you to do push-ups, do burpees before we hook you up to the EKG because your fucking resting heart rate is 41. And they're like, dude, we can't. I was in such good shape that my resting heart rate was like 40.
Well, if you're a man that wants to be special forces, that means you're a man with a lot of
I got picked up, bro. I got fucking picked up, and I had a son, and then like my marriage was in the dump, bro. So like I made it like 3/4 of the way, and I was like, you know what, dude, like this shit ain't worth it. But I actually made it in there. Yeah, like
so if your resting heart rate is in the 40, like mine is often in the high 40s, low 50s.
Well, no, that was at the time. It's not there anymore. It's like at 60. I live like at elevation in Colorado.
Oh yeah.
So like it's not there anymore.
You really need to check your blood pressure though, man. I check mine 4 or 5 times a day. I take medication for it, If I get angry, then sometimes somebody pisses me off
Exactly.
at work or something, it gets worse.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I agree, Wolf.
Yeah. You guys got to take
I'm only
care of yourselves,
37 though.
man.
I'm only like 37, dude. I'm not.
Well, you're 37, but you had a heart attack, bro. And I mean, once you've had
Yeah,
one,
but like I haven't finished like telling you the whole story. So
Well,
like,
it's not really so much of a story. Your story is your heart.
yeah, dude. But like,
All you gotta
here's the
do is
thing.
go to
Here's
the
the thing,
doc.
though. So here's the thing. So like, I went to the hospital, and then like, I finally get there, and I'm fighting like fainting like the entire time. And I'm sitting there, and they're taking my vitals, and they're taking my labs and stuff. And then like, I'm sitting there, and I'm telling them, hey, like I can't fucking breathe, even though I'm sitting up, like I can't breathe, bro. Like I need a bed. Like I just wanted for them to get me a room so I could pass out, but like at the same time, bro, like something like I was just fighting it the whole time. So like I'm sitting there, and
What do
then
you mean by fighting?
yeah, like not passing out, because I also heard a voice that's like, if you fucking pass out, dude, or if you faint, like it's all over, like you're not coming back. So like I'm sitting there after they drew labs and stuff, and I'm staring at the wall, and I could just hear somebody laughing. And I was like, what the fuck is that? I was like, because I took 2 grams. I was like, is that me? Like, I was like, nah, dude. I hear somebody laughing. And like, I just like mustered up all my strength. And I got up and I peeked around the corner and I saw somebody's legs like sticking out of a cubicle. And it was like somebody laughing. And then like the medic came back and I was like, hey, dude, like, is there somebody laughing over there? And he's like, yeah, man. Like, I was like, what's wrong with that guy? And he's like,
Is
man,
this during the
he's like,
time you were doing hallucinogens?
yeah. But I was already at the back end of it, like when I was in the hospital, that was already like 5 hours later, and I was only like 2 grams, and like I was already like sitting down, like sitting up after I listened to that guy laughing, and I was staring at the wall, and I was like, please God, why won't these people like get me a room, like have mercy on me, like just get me a room somewhere where I could feel like safer. And then like I'm staring at the wall, and then I saw like TV static, like just like building up, like like right there in the center of the wall, and it started opening up, kind of like a portal, like a rectangular shaped portal, and I could
Well,
see.
I can't speak on behalf of when you're on your hallucinogens, but I can tell you that I think the entire channel, the entire panel here can agree that you got to watch your health. You have to check your vitals every day of the week. I don't know what your financial status is, but literally, like you can buy for like $30. $30, you can go to the store and buy yourself.
The VA.
Yeah,
The
bro. Or you
Oh
can
yeah,
just, or
the
you can
VA,
just,
bro.
or you can
That's
just
right.
get a
You're military.
smartwatch. Yeah, you could just get a smartwatch, bro.
Smartwatch doesn't really do it right. You got to get yourself those little devices you can get on CVS pharmacy if you're. I assume you live in the U.S.
Yeah, just get a digital blood pressure monitor. I could give you some links to some good ones. I got like
Yeah,
3 of them, dude.
yeah, exactly. Just get yourself a device, put some batteries in it, and
Yeah,
just check yourself like maybe every
but I
4 hours.
guys,
And
I
every
haven't
try to
had an incident.
whenever check yourself out every 4 hours.
Yeah,
And whenever your blood pressures are really high, and you don't know what to do about it, then you need to go visit the doc and tell them, hey man, give me some meds that can up me up
yeah,
so my blood pressure can be a little bit lower. And this is
yeah. But if I just, yeah, dude, you're right. But if I just tell you everything that happened after, you're just gonna be like, what the fuck? So
Well,
like, it
let me
doesn't
say
matter,
something
dude.
real
Like,
quick
I mean,
before you get
I
back onto your story.
appreciate, like I really appreciate your concern for my health, like I do. But like, I'm not fucking blowing smoke up your ass, bro. Like, you just like,
oh yeah, nobody
I'm
thinks
sorry to
that.
say it that way. Like you said earlier, whoever said earlier, whatever you experience, you experience. I don't care if you fucking believe me, dude. The Lord sent
I
me
mean,
here to tell you. The Lord sent me here to tell you, to warn you what's going on, what's real. I don't care if you believe me, bro.
Well,
I
hey,
don't.
Chado, hey, hold on, this is Wolf. Listen, hey, so enough about the health thing. We get that and everything, but listen, what I'm going to tell you, and I'm going to tell everybody that's listening here because I've talked to you in depth on the show and off the show, and
Yeah.
everybody here that's talking it's appreciated, and everybody's saying what they got to say. The
Yeah.
things that people don't understand about this world, when you take something like shrooms, and I've done it, believe me, I know, you start to see at least glimpses of the real reality. And the real reality will hit you like a ton of bricks. And once you have had something like
Yeah,
that
that's how it
happen to
started.
you, like you have to check your health because, and the main reason too is because people don't realize that demonic influence can actually really mess up your, not just your spirit and your mind, but your health. A lot of people get really sick after they've been attacked by brujos and brujas and not just brujeria, but just all of these different types of entities and things that can attach themselves to you, and they'll seek out, to destroy your vessel, and then they'll move on to another one because it pumps them full of energy. And so these demons and all these things that do this, you'll catch glimpses of it, and you'll get anxiety, you'll get freaking panic attacks, heart attacks, strokes, especially people who've taken the JAB. If you've taken the JAB, I got news for you, folks. You need to be really, really careful, and don't be shocked if you get hit by a stroke or a heart attack on an untimely. People are like, well, I'm in my 20s, I'm in my 30s, I'm in my early 40s. It doesn't matter, because if you've taken that, which to me is something really evil. I mean, it's a wicked thing, and it can literally kill you. You know. So I guess Chado dropped off. Maybe he'll come back. But the thing is, this world that we live in is it's like what we see is the mundane day to day, going to the grocery store, living your life, whatever. That's the illusion. We're living in this illusion, and what people don't realize is it's satanic. I mean, literally, the being that runs this world is Satan and his minions, and Jesus tells us that this world belongs to him. Jesus isn't going to lie to you and tell you that unless it's true. And I know for a fact that it does belong to Satan and his minions, and they have dominion over this world. So people are kidding themselves when they think that they're just living in this world, and it's just no. So it's going to be full of illusion because he's the father of lies. So he's not going to have something that's built in his image that's not just an illusory funhouse of mirrors. And so one of the easiest things to overlook is your physical health, because a lot of people think, well, this is a spiritual thing, or this is a physical thing, this is a mental thing. No, all of those things come into play. They're all a factor in your overall health. So many people will exercise, eat right, and take vitamins, and that's great. They do nothing for their mental health or their spiritual health, or they'll do something for their mental health and nothing for their spiritual health. If you don't have all three and they're not in alignment, you're going to have problems. Your body's going to be in pain, your mind's going to race, your spirit is going to be weak, and you're going to get attacked. That's just the bottom line.
I just want to say something here. Me, I've never done drugs. I've been in the front lines. I did 10 years, lost my mother at a very young age, been fighting spiritually since I was 3 years old. And I never once done drugs to go to that route to solve my problems. Sometimes the things that we do to ourselves is self-inflicted, in which that's a spiritual opening, in which you can get spiritually targeted, which is cause of health ailments that you have. I'm more sure Chato experienced a lot of things, right? Because the hallucinations of the drugs that he was on, then whatever experience it became spiritual because it became life threatening, right? And I'm more sure he probably seen other things when he was in crossing over, or when he was fighting for his spirit because he didn't want to go to sleep. I've been there. I've been there with a blood clot on my left leg where I crossed over, literally crossed over, but I got blessed to come back, by the Heavenly Father, because one important thing is to maintain your heavenly love foundation. That's the important part, because you have to maintain it. Nobody's perfect in this world. I'm more sure. I think one day I did one here while I'm talking about the drug things, and then there's a lot of people that say, "Oh, well, I used to do this, I used to do that," and one of the things that will happen is hallucinations. All that is a spiritual opening. I'm here to tell you, I don't even freaking drink anymore, because every time I try to go take my wife to have a good time, to go dancing, these things that we battle spiritually, like Chato was saying, of the balance, they surface up.
Yep.
You got to protect your vessel. You got to protect your vessel. When I did a prayer earlier, I prayed against what I've seen spiritually, because I can see things spiritually through the spiritual good discernment. Now I'm trying to help out the fella. I pray for him for this thing that I don't know if it's a guy that he's saying that he is, but I seen somebody, an image of something. I prayed against that individual, whoever that was that I seen. I prayed against it because I felt that there's a connection there, spiritually. I mean, I can only help as much as I can, right? If people want prayer, I pray for them. But at the same time, yeah, I got a niece in the hospital right now. She's only 23 years old. Her heart is working at 15%. She's never done drugs in her life. She was born that way. Nobody knew in the family that her heart was defective. She's in the hospital right now, right? She had a son like 3 years ago, and the doctor says there's no way in the world that she should have been able to have a son with the heart working 50%. And they said he's a blessing. He's a walking miracle. There's no way in the world she should even be alive. But there is a way through the Heavenly Father, through Jesus Christ, because He is a way. That's all I'm saying. You can give power. We're trying to help through prayer, because there is a lot more things that get involved. Especially you have a spiritual opening, you get spiritually attacked. You get spiritually attacked. You get negative attachments on you. They keep you confused. They keep you bonded because they don't want you. They don't want prayer, real prayer, real spiritual help. But yeah, I'm sorry that he went through what he went through. I mean, shoot, I got a cousin right now, also cousin Jesse. He's going through some hardships right now with the stroke that he had. He wasn't doing any. What he did was when he was younger, but now he's going through what he's going through. But I keep him in prayer. Prayer is very important. All I'm saying is, if people want spiritual help, at least allow me to be able to help if you want the help. But if you don't want the help, and if you don't want the spiritual help through prayer, I don't want to hear a story that I was doing drugs, I did this, I did that. I'm here to help people spiritually, right? Especially with something self-inflicted. I mean, I was talking about at the beginning of the show how there was this guy standing in the middle of the street with a gun in his head, pointing at his head, and he's saying this to the policeman: "Kill me, kill me." He's got the gun pointed at his head. For about 8 minutes, they're talking. Next thing you know, he points a gun at the police, and the police blast him. I'm just here to say that you're not alone. Whoever's suffering through something, you're never alone, because the Heavenly Father will not forsake us. He is with you. All you got to do is call upon Him for spiritual assistance, spiritual help, and He will assist you spiritually. And don't give power to the enemy. That's another one. Don't give the enemy respect, no matter what side of what balance it is. Don't give, because they'll take the little thing of respect and try to take advantage of you. We see that happen all the time here in this community. But I am sorry for the people that go through things. It's just, you cannot leave a spiritual opening. Forgiveness, ask God for forgiveness, repent for your sins, in order for Him to be able to bless you with blessings and healings, and for Him to be able to bless you with the spiritual gifts of discernment. Remember, everything we do spiritually has to be done through Jesus Christ. There ain't no other way. It's got to be done through Jesus Christ. That's all I have to say for right now.
Absolutely, I agree. I really hope Chado is still, he might not.
I mean, hey man, I'm all ears, man. He can call me whenever. I'm a brother, and we're all brother in arms.
He's not here right now, but I hope he's still on listening.
Yeah,
because
I'm just like
you
trying
know,
to help, but I feel that there is a blockage there because I think I prayed against whoever did the wrong, and he prayed for somebody. And
certainly.
I'm just telling you, man, that I feel that somebody did something to him, and when he prayed for nothing to happen to that, well, then the prayer that I said is not gonna. He's because is is not allowing it to go back to where it came from. La
Yeah.
maldad, the wrongdoing that was done to him, right? So
Well,
it's kind of
he's
like he's
definitely not
protecting.
alone.
It's like
He's
he's
not alone.
protecting. He's like he's protecting that individual. I'm just trying to. Well, not that he's protecting them is. I'm just trying to help him because I was shown something. That's what I prayed against. Whoever did the maldad to him, the wrongdoing, the spiritual warfare is very real, and I'm more sure he's done better a lot of things spiritual. I'm just trying to help.
I believe Chado's going to be okay.
Oh
I
yeah, he's
believe
gonna be
Chado's
okay.
he's walking the right path. He's taking the proper steps to put himself back on track. And you know, after all, he came over here voluntarily by
Yeah,
himself. Nobody told him to do this. He did it.
yeah.
You know, of a billion people in this world, but he's the one that decided to come on this channel and speak his piece, and he got
I'm
it
just
all
trying
a
to help
lot
him, man,
of what he
because
said off his chest.
yeah,
You
I
know,
see the dude that did that to him, and he still has an influence on him right now. That's why I was trying to. Every time I see something spiritually, a target on on the thing that I'm seeing, whether it's an individual, whether it's an unclean spirit, I target that and pray for the individual to
yeah,
free him from that kind of bondage or attachment, because those attachments is what make people sick, like heart attacks, strokes, uh, cancer. Spiritual warfare.
I think it's
Yeah,
going to
it's
be
just
okay.
yeah. I just got the image of that the individual that did that to him, so that's why I prayed against them. You know, like
I
I said,
appreciate. I
they
thank
like
you for that, man.
dressing a certain way where he comes from. He likes putting freaking paint on his face and shit to cover his identity. But that's okay. I already prayed against him. I already seen how he looks. Ah, that's brujeria, man.
It's hard, and I do agree. I do believe in the darkness of the brujeria, and and that's I'll go as far as that because I don't want to believe in
It
such a way.
exists. It exists, but the power of Jesus Christ is a
You
lot
can
greater.
reject it. Yeah,
It's a lot greater. The power of Jesus Christ is a lot greater. I've dealt with brujas and brujos all my life, man. From California, they've come and visit me. I see them ahead of time through the spiritual gift discernment. I know who they are, and they come. So I always prepare ahead of time, and I fight spiritually. And I'm still here. I'll be fighting spiritually for many years. I don't accept any form of negativity. I always tie, bind, and rebuke in the name of Jesus Christ, and I'm still here. A lot of those people that come up against me spiritually, that negativity state with them, if they chose to wish death upon me, or that's what seven times four happens. I leave everything up to the Heavenly Father, Jesus Christ. He's my protector and avenger. We happens to Brother Josh Turner. Have people trying to wish bad things towards all the time. Brujeria, whatever. I I know it exists, but I'm not going to give it power, because the power of Jesus Christ is a lot
Josh
greater
needs another lick,
than
bro.
what they practice, which is from the fallen, from the fallen angels, from believing in Lucifer and all this crap. They're lesser than us. We have an opportunity to make it into the kingdom of heaven. They don't. What is fallen is fallen. They will never make it back into the kingdom of heaven. So the people that are believing in that shit, excuse my French, is they're literally screwing themselves over, because they are my brothers and sisters, regardless whether they're in the good and the bad, and they're screwing themselves over because what's fallen will never make it into the kingdom of heaven. Is trying to get them to lose their opportunity to make it into the kingdom of heaven. I'm just trying to awaken people spiritually, to have the opportunity to fight not just for themselves, but for their children. Because these things, that's what they want. They want the whole enchilada, man. If they can take out a generation, they're going to take out a generation. But it's very real. It's been happening since the beginning of time.
You know what? I was thinking about, like, should I share it or not? But you asked
Go
me,
ahead,
like,
brother.
what were you thinking about back in the day when around the time that I told you about the UFO? Like, what were you? I forget what you said, but I'll tell you that around that time I was doing a lot of research, and one of them was meditation, like transcendent meditation, and I was even studying Kabbalah, I think they pronounce it. And that's not Christian; it's more Jewish. And I was just studying a lot of stuff, and I was just understanding a lot of that stuff. And I even started meditating, and I was putting myself, and I was trying to close out my five senses and just to do a lot of meditation. And so I did a lot more than that without diving too much into it. So when that incident happened to me, I was telling myself, what was I doing that in that may have contributed to me
Influenced.
running into
Yeah.
this episode? And I was like, I probably did something that they did not want me to do, but I was allowed to do it because it's my right. And it wasn't appreciated because I it felt in such a way like it made no sense that people can that a UFO people did not see what I saw. And I shared this experience of my meditation. By the way, I was very and I was a strong believer in Jesus Christ, and I was praying, and I even told this to some of the people. The person that I told mostly was Jeremy Corbell, who's a strong believer in UFOs, and he was telling me, and he responded back, and he told me, if you approach that, you better believe that you're going to be visited. He doesn't use Christian words. He just says you're going to be visited. I'm like, all right, bye, whatever. At the time, I was like, I get what you're trying to say. It makes sense to me because I got the IQ to understand what he was trying to say.
Yeah, what
And
he's not telling you, I mean, I don't know who the guy is, but when you open up yourself, I mean, I had an uncle, right? Because you say you were studying certain things. When you open up yourself to certain things, you don't actually know what you're opening yourself up to, right? For example, I had an uncle that he started dabbling with the dark arts, reading. We didn't know he was dabbling with this. He started acting weird, where he started talking to himself, and we didn't know, right? Then there was an incident where we were asleep, and you hear something land on top of our freaking roof, like real loud. We grabbed the ladder, set it on the house, and we climbed the house, and it's my uncle. He's up on top of the roof with a big old rope, thick rope, wrapped around him. He's wrapped around hogtied, like literally hogtied on top of the roof, and he's got no shirt on. He's in his freaking underwear. He's got scratches all over his body, and we're trying to figure out what's going on. And I'm like, man, he probably did that to himself, but he was literally tied up, hogtied, right? And then he says, the lechuzas, la brujas came to take me. He started talking about demons, right? So we got him off the roof, got him loose or whatever, and things like that continue to happen to him. It was my grandmother was diabetic, and my aunt would come give her a shot every morning, one morning she's trying to reverse her Impala, right? And you hear, my uncle was a big man. He weighed like 300, 400 pounds. And her freaking reverse, you couldn't reverse out of the, and she was like, algo está malo con el carro. Man, what it was, my uncle was hog tied underneath their car. And we're like, how the hell did he get underneath the car? There's no way. But then we find out later on that he was dabbling with the black magic book, right? He was trying to find answers of things. So the reason this was happening to him is because he didn't want to finish reading the black magic book. And the demons came for him because it wanted him to finish reading the black magic book. That's why he would get to be, if he didn't have Jesus Christ in his life to protect him, and he was dabbling in that, that's why those things happen. In which many other things can happen too. All I'm saying is when you open yourself to something like that, trying to get answers, when the answer is already here, which is Jesus Christ, all these other things are openings for you to get spiritually attacked. My uncle passed away. I mean, he was literally demonized, man. I can tell you that. He tried to take out his family, tried to do all kinds of crazy shit. And he died, sickness comes with that. There's a price to pay, right? When you dabble in something. Well, he passed away a horrible death. That's all I can tell you.
Yeah, sorry to hear that, man.
I'm just saying, man. People is like, oh, nothing's gonna happen. Me, I can be hardcore. I was hardcore in the military, but this here with the spirit, and that's one of those things where you better know where you stand spiritually. You better watch your Q's and P's. You know how you talk about who's got my six, who's got my back. Well, the one that's got our back through the spiritual warfare is Jesus Christ. It's not all these other things that people are searching answers for. All these different practices, the answer has already been given to us a long time ago. Is when he died on the cross for us, for our sins. So the answer has always been Jesus Christ. And it's sad to say, man, the people get those negative attachments. They don't know how to pray against it because they're confused. They don't know whether they believe in Jesus Christ. I mean, or they don't know to continue to practice what they're doing. Well, it's not Jesus Christ that's making them ill. So it had to be something else that's making them ill, what they're dabbling in, So I've been doing this for a very long time, man. I've run into all kinds of things all my life. The only thing I can say is, there's two ways people are going to learn: the easy way or the hard way, and that's what is boiling down to right now nowadays, right? People are going to learn the easy way or the hard way. Which one? Which one they want is their choice.
Yeah, the shrooms is that's a really hard challenge. I mean, like it's just gonna boil you over and give you anxiety like man has or woman has ever seen before, and you got to stay away from that. And whoever's supplying you with that, you just got to opt out. That's not. I had a friend that did shrooms, but he used it in such a way that that he used it because he found like his normal life required him to use shrooms so he can be at peace. Like that's the real world is being on hallucinogens.
It's right now is being infiltrated by the enemy, and like Brother Josh was saying earlier, no means yes and yes means no. Good is bad and bad is good. They're trying to flip the script.
Yeah.
But for those who have a relationship with Jesus Christ, we know.
Yeah.
We know he won't forsake you. I'm just here to let you know if you feel that you're alone, that you're not alone. He's with you. All you got to do is have a relationship with him. Like he spoke to me one time when I was in the military. He told me, tell your brothers and sisters to open their doors and windows. How do they expect me to bless them and heal them if they don't let me in?
Yeah.
And you know, that's right there. It's you got to have that relationship, that faith, and believe in him in order for him to bless you and heal you. But you know, so many things in society that it can deceive somebody. And you know, I come from a different time era compared to people that are younger than me and stuff. And it goes with what's being taught within the schools and stuff like that can affect somebody. I mean, golly, what do you think, brother Jack, about this? He could probably give us a little. I don't know if he's awake. He probably fell asleep on me.
No, he said he wanted another link.
Or he wants another link.
Yeah.
So what do you think about this, bro?
You gotta be careful because they're the great deceivers. But just like we know from growing up that not everybody is bad, some are good, and sometimes people are bad until God calls them. Only God can soften the heart, and He calls them to the light. And there's plenty of testimonies of people who used to be brujos and brujas and are turned to Christ. And there's testimonies of people where the ground opened up and uh, the demon was trying to take them into hell, literally, and Jesus Christ showed up and saved them. And there's testimonies out there from all of these people. So yeah, like the guy said, not everybody's truly bad and not everybody's truly good. It just, like we've been saying, the troubles and tribulations of this world will distract you. But as long as you keep your eyes on him, you'll be good. Like you've already said in your story, they couldn't touch you and you walked right through them.
I placed a link out there, brothers and sisters. I don't think Josh wanted to come back on if he's still here, or Chato. And
Yeah,
man, I just try to help out people, man. I'm just blessed that I'm here amongst the living because I would have been gone in 2004. Just the Heavenly Father blessed me to come back to my body, even though I suffered for a while with a blood clot in my left leg. But I'm doing the good works. That's why I do this works. Because if I don't do this good works and spread the message, then my time here on earth could be shortened for not being obedient. So I'm just being obedient. That's all I'm doing. Doing the spiritual works that He leads me to do.
Can I ask, did you go to the VA to get that checked out?
The blood clot, the VA tried to take me out, bro.
Oh, it's back in the day, huh? The VA was like, how long ago was this? Because the VA back in the day, man, they were like fucking like,
yeah, they
get
tried
the
to
fuck
take me
out of
out.
here.
They
They're
said
like,
they had
fuck off, go die.
Yeah.
So this is back
Yeah,
in the
they
day,
tried
huh?
to take me out.
They cleaned their act, bro, for the most part.
I was on the blacklist, man. They tried to take me out, send me to King Doctor's Hospital. Man, it's a long story, but I can share that for another day.
Nah, yeah, really all that matters.
I wish Brother Shatta will come here. Not that we don't believe your story or nothing like that. It's just freaking. I want him to know that he's not alone. But
absolutely, he's not alone.
We all been through something, and we're here to help out one another. We just can't give the enemy power, right? You give the enemy power. We gotta maintain our faith or heavenly love foundation, have a relationship with Jesus Christ. Of course, people are gonna choose their own path.
Well,
I'm just
I hope Chato's listening. I hope he's still online right now. I hope he's still listening because at the end of the day, like you, in order to be able to, he shared a powerful story, but
yeah.
and in order to be able to respond to such a powerful story, uh, got to ask a few questions, and then with that, we can, give a response. And
Yeah,
if any of those questions, if he took those questions personal, well, I'll be the first one to say I apologize because that's not the intent. Because we believe everything you said, 100%.
the thing about no matter what we go through, the Heavenly Father doesn't want you to give up in life. He wants you to, like I said, have that relationship with Him because He's the one that can heal you and bless you to go on more forward. I mean, every time I go to the doctors, they tell me that I'm fixing to have a heart attack or I'm
Oh,
fixing
I
to have
said
a
Chato. I'm
stroke.
sorry. I didn't mean Chato. Um,
That's what they tell me. Yeah, but I just rebuke it. Anything negative they tell me, I rebuke it in Jesus Christ's name because I'm not going to allow negativity in my heart. You know, there he
uh,
is.
yeah, I was gonna say
That brother Chato. He's a
What's
combat
up, dude?
brother too.
My phone died, bro.
Oh man, that's what happened.
Yeah. But
you got to keep
yeah, I just work. I
you
work
got to keep
long
that.
hours. I work long hours, bro. And then yeah, I was just hanging out by myself because everybody's working. So like I normally don't stay up this late, but I was having a few beers.
Sorry to hear
Not
that,
wrong
brother.
with that. Cheers, brother.
Yeah, man. I only had a 6-pack, and I put the other half away. So
Yeah, I went to watch the movie. I bought myself a 12 pack on the way back home, so you're not
yeah,
alone. I um I went to watch that movie. What's it? Weapons.
Oh yeah.
yeah, yeah. My
I
daughter wants
recommend
to
it.
see it, dude, and I was like, "What?" And I looked at the trailer. She's 15, and I was like, "Yeah, I don't know. Like, I guess."
Well,
Yeah,
it's
but
it's one. Well, I'll tell you one thing. Did you
it's
watch it?
good lessons learned. I bet, dude. Like,
It's not a jump scare, and that's why I like the movie because it's one of those movies that it feels like more like a Texas Chainsaw Massacre type of feel, you
oh,
know.
okay.
So it's not a jump scare, and I hate those movies that do the jump scare because that's not really a
Texas
scary
Chainsaw
movie.
Massacre had a way of just stretching the anxiety out throughout the entire film, bro.
Yeah, like run, bitch, run, run. But
Yeah,
yeah, you know what I mean.
and like
Yeah,
it was just so dumb, bro. Like anybody could have escaped at any time, but it's just a movie.
yeah, the girl running and she keeps falling on the ground. Yeah,
Yeah, like to see the bad guy and instead of running, they just like roll their
go
eyes in the back of their head and scream for 30 minutes and then they get chased.
exactly, exactly. This movie's good to go. I recommend it for anybody who hasn't watched it yet. It's a really good movie.
Yeah. Did you watch what's that one? Bring Her
A
Back?
superhero. Bring it back. I haven't seen Bring It Back.
Yeah,
So
you want to watch that one, dude? It's like so like that director actually shows a lot of stuff that's like real on film.
oh like a like a documentary or
No, bro, it's like a ritual. Like the movie's about like this lady who lost her daughter, and she's weird. She has like some videotapes off the I'm pretty sure it's like the dark web or whatever that teaches her how to do rituals, bro. And she tries to bring her daughter back. You just watch it, dude. You're gonna be like, what the hell? Like it shows you things that are like very close to real life, but it's like the same director that made that movie, the one with a mano, bro, where like they grab the hand.
oh yeah, they grab
Talk
the
to me.
hand and
Talk to me.
their eyes
Talk to
turn
me, bro.
black. Yeah,
hmm
yeah.
Yeah, I seen the movie, man.
Yeah,
The
that Talk to Me
lady.
movie. Yeah, it's the same
Talk to
But
me.
director.
There you go.
yeah, the other one that you're talking about, I seen that.
hmm But
It
yeah,
hits
what
them.
questions did you
It's not
have, bro? I heard you.
demonic.
Yeah, I'm not tripping about the whole mushroom thing, dude. Like I know like what those things are. So like what they do is they chemically alter your vibrational frequency, and it opens you up
Among other
to
things.
to see what's always been there, but you can't pick it up because your eyes are automatically adapted to only visualize a certain frequency. So when you chemically change, like alter your vibrational frequency, it opens you up to a wider array of things that are around you. Quantum science, you can look it up. Like, are you actually, like, your eyes restricted to only viewing at a certain frequency? Yes.
I got a lot of short reels that's got some crazy stuff, bro.
Did you get those pictures I sent you?
Oh shit, let me check.
Check your messenger, bro. So I asked God, like, hey man, I was like, hey Lord, you haven't spoken to me in a while. Send me a message. And then he sent me that thing in the clouds. And then after that, I saw a white horse. And then I kept driving and I saw a statue of a white horse. And then on the way back, I called Josh. It was during one of the live feeds. But he's like, oh man, I'm getting goosebumps. When he said that, I had a near miss with a deer. And then, like, man, like, I just kept driving. And then, like, I got on the live. And then I was talking to him and I had another near miss. There was a guy sitting, like, slumped down in the middle of the Royal Gorge, like out in the middle of nowhere where there's no lights, no sidewalk, no houses, no nothing. Another near miss. So I was like, the Lord warned me of, like, maybe the deer was supposed to be for me and the other one was for the other guy. But if you look there,
the pictures of clouds you sent me.
yeah, like, it's got a face with horns and the nose and, like, everything, bro. Like it's just clear as day. You zoom in, you can see it, bro. You see that shit?
Right here.
Mm-hmm.
Face.
Right there, look, you see the nose on the right? No. Right there, there's the eye. Go to the right. No. More to the right. There's the nose.
Yeah, I
The
see the
goatee,
nose.
the horns. Yeah, bro.
The face right here, and he's got a chin.
Mm-hmm. And the horns.
The horns.
Yeah, there's another one where it's, like, kind of zoomed out a little bit more. But yeah, you see, yeah, right there.
Man, that looks like the creature. I know you ever seen the movie Conan the Barbarian?
Yeah.
Part 2, where they got the Greek god and
Conan the Destroyer.
Yeah,
Part
the
2.
one that they put the horn. He's fighting it because he's got a horn, but the face when he's a statue looks like that.
Yeah. Well, I said God showed me a sign, and that's what he showed me. And then two pale horses.
Is that your picture? You took it?
Yeah. You see the screenshot, bro? That's Abe and you and everybody up there on the top right. That's you guys.
Well, that's awesome, bro. Like, that's amazing that you took time to stare up into the sky and just take a deep breath.
No, I said, God showed me a sign, and I saw it, and I was like, oh, I got you now. And I just, like, double tapped the power button and just hit snap.
Yeah, you can definitely see it there, man.
You took it upon yourself to take that picture because you saw it.
Yeah.
Signs are everywhere, brother.
You send me other pictures too, other brother?
Yeah, a bunch of other weird photos that are, that's a vampire entity, a vampiric entity that was at in Portales, New Mexico. When I took that photo right there, and all the scratches landed inside my shadow, I received a telepathic transmission that says, this is a warning, fucker, like that. You're dealing with something that you shouldn't be dealing with, like that. And it's, like, split down up the middle and, like, scratches.
Hey, bro, that looks like the scratches I had. I got a picture of
your scratches were
the
all
back.
the way across your back, and it was, like I said, there was, like, 2 fingers, and it was something like it was a giant that scratched you.
Hey, Abe, do you have the other one where it shows my hand?
Down the middle.
The other one where it shows my hand. That where you see that ring? You see that big ass ring? So that was like a solid gold ring with, like, black diamonds and a makar, which is AKA the Star of David. My father, who was a Mason, gave me that ring, and I didn't know what Masons did, and I threw that ring away, dude.
Oh man, so that could be a spiritual opening there too. The Masons
from your own father, bro. You heard that? That when he says, "Though my mother and my father forsake me, the Lord will receive me." Zoom into the door. That's beautiful me, dude. Zoom into the door, the top left corner, where the door's cracked open. You'll see a face to the top left. Stop rubbing my nipples, bro. Right there. Now you zoom in right there,
You
top
think you're
left.
gorgeous.
Yeah, bro. If you zoom in top left in that door where it's open,
Yeah,
if you can
right
click in, zoom in. No, like to the left. That's your right, bro. Right there. If you zoom in, right there where the pointer's at.
Yeah.
If you zoom in, dude, you can see a face with like a hanya, like a Japanese type oni.
All right, let me work on it.
What's your nationality, compa?
Mexican American, pues mexicano, güey. De Durango y de Guanaceville.
Guanaceville.
Durango, México. Mi mamá es de Durango.
Puro Durango, huh? Army? What unit?
I was in 168 Armored Regiment with infantry, and then before that, I was with 1508 Parachute Infantry Regiment with 82nd.
Right on.
Yeah, I got out as a staffy.
That's crazy. I see the two photos on here, but it's not showing. Okay, there it is. Let me do a screenshot of that close up.
Hey, dude, have you ever listened?
You if you're saying
How
something,
long were you in the military, guys?
I think he got muted. He was saying something and then he got cut off.
Oh, let me check. Let's see who's here. Are we all still here?
Yeah, he was saying something and then like it got chopped, like he got cut off.
Is it still here?
My bad, dude. I was looking through my gallery to see if I could find more weird pictures for you guys. Yeah, dude. But I was asking you guys if you guys have listened and if you guys have listened to the Linden Railroad by Nathan Reynolds.
No.
No. Well, the guy he's like a descendant. You know the aluminum brand Reynolds wrap.
Yeah, my brother works there.
Yeah, well, like that shit's straight demonic, bro. Like the owners, he's from the Reynolds family. But you might want to check out that channel. But he was telling a story how like in Lake Havasu, Arizona, it's like a main hub for like the like the Satanists and stuff in Lake Havasu, Arizona. Like how they have like a new they have a new like they developed a new way to astral project. So like they hook you up to this machine that's like a refrigerator, and they cycle your blood through it, and it drops it below a certain like temperature where you're like clinically dead, but you're not because you're still cycling your blood. So like this guy said he had to ask somebody, like I'm not gonna say his name, but he was one of the lords of hell, a question. So they sent him down there, and he was standing before a lake of fire, and like he was trying to figure out how to get across. And then two dragons came. One of them was black and the other one was white. And I was like, dude, that's kind of cool, bro. I was like, because he's redeemed, bro. Like he was anointed, and like now he's revealing everything that like his family did and like what they do and like how the elite do and get away with all this stuff or try to get away. And I was like, that's awesome. But I was like, with the dragons, I was like, hey, I know dragons are real. And I was like, that's pretty cool. And I was like, hey, Lord, if it's in your will, like I don't mean to be blunt or whatever, but like if it's in your will, do you think you can let me see a dragon? I don't know, like I just think it's really cool and blah blah blah. So like I don't know, dude. I was just like on the road listening to the podcast, and then like about a month later, dude, I was home alone, and I have like a double sliding door that faces out to the backyard. It's just made out of glass. And I was home alone again, bro, and I was looking out the window, And then I felt like all the air and like all the sound left the room. And then like behind me, like I just saw like this giant black mass, dude. And then I just saw like something move. And then like over my left shoulder, I saw this giant yellow eye. And like a slit, bro. And I was like, oh, like I just froze kind of a little bit. I didn't feel like super afraid or threatened, but like only for a fraction of a second, I said, "The Lord is with us." And then after that, oh, show him that one, the family photo. That one, bro. Like zoom in, like next to my head, like in between mine and my younger
Right here?
brother's head. That thing right there, dude. Zoom in. It's got.
Oh shit! Let me take a screenshot of that, man. I don't know how to really zoom in with this. Let me see. I can
That's
figure
when
it
I
out.
got back from Afghanistan.
How long ago was this?
That's in 2014.
14?
Mhm.
Yeah, you look younger than your picture over here. This picture.
Yeah, dude. I'm blessed by the Lord.
Hey, can I ask? I think you already answered this question, and I'm sorry if you did. You visit the VA, right? You go to the VA.
Yeah, bro. I'm 80%.
80%. You should be 100, brother. Like me.
Yeah. Yeah, dude.
Are you working on it?
Yeah, I am. Yeah, bro.
Yeah, you got to work on. Because
Yeah.
bro,
I'm doing really good financially too, by the way. Like I'm really
I'm
blessed.
just
Yeah,
saying that
my
I owe
cup
you.
truly overfills. Yeah, but it would be nice to be at 100.
Just keep talking to them, brother.
You see that guy on the right in that picture?
With the thumbs up.
Yeah. That's my younger brother, bro, and like the dude's fucking weird, bro. Look, for real. Nah, I don't even want to say anything, dude. I'll tell Abe, and then later he can like
Yeah, I was trying to.
pretend like it's not me that told him the story, bro. But you guys will know.
I think
Man,
I
that was
remember,
crazy,
man.
dude.
I think I
That
remember
was
sharing pictures with me a long time ago, man. Just
yeah. We were live. Me and the Cryptid Commission were on.
yeah.
So you see that little dude with the skinny neck to my right on that picture? That guy? No, that's me. The other guy. That's a big ass
Yeah,
neck,
I
dude.
got you. You're
No,
right.
the other
Yeah.
one.
Yeah.
The other one, dude. That one.
What
So
about him?
like, so Cryptid Commission was best friends with that guy growing up, and like, so me and Cryptid Commission know each other, bro. And like, yeah, it was one time we got on the channel with Abe, like a long time ago, bro. And I gave him these photos here, the one with the scratch marks, that one, but like, and the ones on the door. But yeah, those cloud ones, I sent them to Josh, and then I sent it to Abe too. But yeah, bro, there's all weird shit happening around me all the time.
You want to see
alone, brother.
you want to see my battle scars, man, from when I was a kid that the Lechuza scratched me in the face.
Yeah, let's see.
It happened when I
You
was
said
young. My
you were
brother
staying with a
remembers.
curandera. Te estás quedando con una curandera, güey, ¿verdad?
Yeah, but
¿Por qué te entregaron por why'd you get? ¿Por qué te entregaron por 3 años? What did your family get in return, bro? For turning you there.
My brother lived, man. My brother was fixing to die.
Okay, so she just needed your energy to work with. Then, bro, she's like, "Hey, let me borrow this battery for 3 years." I was used as a battery too, bro. Don't worry. For real, dude, it's evil.
He was.
I'm not laughing, dude. I laugh when I get
using me
nervous.
as
I don't feel
bait.
like I'm sorry. I don't feel. I don't mean to offend anybody. When I get nervous, I laugh,
Oh, bro.
and I'm always nervous, bro. I'm sorry. I apologize.
I think everybody that grew up as Gen X is battery. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know how sometimes we say, you see that these things that they're able to manifest, man, to look real, and they can. When people say they can harm you, they can harm you, because I got proof right now. The picture I'm going to share with y'all is that that day something was calling me to the window. It sounded like my grandmother. It was nighttime.
A mimic
I was
spirit.
sleeping on the bunk beds, and I started going towards the window. And as I got close to the window, she kept on telling me to get closer, get closer. It's like in la madrugada, between like 3 or 4 in the morning.
How did it? Could you see kind of like? Could you kind of see it through like the curtain, bro?
No, we had no
You didn't
curtain.
see
It
a
was just a
silhouette. It was
screen.
just a voice.
The screen was big. Yeah, it was my supposedly my grandmother's voice calling me to get
Oh,
close
you
to the
said it was one
window.
of those big ass like old school like metal screens, right?
Yeah, yeah. You know
Yeah,
those.
I listened to that on What Lurks Beneath on the episode.
Check it out. This is my battle scars here, man. I'm gonna share with you right now because I never got stitches. So when you're young, you heal. But now that I'm older, you're able to see the battle scars. And sometimes I feel like Wolverine, man. Check it out. Let me find it first before I share it. Uh, I got up this morning to go brush my teeth, man, and I was like, I seen them. I was like, whoa. It's kind of like where I got, I just took a picture so you can see the marks. So here we go. And I tell people that
Do
I
you
have
have
marks on
any?
both sides of my face.
Yeah. Hey,
So
bro. Do
here
you
we
have
go.
any? Do you have any birthmarks that are in the shape of constellations?
Here you go, brother.
Hey.
Check it out.
Yeah.
This one goes all the way to the eye because when it tried to take me out the window, man, it fucking knocked me out, cut my
They try to
face.
pull you. They try to fucking pull you out of the window.
Yeah, when I was like 4 years old.
Damn, bro.
I'll
You see
give
the
you this,
scar?
man. You said
Look
you're
how
52, right?
I'm 56.
56. I'll
You don't
give you
look
this,
like you're
man. Like
56, dude.
I have receded hairline too, like you, like right around the same like you. But you got good genes, brother. Like everybody has the little side, like the little gray hair on the sideburn side, like the picture that you're
Like the
showing right now.
Wookiees, bro. Like that
Yeah.
Wookiees shit.
But
I
not
was
a
just
lot of
trying to show
yeah,
you the
the bookies.
the battle
This
scars.
motherfucker see the bookies.
Yeah, bro.
The battle scars that they left on me, man, when I was a kid. Now that I'm getting older, you're able to see them more.
Yeah.
They tried to take me out the window. You remember
That's
that,
just
bro?
fucked up, bro.
Yeah.
I was
Hey,
bleeding all over the damn place. I was bleeding all over the place,
Did
and
it grab you from the hair?
from
Te
my
agarró las
fucking
greñas, bro. ¿Cómo no? How did it grab
yep,
you?
he fucked up my I fucked up my hairline when I was 4 years old. But arrancó all the hair, man, from this side.
Oh, te agarró con las dos
Yeah,
manos.
was whatever it freaking tried to take me with, it clawed me, man. It was like whether it was a lechuza or gargoyle, whatever the hell it was, he tried to take me out the window.
there's something going on between time and space
I was just showing you my battle scars, man.
yeah, like there's something on the other side that really likes.
Yeah.
You guys ever
Whatever
you guys
that thing is, bro, it fucking
guys ever
marked you for life. So whenever anybody, the enemy, looks you in the face, they know that you're marked.
Yeah, he didn't remember when he got scratched on his back, but I remember because it wasn't. You see the scratches on his face? The scratches on his back was 3 scratches, and those were demonic, and they were like put 2 of your fingers together, and that's 1 scratch, and it was from one side of his back, and then 1 right in the center, and then 1 right on the other side of his back. So whatever scratched him was really big. And it was only 3 scratches, and they were white like that. And I still remember, and it was from the top of his back all the way to the bottom of his back.
Hey, when that happened, was it cold in your room?
No, it was down south. It was always warm and hot. We would always have the windows and the doors open.
That's what sucks about Mexico, bro. That's what it's fucking dangerous as shit.
We had no AC units.
Man,
we didn't have no ceiling fans. So nighttime, that's why we had the big windows. Is when it get fresh, the cold air comes in through the windows and it makes the house fresh at nighttime when we're asleep.
Yeah, it's always in Mexico, man. Like I remember when I went down there and I went to uh Mexico City and somebody was trying to sell me. Well, he did successfully sell me an old artifact. He was selling illegally selling artifacts. Like this right here is comes from old tribe. And I'm like, oh, this is all right. So I bought it off him. And I took it back home with me. I put it in my bag. I took it back home with me. And when I took it back home with me, all kinds of bad shit was like bad luck was happening to me. And it was overwhelming without diving into what the kind of bad luck that was happening to me. But I promise you guys that it was really bad. And I told my sister about it. And my sister was like, you need to take that back. You need to go over there and take that back. And I don't even hesitate, bro. I as soon as I had the vacation time, I hopped on a plane. I went back to Mexico City and I just went over there and I just threw it out in the middle of nowhere, like in the woods. And I took a flight back home shortly after, and things got better. Things got
That's
much
good.
much better.
I'll be right back, fellas.
Sure.
You
Go
know,
visit.
one of the things that they were talking about, you guys talking about earlier, Gen X, it's kind of, you know, when you said that, Chado, about batteries, that makes sense because if you look at our generation, and we're all about the same age, so I'm 50. So if you look at our generation and you look at what they did, like we're all latchkey kids, man. You know, so my parents, when I was born, my mother's Mexican, right? My dad is Wilil, and we were poor, like real poor. And my parents, I remember my mom going to the bakery and not having enough to get like me and my siblings all a cookie. She was like counting her money, you know, and like it just, I
Yeah.
was thinking about that today. It made me sad. Like I remember my dad just working like 90, 100 hours in a cotton gin, and he could have been still selling drugs and doing what he was doing. I mean, he sold pot, you know, but like he gave up everything, quit drinking, smoking, everything just to raise me. And he was just like, I'm going to raise him right, you know, and it's like at some point we got off the rails, dude. My dad got a good job. We moved back to Central Texas, and my mother got a good job. And then they just went like totally away from each other. My mom became a manager of HEB and became like obsessed with making money and not being poor. My dad got a job at the Alcoa power plant, same thing. Then he went and started going back to school, became an electrical engineer, and just got, you know, more and more advanced. And I suffered, you know, because my parents weren't ever around. And like some of my friends that weren't latchkey kids, they were like, oh, that's cool. Your mom and dad are never home, you know, and they'd come over and hang out and shit. And like we'd roam around in the woods.
Hell
And,
no,
you know,
bro.
yeah, they thought it was like
That's like the
fun, you know. It's
recipe
like,
for disaster, dude. When no parental supervision of like Gen Xers, bro.
that's what happened. And we were roaming around in the woods all summer, like shooting copperheads with 22s. You know, it's like, dude, anything could have happened, dude. Like it was, I'm lucky to be alive. Not lucky. God blessed me to be alive. And I just feel
Yeah,
like they made us really tough, dude. But what they were trying to do, the powers that be,
yeah,
they
bro. I
were
remember
trying
eating
to.
shit, going downhill on a bicycle, going like 40 miles an hour, and like just perfectly okay.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, dude. And then we would fight, you know, like Lord of the
Yeah,
Flies, dude. Like they'd be
Hey,
like,
just for
you know,
fun, bro.
this
Yeah, stabbing each other with sticks and shit, and hitting each other with
yeah,
rocks.
shooting
Yeah,
each
it's
other with
fun.
BB guns, dude. Freaking stupid shit like that, man.
you know what
And then
doesn't
it grew
exist
into gang
anymore? You know what
violence
doesn't
later.
exist
Like,
anymore is
and then the streets started fucking separating everybody from their infancy into like gang violence.
Their
I
parents
mean,
aren't
in my
around,
neighborhood
dude.
at least.
remember back then you go to high school and everybody signs your cast or you're signing your friend's
Oh
cast.
yeah, yeah.
That doesn't happen anymore. That doesn't
What?
exist.
Yeah,
Nope,
Why?
nope,
Why is
because they want
that?
nobody.
everybody to be the same
No, because Gen
in this
Xers
for the
go,
sake of
they fuck
uniqueness.
themselves up and they go to, and they do whatever they got to do, dislocate a shoulder, break a bone here and there, and they go to school and they tell what happened to them, and everybody signs the cast.
Yeah.
That you don't see that today. None of that. Nobody
Or
signs
anybody
casts.
like, yeah, bro, like I just
Kids
don't see
nowadays, though,
anybody
they go
like
to school
carrying
wrapped in
like
bubble
carrying
wrap,
anybody
dude.
up anymore, like
Yeah,
lifting
nobody
anybody
brings
up.
stones.
Nah, everybody's pulling guns, dude. Cuartas and shit. They're fucking scared, dude. They don't fight. And like I was coaching boxing for years in MMA, and these kids would come in there like just the last like a few years ago was the last time I coached, and these kids were getting weaker and weaker, dude. They'd come in there and they'd be like, I don't need to learn how to do this. I just pull my gun. I'm just like, what? These are like 16, 17-year-old kids, and they're showing me their handguns, dude. And you're like, this is freaking out of hand, dude. They're in this because they're scared, dude. And like their parents, they look at how they almost died, over and over again, like hanging
Yeah.
out, like I said, like Lord of the Flies. And
They
then,
helicopter over their kids nowadays.
yeah,
It's the
dude, the kids are
generational
wrapped in bubble
trauma,
wrap
dude.
to go to school,
Like the
man.
fucking. It's not generational trauma. It's just systematic oppression. Like
Yeah,
that
and the
generational
system is
trauma
geared toward
is
that,
just so
man.
that you could blame. It's just so that you could blame your own bloodline and your parents instead of like actually noticing like who's oppressing you.
Exactly.
Like, real, dude.
Yeah, you're right, dude.
And they
you
label
get
it. They
so
label it
screwed up, dude.
generational trauma, but nah, bro. Like, who's been oppressing the generations?
Well, I mean, if you look at how we were raised,
I mean,
dude,
people
like
do fuck up still. People do
it was
fuck up, but still, yeah.
I mean, we were raised without compassion. We were supposed to be selfish and cruel and not have our parents because our parents were too busy being boomers chasing money. And our generation was supposed to bottom out, dude, and be hooked on drugs. And then instead we became very successful because we were very tough. And we didn't lose our compassion,
Exactly.
our humanity. We turned it to our children, and I raised 3 children that weren't mine, dude. They were my freaking brother and my sister's kids. And I'm not gonna lie, I mean, they didn't do shit right, man. I had to freaking raise their kids. And I'm not ashamed to say, like, dude, I made some mistakes too, but I wasn't expecting to be like a parental figure. It just happened. And I was not in the position to do that. So I had to give up the last vestiges of my past and focus on trying to be a role model that I was not prepared to be. But when God throws something in your path, you have to do it. It doesn't matter. You don't fight it. You just do what you got to do. And I think that the system that was trying to destroy my generation really failed, because that which doesn't kill you makes you stronger. It's not always true, but it definitely was with us, and it made me stronger. And then I learned compassion, and how to raise kids, and just kind of did it on the fly. And I feel bad for a lot of people who they never could connect with their own kids. And I don't know, how do you say it? Like, we are teachers now. Like, our job is to teach this new generation and the next 2-3 generations, and they're going to have to learn how to stand on their own and fight this enemy that people, especially the boomers, are absolutely oblivious to.
Yeah.
All I could tell you is
they're the ones that are like worshiping everything. But yeah, dude,
well, they worship mammon, dude, which is money. I mean, like, I swear they'll throw you into the fire for money, dude. That's the boomers,
there's
dude.
different entities, but like
I don't know if you guys heard
they're
about
like
this.
worshipped. They're worshipped through certain actions, and
I don't know if you guys heard about this. This is actually something like breaking news, like something in the making. A lot of politicians. This is bipartisan, by the way. They're looking to do away with cell phones in schools, and of all states, Massachusetts is leading the way, and that makes me very, very happy, because Massachusetts is very, very diehard blue, very liberal, but they're in an agreement in that we got to do away with cell phones in schools, whether it be high school, junior high school, or elementary. Fuck off with that shit. Like,
I don't know, bro, because they're fucking grooming the kids, and they don't want anybody recording or reporting.
But Massachusetts, of all states, are leading the way. That is exciting. That is bipartisan, in my opinion, or from what I'm seeing, from my observation, from what I'm seeing. I've been keeping tabs on news, and
I don't know. They just don't want the kids with phones to record the teachers spreading the fucking woke shit.
On top of that, sure, yeah. But at the end of the day,
yeah, they don't want the parents to find out that the children are being indoctrinated.
Yeah, but you guys, look at this though. I don't know you Jack. Is that or not Jack? Buddha Cafe. I think Jack. Jack, are you there? I think he's asleep. I think Jack just.
No, I'm still here.
You're still there? Okay. So I don't know you guys, man. Jack and Buddha, nice to meet you. My name is Wolf. I'm from Paranormal Roundtable. Yeah, I don't know if you guys know about my channel or whatever, but anyways, if you look at it, I don't know what you are, Jack, but Buddha, you're Hispanic, right?
I am.
Okay, and Jack, are you Hispanic, white? What are you?
No, I'm mixed.
You're Hispanic and white?
I'm mixed with all kinds of things.
Well, I'm Hispanic and white, so I can tell you this. I got 4 basically different things in me, native, Spaniard, Cossack, and so if you look at this conversation though, you're looking at conservative Latinos really, and that's what we are. And we're sitting here talking, and we're on this show, and we're 4 or 5 in the morning, and it's very unique. And thank you, Abe, for the platform, for having this on and bringing us up here. But you got to remember too, at least 3 of you guys served in the military, and so you have a different perspective on this. And are you guys all ex-military?
Yeah.
Retired Marine.
Chato, I know you were E5. You were Army, right? You were an E5 staff sergeant.
6.
You were an E6.
E6 is staff sergeant. E5 is regular sergeant.
Okay. So, yeah. Anyways, you're all ex-Army except Jack. What are you? Marine.
I was a 91-810.
Okay. So see that gives you guys a different perspective. You freaking that's what happens when you go into the service. You learn a different perspective, and you actually serve.
Bro, you got hardcore liberals in there too, bro. It's fucking weird.
But they're not going to be up late at night doing this shit, man. They're too busy dyeing their hair blue, dude. Look.
Yeah. No, but we had, I met a couple of weird creatures in the fucking army that were
how many people do you see though having this kind of conversation, dude? Do you see them having this conversation? Is what I'm saying, right?
No, you don't. Oh yeah, they do. They have their own little weird fucking combos, bro. Too, like how we're racist and shit.
Dude, it's not like, dude. They're not. Let's put it this way. They don't use their brain like we do either. Like they don't know how to meme. Have you ever noticed that? Like they try to make a funny joke.
Right, Wolf. They don't know how to meme. They don't know how to meme.
They're just angry. They just want to be angry, bro. They look for escapes, like to just be like reasons to just be angry.
Yeah.
You can't even joke with them or make suggestions.
They'll go on TikTok and they expose themselves and they record themselves. And what do you see? Purple hair with the fucking ring in their nose.
That septum shit in their nose. That's what I'm talking about,
a lot
dude.
To say, man.
Dude, and I'm telling you, like on my show, they were like, "Oh, if you say something about these people, you're gonna lose half your audience." I lost literally 20% of my audience, and I feel great about it. I hope they go.
Yeah, you get more viewers for it too, bro. It's weird,
dude. I don't care. Like I just had to say
the
what
lives are more saturated
man.
Now that they left. Yeah, but like Lerny is saying, that blank stare when you say good morning to them and they just stare at you. It's all like, why is it a good morning? How could it be a good morning when like Trump is president or something weird, bro?
How am I going to raise my kids with Trump being the president of the United States?
Yeah.
How am I going to raise my kids?
The sky
what's crazy is
that
you know what's crazy is that 90% of the Hispanic community are conservative and they don't even fucking know it. Holy shit. Like they're Catholic, Christian, and they believe in Jesus Christ. I mean, that's conservatism right there, right smack dab. But they look at MSNBC and CNN, all that stuff.
Latinos have more like saints and demons and everything looking at them because of the way that we're raised. If you do anything wrong, somebody's watching, bro.
Like, think about it, like they don't want to get isolated. Covered, bro. If you think about it, like when you were raised up, if you in the woods, the chupacabra was waiting for you, or the cadejo, or the hambre lobo, or then you had
the
duendes, you had in the sky. You had the Lechuza in the sky, in the water. It was La Llorona. Everybody's Abuelita's house was haunted. There was a
but
fantasma in the
all that
hallway
shit's
and a
real though,
kukui
Wolf.
in
You
the
forget that
closet, bro.
like that shit's
No,
like real,
it's
bro.
real, but like you're raised up with that shit. Like a kukui is always in the closet,
Yeah.
bro. Like there's something there, and you know it. And they're like, "Oh, you got the ojo." Yeah, you have it, and you see it. It's like ojo dotado. No, it's like a patrica, like a curse, man. And then you're supposed to be like, "Oh, it's okay. Just go along with it, and just don't cry. No llores. Just be like, oh, it's okay." Nah, dude. I remember like sitting there, in my grandma's house, like being
There
scared
was
to go run
even
down the
like an
bathroom,
entity,
dude.
like they would even use it to like, if you cry, then La Llorona's gonna come too. Like what?
Yeah, they'll come to the window, dude. They're like, the devil's
Yeah,
gonna come to
dude,
the
don't
window.
escape.
I'll give you a one up. Tell me I'm wrong. Your mom put up the VHS and made you watch the movie The Exorcist and says,
Oh yeah, if you
you see what's
misbehave,
happened to her? If you misbehave, that's exactly what's gonna happen to you. Your head's gonna spin.
bro. Let me tell you, dude. Okay, so like this was actually kind of fucked
Fucking
up.
you up in the
So,
head.
dude, when I was a kid, all
Yeah,
right.
but
So like this isn't
that's
funny,
part
but
of
like my
the Gen
parents got
X, though,
separated
dude.
because my dad was an asshole, and like we were living in Juarez for like a couple months, and like I remember my tia, she's all like, "You want to watch?" Like, dude, she had all like a shelf full of movies, like all the Disney movies. We're watching Disney movies all day, and she's like, "All right, it's bedtime." And I was like, "No, I want to watch more movies." And she's like, "No, it's bedtime." And I was like, "No, I said I want to watch more Disney movies." And she's like, "You know what? There is one more movie that's really cool. It's really nice." And she's like, "Here, let me make you some popcorn, bro." And like, dude, she made me popcorn and all this shit. And she's like, "All right, you're gonna watch the movie, but you're just gonna be by yourself. I'm going to bed." Dude, she drew the curtains, everything. And I was just sitting there, bro. And then it was the fucking Exorcist. Then, like the VHS, how like you would
was no
listen to the
problem.
credits
It
and
was like
everything, and then it would stop and rewind and then play by itself again. Dude, I watched The Exorcist 3 times because I was too scared to even touch the ground with my feet because I thought something was gonna grab me. So the movie played 3 times on loop until the sun came out, bro.
And then you can't sleep at night.
didn't
You're
have the
crying
courage
at
to turn
night,
it
and your
off.
mom's telling you to shut up because you can't. We're trying to sleep, and you're here. You are crying in your fucking bed because you're thinking about The Exorcist,
And you
you're
got
like,
your ass
"Shut
beat
up!
besides that.
Shut up! This is the last time I'm going to tell you to shut up."
Yeah,
And there you
dude.
are.
And Mexican moms are notorious for like just sitting there watching whatever and letting the kids just look at whatever's on the TV, man. Like just zoning out, just like watching whatever. I mean, I saw all kinds of weird shit when I was a kid. I didn't even like horror movies, dude, but it was always on. There was like that shit. And my sister would always watch those Jason, Michael, Freddy, whatever, pick a name, person stabbing people up and shit. I couldn't stand all that
It's
shit.
all Mexicans, dude. Like my grandma had like a horror movie collection too.
Oh yeah, my tia was like that. She was all into the weird stuff, and you could hear stuff like knocking on the walls and stuff, and they'd be like, "Ay, it's fantasma." I'm like, "What the freaking hell?" Like nobody even blinks an eye, and then people would come over, like your primos would come over, and then they'd be screaming and yelling, and everybody be laughing, and you're like, "Dude, you're used to it already."
It's
like,
almost like they
crazy,
want
man.
shit to happen so they could have a story to tell, bro.
Yeah,
It's like,
no mentiras, for real.
And we're
Yeah,
talking
that's
about
what they
parents
want,
that
dude.
are these parents are boomers. All right. So these parents
Yeah.
are boomers. So I lived in an area where there was a lot of lightning. So every time lightning hits, it's like you hear that? Yeah, they're coming for you.
Where you from?
They're coming for you. Right now I live in Southern California, but this back in the day it was Northern California.
So you're like a Chicano, huh?
Yeah, I'm a Chicano. I'm born and raised in. I was American, but I lived in up north in where Salinas is, like not too far from Santa Cruz.
Yeah.
So over there's like a lot of lightning and shit.
Yeah, I went to Santa Cruz this year, bro. That shit was badass, bro.
Yeah, dude, I love that area.
Hey, you know that weird, where the boardwalk is, like that little cave that has you could see through it and you come out on the other side. Hey, did you see that door? Did you see that fucking door that's there, bro?
I know what you're talking about. It
looks like a door, bro. It looks like you could push it open or something.
Yeah, that was the inspiration where the Lost Boys was supposed to be set. It was not that town, Santa Carlo, whatever, was like some fake town.
But Santa Cruz is where they actually filmed it. Yeah,
they filmed
I
it.
took a picture
that
of
boardwalk, man.
Yeah, I took a
Yeah.
picture of the
Hey,
poster
isn't
and
it
the
ironic?
carousel. I
Like,
have a picture of the carousel.
why did they pick Santa Cruz? God damn it! Like, I like to think that like they picked Santa Cruz because like a lot of stupid shit, crazy shit happens there. It's like,
Oh, vampiros.
yeah,
They're
yeah, the
real, bro.
vampiros and shit, man.
The
Like,
Nosferatu.
Son de veras, güey. Son madres las pinches sanguijuelas.
They went from the Nosferatu to the Tecatos. The
De tecatos.
no, they
Los
put what's it
nostecatos,
called?
güey.
The tecot. What is it called? Telecote or tecolote?
Tecolote, güey.
tecolote.
What is it?
Tecolote, bro. Tecolote es Saquenabo.
Yeah, it's tecolote.
No.
The reason why I know it's to call it tecolote is because my mom used to say tucolote.
Tuculote,
Yeah,
bro.
brother Jeff Turner was saying, what is he saying? Tuculote. What is he
El
calling
chiste del perico, güey.
I thought you were saying elotes, like corn.
Yeah. No. It sounded like he was saying culotes, but he was saying that word.
Culotes.
The old joke was like somebody farted, one of your tíos farted, and it's like, ¿Quién fue periquito? Fue el tecolote. And then he said it like 3 times, and finally the parakeet got frustrated, and he goes, ¿Quién fue periquito? Tu colote. He just got tired of saying el tecolote.
No, it's because it's the tia, bro. It's the tia, and the tia had gas, and then she was gonna have visitors over, and she had a lot of gas, and she just kept farting. So like the parrot was like, she's like, hey, if you hear me farting, just instead of saying like it was me, just say it was el tecolote, and then she farted, bro, when the visitors were over, and the bird was like, she was like, ay, perico, I don't know who that was. Who was it?
¿Quién fue periquito?
Tecolote, yeah.
El tecolote. He started with el tecolote, like he put the parakeet.
So the question is, why would that make them want to film a vampire movie in Santa Cruz?
I think back in the day, remember, this is Gen X, okay? I think back in the day, it's because that area was okay with Hollywood. They were married with Hollywood, and I think it's a Hollywood thing. I don't. Your guess is as good as mine, bro. I like to think that just because Hollywood was they own houses both in Hollywood side, Southern California, Los Angeles, and in Santa Cruz. And
everything that they do is captured behind camera for a reason because of the energy and the site of where the place is located.
That's a possibility, yes.
No, bro, nothing that they do is a coincidence. Maybe because people go missing there, maybe kids get kidnapped and they just use the energy because they use that energy too, that people go missing.
Yeah,
and then they use it to feed into the fear and the lore of the vampirism. And then since it's real, bro, it just gives them energy. Because it makes you fear vampires. And then they tell you that it's just your imagination, but it's not.
Are you guys familiar with hold on, give me a second. I can pin this right now. Not Moss Landing, but north of Moss Landing. Fuck. All right, you guys talk. I'll nail it right now. Oh, Watsonville. You guys know Watsonville? So there's a lot of brujeria in Watsonville. I'll give you guys an example. I was raised there, and I, as a Gen X, I rode my BMX and I dislocated my shoulder. Big ass collarbone sticking out. I had a big bone on my right side. To this day, my head still shifted to the side, to the right, but I had a big bone sticking out. And my parents, we were poor. We lived in a trailer park, and we could not afford to take me with a big ass bone. Couldn't take me to the hospital because we couldn't afford it.
That's fucked up, bro. Like kids should automatically receive free care, I think.
Well, you know what my parents did? They took, I'll never forget this. As young as I was, I will never forget this. They took me to a what they call back in the day, maybe they call it still today, un masador. You know, somebody who does, brujeria to cure me.
A sobador, bro.
Sobador. I'm sobador. Thank you, brother. Yeah, I know it's late. Un sobador. And yeah. And they took me and they literally, as young as I was, I will never forget this. And I'm 50 years old. She laid me down and this bruja fucking candles lit all around me, and she was like rubbing some ointments on me on top of my fucking big ass bone that was sticking out of the right side of my fucking shoulder, and she was doing this whole Santa Maria Madre de Dios, blah 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 blah, and look, she fixed it.
Ruega por nosotros.
Yeah, she fixed it. She put the bone back. I'll never forget that, and I mean that from my heart. Let lightning strike me right now if I'm lying to you guys. She fixed it. She fixed the bone, but to maybe like 95%, because today, my head is still shifted to the right. It's shifted to the right so much that when I take pictures with friends and my head shifted to the right, they think, "Hey, check homie out." Like, he looks gay. They always thought that I was gay because I always shift my head to the right.
What the hell?
Because they thought that I was like happy, like hi, like happy, and I had to tell them no, like no, it's because my
There's a
head is not
tocolote right
shifted
there,
right.
man.
You're not from la banda.
You see the tocolote? He turns his head.
Where is it, bro?
You see it right there? That's huge, man. I got
Yeah,
the regular
what are you? Oh shit, bro.
Lechuza, bro. Tocolote, look. It turns his head. Watch, it's huge, man. I'll show you the regular video in a moment. I'm just showing you a close up of it. Look at the big beak.
Yeah.
There's the eyes. Check it out. I'm gonna show you how tall it really is.
Where at?
Here's the regular footage. It's standing right here. That's huge, man. That's huge. That's like, I would say
Oh
like
wow.
about 15 to 16 feet, man.
Where's this at?
There you go. Let me start it from the beginning.
Believe
Is that Elms Grove?
No,
Right here. My hair's already stood up, brother and sisters. I feel something here. From this area.
there it is right there.
This is the open space where the thing was hovering. Came from the believe.
There it is. That's huge, man. That's a good I would say
Yeah.
like around 15 to 16 foot tall.
Yeah, I noticed that one of the eyeballs turned off.
Yeah, it's
Watch,
it's
play it
turning
again.
his head. It's turning his head. Look,
Is that what it was?
Oh,
there it is. He was facing that direction and turned his head to the right.
You know what that reminds me of? This video that you're sharing right now? Gettysburg. The brush. I went to Gettysburg and I felt like I wanted to throw up. There's a lot of evil in Gettysburg, man.
I just wanted to share that with y'all since you were talking about somebody's culote.
Hey, what do you think that is? I mean, it's like a demonic spirit. I mean,
Yeah. Bulto, we call them bulto negros, but you see he's got eyes. It manifests to look like an owl, a lechuza. It could be a lechuza or a lechuzo, but I would say more of a unclean spirit that manifests to look like that. When you hear about Lilith and
Is
there's
that in Texas?
yeah, Central Texas.
hmm.
I got all kinds of captures on my show reels, man. You should check it out.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll check that out, bro.
It's huge, man. The manifest here, they're big. So you gotta
Yeah,
be spiritual ready. I think it was making a noise too, like it makes some kind of screeching sound or something. But I couldn't see it physically. That's the thing. I was just recording, and I said, "Oh, something here," because my hair stood up. So I'm facing the recording to where I'm feeling something, the energy where it raised my hair up. And I say, there's something here, and there it was right there in front of me, but I just couldn't visually see it because I was too focused on recording. But yeah, it was right there in the wood line.
Yeah, that totally reminds me of Gettysburg for me.
I was just showing you the manifestation that it took. We lost somebody. Who we lose? Whoop.
Yeah, just like the Death Rider, bro.
Oh yeah, I got a lot of other images, guys. Uh, we got the Death Rider. You want to see the Death Rider? For all those the dealing with death. Yeah, that sucker looks freaked out, man. The Death Rider. What I do is when I capture something, I create short reels of the unclean spirits or the manifestations that they take. That's what I do.
I could smell the death right there, and I told him something's dead. It smells like death here, and I
Yeah,
was triggered real bad. I could feel it, something there. He was calling me back.
Abe, have you ever considered that it might be signs, like signs of a goodness?
hell no. It don't sound like goodness, man. You didn't see my hair stand up. I already know you got to trust your senses, man. But that's telling me
It's the signs of the goodness.
Or like like you're in troubled times and got.
Well, my senses, my spiritual senses is a good sign. You know, spiritual get
Got
a
it.
discernment, but it's
No, I
warning
was
me,
just
hey,
I was just
there's
asking.
danger, Will Robinson, danger, Will Robinson.
Yep, that's exactly how it freaking feels. All your hair stand up, even your back. It's
You
like,
remember
oh
the
shit.
show Lost in Space? Danger, Will Robinson, danger, Will Robinson. So my senses get triggered, like, oh shit, there's
Lost in
something here.
space.
So I start recording, and I always capture something. Telling you, I can go to locations, and if there's something there, it's going to reveal itself to me because it always does. It doesn't matter what location it is, I'll be able to capture something.
Just like when I was leaving your house, and I was like, something's
I'll be right back,
there.
guys. I gotta take
Yeah.
Rebel outside. He needs to go handle some business.
Yeah, no problem.
Go ahead, bro. Share your story.
I'm at 1%. I might disappear.
Yeah, I'm
Oh,
fixing to jump. I'm fixing to jump, Abe. I got to get some sleep, man.
okay.
It was fun, man. I'll see you guys.
All righty.
Well,
All right, later.
Good night. Good
Have a good
morning.
night, Wolf.
good night. Hopefully I don't disappear, bro. I might disappear.
All right. Well,
I don't know.
because we can call it a night. You want to say your farewells? Say your farewells.
Hey, Abe, did you see the link I sent you?
No, I haven't seen it, brother.
I can send it to you again. This is a link of the interview of one of the guys that I was telling you about earlier about the UFO, the Marine.
I'll check it out, brother.
You want me to send it to you again? Just to
Yeah, well,
refresh it?
I can check it out afterwards.
Yeah.
I just got to look. My dog's trying to get me to go outside. He's got to go handle some business.
Go ahead and take him, bro.
Okay. I'll be right back.
All right. Yeah. I got dogs. Fucking dogs, man. One of them bit me, man. Fuck.
Oh man.
My mother fucking fell down and I fucking helped. And I ran over there to pick her up, and the dog freaked out. And it's like, dogs, they freak out. And he comes over and bites me on my fucking cab. I'm like, get the fuck off me. I'm all bleeding and shit. I didn't get mad at the dog though, because I love animals. And I can sense that the dog had remorse that he bit me and shit.
The dog overreacted.
Yeah, the dog overreacted. The dog was like, It just was paranoid and did not want to know what to do, so he just took a bite out of my fucking cab. So I went to the clinic and they wrapped me up and I took some meds just to be sure. But that happened. It was funny. Now he looks at me like, "Are you gonna still feed me kibbles and bits?" Fuck.
Yeah.
Hey, you went to Afghanistan?
No, I was before you guys. I'm his older brother.
Oh, okay. Were you in the military?
When the war came, I was already out.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Yeah, I was in there for a while. I don't without diving into the whole war story
Yeah.
because
When I was leaving his house one time, we were walking out, and then I could see something in front of me, and he has a video on his garage camera
Mhm.
or some of it, but I could see something in front of me, and I kept on telling him something's right there. He couldn't see anything, but yeah, there was things out there waiting for us. He got that on his camera. He showed it on his show. He got some short reels, and
Hey,
then
did you hear about those that Mexican family? I think they're Mexican. I could be wrong. In Las Vegas, that meteor. Well, they say it was a meteor. It was a green. It was a green splash that came down over the Las Vegas. I want to say it was like maybe like no, like more like a year ago. Yeah, like a year ago, and the meteor came down, and these guys called in that they were visited by aliens. You hear about that?
oh no,
Oh man, I got videos on that. I got videos on that. I'd be happy to share that with you guys.
Tell them about this picture, bro. What was going on?
we were at the restaurant, and he had a he had a vision. God told him to go to this location, so I went with him, and he had shorts on. I had pants on, so I was walking in there, and that this is what he captured. But it triggered me. All my hairs were standing up, everything. I could feel something, but I couldn't see where it was, and I could smell death.
That's crazy.
And he captured also voices when he was calling me back. And then there was another voice that was saying, "Come here." And there was like a giggling, and there was other voices in the that video that say stuff.
Yes. See something there.
That's crazy, dude. When was that? What day was that?
What was that, bro? Like 2 weeks ago?
Yeah, like two weeks ago. I got a picture of this thing, man, that looks freaked out. You know how you're talking about dimensional and all this stuff. I got the one with the writer. Let me get it. It looks freaked out, man. He's got like a creature that's got like three heads and shit, but it's like camouflaging itself
You
because
can see the
it's
demon
body
hand
form
coming in the picture.
interdimensional, and it's camouflaging itself.
Can I can I can I sh- can I share a video with you guys?
Yeah, let me show you this one real quick. The one with the face. It looks like a short reel of it, of the face, where he was at. I captured the images of him looking at him or looking at us. Here it is. Let's see. this one. He's turning his head. See it?
Oh yeah,
There it is. I'll pause it in a moment.
yeah. The brush move.
Yeah, look.
It doesn't. Yeah, the brush doesn't move by itself. Yeah.
He's gonna shove his eyes right now. Watch. There it is. There's the eyes. Snout. It's the same location where the writer was.
Yeah.
I don't, you know.
Or like
Is this
it pushed the rubble, the brush out of the way. Yeah, I see it.
There you go. Let me pick that up. Oh shit!
Can
I
I
didn't
share
know
a
I was-
link with you guys?
I was playing that.
Is it alright if I share a link with you guys?
I mean, I don't want to violate any copyright thing, man.
How about I'll share the. No, it's just a news report. It's on YouTube, so it's not like copyright. It's a news network. Here, let me just post it. Let me just post the link and then
Yeah,
you
yeah,
can
that's fine.
put it on private chat. Yeah, you're okay, bro. It's not copyright. There you go. If you don't mind sharing that. You're totally okay. You're totally okay with sharing it.
It's not sharing.
No, it's not sharing.
Oh shit. Okay, let me try to share again. So I need to copy this. That's what I need to do. Copy link. Shit.
It's just a reporter talking. That's all it is. There's nothing special about it.
I'm gonna share this. Let me try to do it this way. Okay.
Spiritual and Kip Encounters just posted the link.
There you go.
I see booty. Yeah, it's just a reporter, so it's not copyright or like that. You're not gonna get in trouble. You're okay, bro. You can share. You're okay.
Oh shit.
Yeah, still not sharing.
Oh man, I don't know what's going on. I have been having problems with my internet. I think we lost Jack.
Oh man, I really like you guys.
Yeah,
I would really like for you guys to see this.
but the link is there. If people want to check out that video, it's right there.
Yeah, it's just a news network, and it's a reporter talking about his experience with
And I think I'm going to call it a night, brother. Thank you for being on and sharing.
Yeah, no problem.
stories and stuff.
Spiritual and encrypted encounters. Thank you for trying to share it. The link is right there. Everybody can click on it.
Yeah, I placed a link there so everybody could click on it, check it out. I guess like a little bonus after the show.
Yeah.
Is there anything you would like to say to the viewers?
Hey, thank you so much, but most importantly to you for letting me hop onto your channel, brother. And I look forward to catching up with you guys too. 100%. Thank you so much for inviting me over and giving me the link to talk to you guys tonight.
Thank you, brother, for being here. I think I lost you.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Yeah,
you sounded
I was saying thank you for letting me
No problem, brother. You're welcome.
Come on board and talk to you guys, and I hope you invite me back in.
Alrighty, brother. And I can't even see my. Wait up! I don't even know what happened to me. Like I disappeared. What the hell? There I am. The Tony's been acting up.
Yeah, man, I really wanted you to. I really wanted your audience to see that video, but it's okay.
I mean, I can try to play it, man. I just don't know if I can. I tried to play it, but it wouldn't show it. Is it on YouTube?
Yeah, you want me to post a link? Here we go.
No, let me find it on YouTube. What's the name of it?
Well, yeah, that's on YouTube. It is called "More Disturbing Incidents at Las Vegas UFO House, Banfield."
Man, I've been having a good show, and this shit's starting to act up on me, man.
Let me. I put the link back in private chat.
All right. So how do I share this with the group?
I would assume that if you play it and then you pause it and then see how, because like share it on your screen. On your screen.
Okay,
In other words,
I see.
In other words, yeah.
So I'll go here.
Might as well experiment. Figure it out right now.
Share.
Or going forward, you can.
Here we go. Is that it? Can you see it? All right, let's play it.
That doesn't look like it's the one.
Oh, that's not.
That's a commercial. That's a commercial. No. I think that's a commercial. Yeah, play it.
Alex, good to see you. I have to ask you, what are you making? Because there's something really interesting about this. And it's that last night it was reported there was more strange activity in and around the home. What is going on here?
Right. The story goes that just about a year ago, the Kenmore family saw these mysterious, unidentifiable creatures in their backyard right here behind me, right? They said that they were 10-foot tall creatures, that they were standing there looking at them. They could see them breathing. Angel says that he was actually growling at him, freaking them out so much that they actually called 911. Well, it turns out that these unidentified, unexplainable phenomenon didn't just stop at that night. Angel went into great detail with me during our one-on-one conversation about other paranormal activity that's been happening, but this time inside of their house. It goes beyond just seeing shadows and hearing whispers. These are really freaky things that he told me during our exclusive conversation. Take a listen. You mentioned paranormal activity. What exactly did you see?
Well, I was in another room. My brother called me, and there was a upside-down cross, and there was a Jesus statue on it. They ripped Jesus out of it. They threw him like across the room, and it was floating upside down.
Are you saying floating in the air?
Yeah, like in the air. It was floating upside down.
What did you do? I mean, did you go pick it up? Did you knock it down? Like how?
No, I didn't do nothing. I was just sitting there. I was crazy. I was like, what?
But how did it come down? It's not still floating right now, is it?
No, it came down. So we got closer to it and then it just dropped.
It fell to the ground. A crucifix floating in the air, upside down. The Jesus on the crucifix had been ripped off.
Yeah.
And it was floating. Yeah. And you can say definitively, without lies, that that is what you saw.
Yes. Swear to God, that's what I saw.
Okay, and what about the Bible? What did you tell me about the Bible?
Oh yeah, the Bible. So I was chilling normal. There was just a Bible just going like this, flipping the pages. But it was like steady, like it wasn't because of the air. It was steady, like somebody was holding it. As soon as I got close to it, it dropped again. It just dropped again.
It's inside your house, not outdoors, no
wind.
It's
inside, yeah.
No wind factor, but the page is steadily turning on a Bible.
Yeah.
And you have the same justification for that as well, demonic presence?
Yeah, I can see demonic presence, yeah.
The pages of the Bible were moving on their own and an actual crucifix hanging upside down?
Yeah. So we had a couple priests come over to the house, pray over the house, and everything seems to be normal again.
Are you connecting all these things together, everything you saw in your backyard to the things you've experienced over these past few months?
Yeah, to be honest, yeah, I think so. I still have an explanation of what it is, still pretty weird, and I have no clue what it is.
What did the priest say when they actually came to your house?
They're saying that it might be fallen angels, like demons or fallen angels, something like that.
Fallen angels inside your home.
Yeah, that was pretty creepy.
How does it make you feel about living here still?
Right now I feel good, There's a lot of time priests came over, but yeah, but whatever happened on last year May, that was pretty scary, man. I was pretty traumatized and stuff like that.
What does that look like to you? You said you're traumatized. I don't want to make you relive it.
Yeah.
What is that like?
It's pretty bad, man. You can't sleep, Not to sound like a crybaby, but you cry most of the time when you think about it. You get flashbacks. Not a good experience.
With all of the paranormal activity happening inside your house, are you thinking about moving away?
Oh yeah, soon I'm gonna move away from this house. Yeah.
Everybody or just you?
Everybody, I think.
You guys are done with this place?
Yeah.
What do you say to the people who believe that your family just made this whole thing up to try to get attention?
They can believe whatever they want, I'm not doing it for free. If I did it for fame, I would be on YouTube and stuff like that, doing more videos, but I don't care, guys. I just went on TikTok and YouTube, made my story.
And while we certainly have Angel's story to go off of, other people here in this neighborhood have also filled in some of the gaps and some of the things that they found freaky about that night that those two unidentified beings were seen by the Kenmore family in their backyard. For example, a guy who lives just right down the street just saw us out here on the side of the road and began talking to us, and he remembered that night as well. He said that for some bizarre reason, his TV all of a sudden stopped working at that time, that his surveillance cameras no longer were working, his lights were shutting off. So put all of this together, the Kenmore sighting, what the neighbors are reporting, not to mention what those Las Vegas police officers saw on those body-worn cameras, that flash of light streak across the sky 39 minutes before that 911 call. It really is an unexplainable phenomenon happening here in Las Vegas. Jess.
Thank you for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com to find News Nation on your
There you go.
Crazy shit, dude.
Telling you.
That happened in Las Vegas. A meteor came down, and the meteor was green. There was a green meteor that came down right next to them. And this kid was, there's more to this story, but this kid was working on the backyard. He was by himself, by the way. His family was inside, and he was working on doing some kind of a maintenance. And he has a pretty nice big backyard. And in his description on another video is that he saw them, and they were two big ass, like 11, he said 11-foot tall aliens. They were just staring at him with big ass giant eyeballs, and they were green, and they were just staring at him, and they did not let him move. He goes, I tried to move, but they wouldn't let me move. And he goes, but the weird thing is that I wanted to be scared, but they didn't let me be scared, and they weren't even growling. I'll share it when I come back. I'll share you the other video when he was saying it was growling. It was going. That's his description. That's his claim.
Yeah.
Crazy.
The activity like that, man, is. So I capture all the activity I capture over here in Central Texas. It's pretty hot and heavy over here with all that kind of activity. I got a couple of pictures of something that look reptilian. I got one where it's coming straight at me and it's changing pixels like it's charging at me. I'll show you that one real quick before we go. If
Sure.
you want to see it.
Yep.
I don't know if I shared it with you or not.
If you want to.
I had to log into. I don't know what happened. It kicked me out of YouTube for some reason.
Might be YouTube right there.
Okay, here we go. All right. Okay. Just gotta look for the footage.
Yeah, no problem. Wait, wait. Yeah, so this this is and that, by the way, in that video that you just saw right now, that is 11 months after the incident. 11 months after the incident that happened. And so a lot of people started researching that, and they saw the fade of what looked like the alien got close to them, and they were cloaked, like in preparation, call it what you want, in the event that these guys got too close to these aliens that were right there, as if they were looking to get picked up, like as if they landed in the wrong spot.
They could have been doing a surveillance.
A surveillance. But here's the thing. So in that same house, okay, and I got videos to prove this. In that same house, a lot of black vehicles with unmarked license plates kept posting up in front of their houses. Now, the FBI got them to agree to set up security cameras and show and aim them in the back of the yard of their houses. So they set up surveillance cameras in the back of the yard. Now they say they're FBI, but really, these guys, they moved out of the house. They're gone. They don't live in that house anymore.
Here you go, man. Let me work on the music. Here's a video I wanted to share with you, which is coming at me, towards me, and you can see it right there. There's, how you're talking about a cloak and stuff.
Yeah,
it's moving real fast towards me. I don't know if you can see that.
Yeah, it's a little choppy, but I can see.
I'll pause it so you can take a closer look at it. But it's right here.
Mm-hmm.
It's coming towards me, and it's going to take one more step closer, I think. Let's see, I can stop it on this step. Here it is. On the move. They're vibrating either a different frequency, disembodied form. We talk about the Legion, or the DDN,
Mm-hmm.
the fallen angels or the Watchers. But the Legion is the time when they say fallen angels. But then we have the disembodied demonic Nephilim that are still amongst us. You can see it's got like a face here, but then there's another face. Like there are more than one here in this picture, but it's moving at a high rate of speed.
Oh yeah, I can see the pixels. Those
Yeah,
pixels would not happen. Yeah, they came at you.
look,
Damn, dude. Yeah, the pixels. Yeah, it got
you
black
see them
on
right
you.
there, and look at
Yeah,
this.
they're right. They're literally right in front of you, dude.
Boom, right there. Yeah,
Yeah, they're right in front of you.
that's why I
Yeah,
say
pray, brother.
we gotta stay prayed up, man. Always.
Yeah, man.
I just wanted to share that with you. That
Thank you for
I
sharing that
know,
with me.
just like oh boy, I knew what he was talking about, man, because I have, you know, I've been dealing with this kind of things all my life. You know, they take many manifestations. They have that ability to mimic voices, so you just gotta be careful
Yeah.
and stay spiritual ready. I know y'all combat ready, just like I'm combat ready, but gotta stay spiritual ready.
Dude. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, thank you for sharing me that, man, dude. That's crazy, dude.
Oh,
It's
that
crazy
man,
that and that was not too
you
long
check
ago,
out,
right? For
you take
you.
the time and check out the short reels. I got a bunch of them that are freaky, bro. But it's because
Uh,
that's what I capture when I do my lives. I don't go looking for these things because I'm gonna tell my love foundation. They come to me, and I just say I
yeah.
capture them, and I share it to the viewers.
Yeah,
The short
I
reels on
subscribed.
TikTok under HCS895.
It's on your channel because I subscribed.
Yeah, those are on my channel. But if you look at on TikTok, HCS895, it's a bigger picture because YouTube takes away from the picture. So the videos it takes away from it. So on HCS895 on TikTok, it'll show you the whole video, the whole picture. So
Mhm.
you're able to see it better there.
All right. Yeah, that's
Alrighty,
true.
brother.
YouTube does that shit.
But in saying that, we're gonna call it a night. Thank you for being on, brother.
Yeah, yeah, like likewise. Thank you for inviting me over here, bro. I really appreciate your hospitality for this.
No problem, man. I know I do get a little bit, a certain way with we come to the spiritual aspect, but man, it's because this spiritual warfare on that is it's a daily thing. That's why it's important to keep our people in prayer.
Yeah.
But in saying that, I'll let you say your farewells, and I'm gonna call it a day or call it a night.
Well, thank you for letting me be on board and hopping in. You sent me the link and I hopped on your channel, and I really
Yeah,
appreciate you because you never know who you're gonna get. You might get some weird people here,
yeah.
but
Tuesday
you
and
can.
Thursdays we have open mic night. It just last night I said, you know what? Let me leave it open. See who wants to jump on and talk about this brujas and
Okay.
lechuzas.
You said Tuesdays.
Tuesdays and Thursdays is open mic night, but that's when we do the open mic nights.
I got a lot more to share with you.
Alrighty, man.
Just get it off my chest. You know what I mean? Yeah, but the UFO story, it's a
Yeah,
true
yeah.
story. It's a true story, and look, if you guys like I said, if you guys don't believe me, I called 911. I called 911 back in 19. Dude, like I literally called 911, and it's public record. So I don't have much more to add to that. Actually, I do, but I don't want to share too much to it because it's just overwhelming for me. But I think you should let me give
Alrighty,
you
brother.
a
Yeah,
platform.
it keeps on breaking out, so I'm gonna call it a night now. Thank you. Uh,
Likewise, brother. Have a good night. Take
you
care.
too. God bless.
Likewise. Take care. God bless.
Thank you. Thank you to all the viewers here in Spiritual Encrypted Encounters. I hope everybody had a wonderful evening with the show. Uh, we went pretty strong all night with 50 viewers, over 50 viewers, 47 constant all night. Thank you. I hope you like the content we share here. Uh, and love, light, and blessings to every single one of y'all. Everybody have a beautiful, blessed day. This is Brother HCS, SRNCS signing off from Spiritual Encrypted Encounters. You have a good one, brother and sisters. Good night.